Good evening. Welcome to Tuesday night here at the Morty's Diner channel. Tonight is a time for relaxation, meditation, contemplation, and outstanding German beer. I had this beer yesterday. The brand name is Weihenstephaner, made in Germany, the world's oldest brewery, a 1,000-year history. Look at the website. Weihenstephaner. And this particular variety is called Kristallweißbier. Kristallweißbier. This is, without a moment of hesitation of thought, this is the world's finest beer. It's the finest beer I've ever had. It goes beyond the word finest or outstanding. It's an elixir created by the gods. Now, I found this here in Portland at more than a couple upscale markets. So it does have United States distribution. If there's any way you can find this liquid gold, you must buy it. You won't ever go back to that American or Canadian beer that you're drinking, or whatever else you're drinking, unless you're just that kind of guy. This stuff is unbelievable. I'm going to have this every day for the rest of my life. It's a 5.2 alcohol beer, but it's just extraordinary. So look for it at your liquor store, supermarket. Buy it online for delivery. That's all I can tell you about this stuff. Let's say hello to some of the viewers. Good evening, 1U, and Blaine, Spring, Chris F. Hi, Chris. Gilden, import beer is expensive. Now, this is an interesting comment from someone in, the community, where thousands of dollars are exchanged monthly on all those other channels, not this channel, but those other channels, hundreds and thousands monthly, for nothing or for whatever. And here you can buy a 6-pack of an exquisite, unbelievable, pleasurable experience. And there's a comment, oh, is it more than $10 for a 6-pack? I don't know. That seems expensive. Figure $16 or maybe $12, 12 to 16 for a six pack. Just buy it. I personally nor this channel have any connection to the brewery company or the marketing of this product. There's no compensation from the manufacturer of this product. It's strictly a personal endorsement with no remuneration from the brewery or their affiliated or any of their affiliated companies. Yes, that is it. That's it, Chris. Weihenstephaner is an ER. Look up the website. I chose this particular product, the Crystal Weissbier, but they have many choices. I can only comment on this one. It was, stunning, brilliant, exquisite, heavenly. It doesn't even compare. You can't even compare it. Well, you could say, well, Budweiser is a beer, or, Coors or any of that Canadian stuff, but this is in a whole different galaxy of beer. Even if you're not a beer drinker, I would say buy one bottle and just take a sip. It can be a little sip or a big sip. Just take one sip and experience this incredible drink. Incredible. Yes, of course it's open. Yeah, tonight is a nice respite from, you know what I mean. Listen, that's nice. A Corona with lemon or lime, or sure, but this is totally different. If you like your Corona, by all means, continue to buy it, but at least give this a try. At least give it a try. Give it a sip. One sip. Spring Negra Modelo or Bohemia are great Mexican, originally German beers. Hey, that's good. I'm glad you enjoy it. But in my opinion, there's just no comparison to this 1,000-year-old brewery's product, Crystal Weissbier by Weihenstephaner. Higgins is not here, otherwise we would get an authentic pronunciation. But I guess that's close enough. Weihenstephaner. Yes, Chris, I'm quite serious. This channel nor I personally receive any remuneration from the Weihenstephaner Brewery Company or any of its affiliates. He can't afford to leave. I don't know what that means. Colt 45. Really? The malt liquor? I've never had that. I don't know anyone. I've never known anyone personally who's ever bought Colt 45 or what's that, Old English, whatever it's called. That's, wow. What was that comment a little bit back? Oh, here, Night Diver. I'll never understand why Morty is in Portland. It's beyond comprehension. Night Diver, you're absolutely correct. I came here for a job offer, and Now I'm stuck here, marooned, impoverished, unable to leave, living in somebody's closet with a nightlight, using the toilet at the gas station. Watching everybody else every day getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars of super chats. And I barely able to afford a Coke Zero. Oh. I see, he can't afford to leave, right? If I were in Germany, I would visit this company. On their website, they offer public tours. I would definitely do that and then stop off at the HR department and get a job there. Some kind of job, just to be part of that company. I mean, it would be like working for the Trump company. Just to know you're working as part of the Trump organization or administration is enough satisfaction. So would it be working for this company? It's true. He lives under social Marxist rule. That is correct. Right? Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Well, that's a very interesting beer comment. The taste is unlike any beer I've ever had. It is absolutely exquisite. Not only that, but I felt so nice. After only 8 ounces worth, let's say, it started to, just a little bit started to it's just fantastic. It is beer from the German heavens. Himmel. Deutsche Himmel. Dr. Bob, have you ever try Mad Balls? Is that a product from Chicago? No, I've never heard of that, Bob. Spring? Okay, fair enough. But at least acknowledge my urging you or recommending try one bottle. Just get one bottle. Don't get a 6-pack. If it's not your thing, hey, fair enough. But I don't think one should go through life if they're slightly in any way a beer drinker, at the minimum, slightly a beer drinker, without at least trying this before they pass on. Yeah, listen, I'm not a beer authority. I have limited experience with beer. But this stuff is it's the greatest I've ever had. I mean, it was absolutely stunning. Stunning. Only can be consumed with their official glassware. Yeah, if they offer official glassware on their website, I would definitely buy it if I were in Germany. Well, the picture on the label here, Kristall Weissbier, crystal clear. And they explain on the website why they say that. And I mean, how they produce it, their unique process. Chris F., thank you very much for a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. That goes into the Chicago Travel Fund. which will consist of airfare, hotels, of course, museum admissions, and Chicago pizza and hot dogs for the Chicago experience. So thank you. That goes right into the Chicago travel / live streaming fund. Thank you, Chris. Anybody out there who wants to send in those multiples of $100 super chats, thank you. Better here than anywhere else, I can tell you that, but whatever. Spring, NATO's comment got banned because he had joint. And what does that mean? NATO's not even here. I don't see him. Brew 102. It took 101 tries to perfect this brew. Brew relocated on the Los Angeles River. Blaine, there's a coffee company from Japan called UCC. I actually visited their headquarters in Kobe. It's on a little island right in the Kobe harbor called Pearl Island or something like that. You take a train, very short train that goes to this futuristic year 3000 kind of part of Kobe. And I visited there. It was the coldest, most antiseptic, sterile office headquarters building I've ever seen or been in. It was cold, impersonal. And I said right then at the time, I said, I will never buy any UCC coffee products. This company is futuristic, robotic, cold, sterile, impersonal. But their instant coffee, they number it. So if you find UCC coffee, usually or most likely in an Asian market, they number their varieties, 113, 114, 118, like that. And what that means is, this is very Japanese, at least the story. They tested their master coffee tasters, sampled 500 brews, and they picked the best of the 500, which would be their products. And sample number 113, 114, 118, and so on. Those were the best that the master coffee tasters selected. And I do buy the UCC 113. I bought that for many years. You can only find it here in a large Asian market. I bought the other ones too, but I really like the 113. Well, about a month ago, when I was at this very large, very nice Asian market, I bought a jar of the 113, and it tastes completely different. I mean, completely different. I didn't like it at all. So they've done something there at the UCC company. But that reminded me when you say Brew 102, how they number things in Japan. Well, in that case, that example. I don't know what buzz balls are. Is that a Chicago thing? This musical chord sequence is quite lovely. Well, it's meant for relaxation. Buzzballs XXL. Yeah, I don't know what those are. 40 ounces have contributed more to crime than guns. You make an interesting point, Gilden. Morty knows how to produce a show. I do? Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know how to make any money, but I know how to produce a show. Thank you, Chris. 40 ounces to freedom. Sublime. Right. Well, that's what they that's what they say on those Second Amendment firearms channels. They don't call, when they're loading a revolver or a magazine, they don't call them bullets. They call them freedom, what do they call them? Freedom units or something like that. It's very amusing. Coke Zeros are expensive. Well, Coke Zero is just a bottle of water with some coloring and some chemicals, and they sell it for $3. So it's like a Starbucks. What does coffee cost? Costs nothing. But when you add in all the gender neutral staff that they have at their company and at their local Starbucks, and the rent and the fancy furniture, you're paying $5 for a coffee, which you could make at home for 10 cents. So, whatever. Should have had the edibles, B. Clint. You may be right. Listen, you may be very right. But I decided not to. But the exhilarating, peaceful effect I got from drinking this particular beer was probably just as good as the edibles. If I were 22 years old, I would consider working for ICE. They've received 170,000 applications since Trump has been in office. I mean, that would be if the beer company or Trump wasn't hiring me. Chris F. Dr. Bob, what happened to old Nicky Poo? Watch Nicholas? I'm not aware of anything going there. Hello, Aussie expat. Yeah, if I were 22 and entering the job market, maybe I would consider that. I mean, it's very dangerous. If you get assigned to Portland, every night at the ICE headquarters, it's tear gas and clubbing these protesters every night. It doesn't stop. But it's a very rewarding and worthwhile work. Bud Ice. I can't even imagine what Bud Ice tastes like. Oh, really, Bob? Well, I will listen for a couple minutes of all those, those channels or the other channels. So I really don't know what's happening with who and what. And I hear things and I go, I can't handle it. And I hear the hate, and the insults and the name calling and the screaming and, and all that. But I don't deal with it. Officer Mort. Citrus and banana flavors. Yeah, on the Crystal Weissbier website for the brand Weihenstephaner, that's how they describe this particular beer, citrus and banana flavors, which is very interesting because now that I think of it, I can see why a beer aficionado might describe the quote, this is absolute nonsense, tasting notes. I love that when, this about 20 years ago or 30 years ago, when you bought a perfume or cologne, they started marketing it with fragrance notes. And then they have tasting notes. I mean, it's such, just horseshit, Anyway. 2 things Germany can't grow locally. Well, isn't that interesting? Well, they have strawberries growing in Germany. We know that. I don't think they don't have bananas growing there. Morty is the man. He's not the woman. That is correct. Upvote and send monies, you beautiful souls. Yeah, please. Thank you very much for that. You can also become a member. Chris F., thank you very much. Memberships are very reasonably priced and they support a great cause. Me not getting evicted from my apartment. So thank you for that. Cigars. Buy a membership, guys. Morty knows the way. Yeah, people ask me about Watch Nicholas over the last month and a half, 2 months, whatever it's been since my last appearance. I get a lot of questions about that. And for sizable super chats, sizable hundreds, multiple hundreds, I'll give my comments on that. But otherwise, I really don't have much to say unless I'm given mega hundreds of dollars. Then I would certainly offer some comments. But now this is a relaxed format. That's correct. Hello, AD Never Calling. Good evening. Good to see you. P. Clyn. Hey, 10 people watching. Thanks, everybody. Give a thumbs up if you would, or a thumbs down. Thank you. What's going on between the channels is a real melee, a real brouhaha. That's very clever. Yeah, well, it always comes down to, the same players. What can I tell you? Although there's a new player on the street, and they go through the factory processing. AD, I see all the good people here. Pavel, Chris F, P. Clyn, Spring. Yeah. Aussie Expat, you want to talk slings? No, I haven't bought that sling yet, but I'll tell you what, that is the one to get. It's $79 or $69, the one that you would recommended. I have it saved. And I read all about the hardware. And they have that company, I forgot what it's called, Blue Gear or something like that. They have a YouTube channel, and they have videos on, really good videos. Also Magpul, which has the good sling too you recommended. And it shows how they have videos demonstrating how to attach them to rifles or shotguns, and extremely helpful. But yeah, I need the money. I need those super chats from the deca millionaires out there to help me buy a rifle sling and the accompanying hardware to get that going. So yeah, thanks, Ozzy. I'll open up the invite link in a bit. But tonight is a show to relax and take shelter from, from the cyclonic activity going on in the on those community channels. Patrick has returned from the, yeah, right, okay. What's happening with the Mort? Well, just, hanging out. Night for relaxation. I'm very relaxed. One reason why I'm very relaxed is I don't watch those other channels. Maybe 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there. I stay out most of the day. I take a 1-hour walk every day. I talk to people on the phone, not from the YouTube channels. I do stuff. I got more travel plans coming up, which are imminent. And maybe even Las Vegas. I was thinking of going back there because, but then I thought, well, save the money and put it towards the New York-Chicago trip. But Bart Simpson, a $2 super sticker. Thank you very much for supporting the Morty's Diner channel, Bart. No, I took a complete bathroom break before the show. Yeah, I wanted to really inform everyone about this beer because it's just extraordinary. Blue Force, was that the name of the company? I don't remember. Blue something. But the Magpul one, Ozzy, was half price. And that's probably good enough, and hooking it up, but I would require the same hardware accessories. So. Morty, did you ever try Japanese perfume or cologne? I recently found a fragrance that's perfect for me. No, I've never bought, in Japan, I've never bought a Japanese perfume or cologne. I don't remember if I used cologne when I lived in Japan. I can't remember. Yeah, that's it, Ozzy. Thank you. Blue Force gear. Yeah, the one you recommended is $69. The padded one, which you said I should pass on, is $79. But the Magpul is almost half the price, or about half the price, and it's good enough. So maybe I'll get the Magpul. Chris F, $4.99 super sticker and channel member. Thank you very much for the support, Chris F. I'm not a lurker. They're the lurkers. Right. The Magpul MS1. That's it. Yeah, that's great too. Okay, thanks, Ozzy. I'm going to get that one because that would be more than sufficient. That would be completely sufficient, and that would be $30 or $40 less. So I'll get that one, and thank you for that recommendation. So if I can get $39.95 tonight on Super Chats, I'll buy that sling. Of course, there's the 30% Google takes, but yeah. And the videos are on YouTube. They show you how to attach it. In fact, various ways to attach slings, which was all new to me because I didn't know how you do it. And those videos were really good for anybody out there who's looking at slings, for example. Yeah, terrific. Well, I'll tell you what. I should know better, but I'll put up the invite link and see what happens. And already I'm doing it wrong. There we go. I know I promised only clips and commentary shows coming up, but it's a lot of work to prepare those. I'm telling you, a lot of work, but they're coming. So tonight is just a deviation from the course of the upcoming clips and commentary shows. Not a deviancy, just a deviation off course, slightly. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong button again. Damn. There we go. The invite link is posted to P. Glenn. Miso glazed Patagonian toothfish is a modern Japanese delicacy. Well, I like miso glazed fish. I've heard of toothfish. I'm not familiar with that particular fish, though. I'd have to look at a picture of it again. I'm very interested in deep sea fish. Deep ocean. I mean, very deep, but deep ocean, deep sea marine life. I watch a lot of videos on that, and I do a lot of reading about like abyssal level layer of the sea, very, very bottom, like to the depths of the Marianas Trench and things like that, the fish and the marine life that live on the bottom. If I were a marine biologist, I would be very involved with that. It's really fascinating stuff. But I'm not a marine biologist. I'm just an architect. Support Morty. His menu has a great selection with odd names, but it's still top quality. Yeah, you know, the Aussie expat burger on the Morty's Diner menu was very interesting. I haven't had it yet, but he said in the Australian style, it includes beetroot on the burger. And I don't know what beetroot is. I mean, beet, the actual purple beet, that is a root. But does he, maybe he's referring to some other part of the beet. I don't know. But if it's just the regular purple beet, does he mean like a slice of beet on the burger? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Anyway. AD never calling. I am shocked, but not surprised, with some of the things I've heard in the channels lately. Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but my comment would be, you shouldn't be shocked. And I'll tell you why I say that. If you visited your local state mental hospital, state psychiatric hospital, and went on to one of the wards there, and there was a guy then in the main lounge area. You had one guy there who thinks he's convinced he's Napoleon, and another guy who's convinced he's Theodore Roosevelt, and those two guys are screaming at each other about battle tactics, war strategies, would you join their conversation between Napoleon and Teddy Roosevelt? I wouldn't. If they think they're Teddy Roosevelt or the other guy thinks he's Napoleon, hey, good for him. He's being seen professionally, so he's getting treatment. I'm not going to move into that ward and start living with these people and conversing with them 5 hours a day. Doesn't matter to me what they say. I'll just go, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to get involved with them. They're psychologically damaged people. They have mental issues. I don't, but in this example, those people do. So I'm not going to get involved with them. So whatever they say, it means nothing to me. It has no relevancy to my life at all. So AD, what I'm saying is, if you think of it that way, no matter what they say, it shouldn't matter in the slightest, in the least, to your life. Because, well, you have my example. Yeah. So don't be shocked, because what do you expect? Right. Dr. Bob, maybe I can get Puck Elf to jump on the panel. I don't know what do you mean, Puck Elf? I don't know who or what that is. Chilean sea bass. I've never had a Chilean sea bass. Okay, beets are... So, Ozzy, are you saying you put a slice of beet, the purple, beet, which I love beets. Are you putting a slice of the beet on the burger? Is that what you do? I mean, that's amazing. Here it is. A slice of beet, a slice of purple red beets on the burger. Well, I buy beets. They're extremely healthy. When I lived in Los Angeles, I saw a guest on the Wally George show. People from LA would know what I'm referring to. And this person was some wacko woman who was some kind of health food nutrition expert. This is a true story. And she happened to talk about beets, amongst other things she was discussing. And she said beets are extremely important to eat. They have a fabulous healthful benefit to your kidneys. And I don't know if she had any academic credentials on nutrition science, but she was talking about all this. And beets, she really got into beets and how beneficial they are to good kidney health. And that sounded good, because I do buy beets. And growing up, I ate borscht frequently, Not ate, I had borscht quite frequently. Well, about a month or two later, I saw this lady. This is true. I saw her in the Los Angeles Times. A news story about her. She was some white supremacist, Aryan Nations, Nazi lady from Orange County or Southern California. And she was arrested for some charges relating to hate crimes or, her white supremacist Nazi group. But she knew about beets and nutrition. So she was a health-conscious Nazi. So, there's good there. Yeah, I'm going to try that, Ozzy. I'm going to put a slice of beet on a hamburger next time. I like it with lettuce and tomato, lettuce, tomato, mayo. Well, mayo, maybe not. Lettuce, tomato, ketchup, and maybe onion. But next time I make a burger at home, I'll make it the Aussie expat style. See how it goes. Dr. Bob, I fell asleep next to a sunny window and got heat stroke. That sounds like the opening sentence of a novel. Like a 1940s Los Angeles noir style novel story. Yeah, one of those detective stories from back then. I fell asleep next to a sunny window and got heat stroke. When I woke up, and so on. Pavel, channel member, I miss when Morty used to visit us in the psych ward. Well, there's no reason for me to be in the psych ward. I'll tell you this, I was not committed. I was self-admitted. Yes, I admitted myself. I wasn't under any court order or doctor's order. I was self-admitted. And I was able to leave on my own volition anytime I wanted to, and I did. And it's life outside is great. I recommend it. Think about it, people. AD, crappy Morty may have moved on from the YouTube psych wards, but his trademark, Jesus. How about the big sigh, the heavy sigh? Oh, yeah, that was from the Docs show. Right. Morty knows that's why we are assembled before him now. What a scam, Peakland. Do they try calling it that? Hey, little Dave. Yeah, beets are a fabulous thing to eat. Fabulous. You can use them in soup. According to Aussie Expat, you can put them on a hamburger. They're an excellent side dish. I wonder if beets are, botanically speaking, if they're related to kohlrabi, which is a common thing in Germany, root vegetable. So I wonder if kohlrabi has similar health benefits, as beets do. We need a German beet person here. Anyone here a German botanist? Burgers and beets aren't mutually exclusive, yet they are counterintuitive. You expressed that thought exactly the way I was thinking. Very well done, Chris. Yeah. Beets and garlic. Well, now that, yeah, maybe, I don't know what that means, one. Hey, Dr. Bob, what's it going to take to get you a birth certificate? I don't know what that means. Exactly. Now, here's an example. So, what happened with Dirk? Is he on a walkabout? I don't know anything about what's going on with Dirk Diggler. I heard his name mentioned on one of those other channels that I clicked onto for a couple or 3 minutes. And I heard people griping about him, and it doesn't mean anything. Whatever he's accused of, or whatever he's been involved in, deliberately or accidentally, whatever he's been accused of or not accused of, whether it's murder, stealing, theft, breaking and entering, dealing drugs, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it doesn't mean anything. Because the next day, those people have a brand new topic and different people in the vice where they're squeezing their heads so the eyeballs pop out. So Dirk has been around for years, and whatever he's been accused of or not accused of, whatever's been going on with him or not going on with him, it doesn't mean anything. Because it's a mental institution. Yeah, I wish Higgy could be here talking about kohlrabi and beets and Stefana beer. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what, if anything, what's been going on with Dirk or, Well, years ago I called it a freak show. And it really is. When you go to the carnival, or back in the day, the 1800s, and 1920s, 30s, in Coney Island, and all around the country in carnivals and sideshows. They'd have the freak show. And I've looked up historically, in terms of historical interest, lots of photos and stories about the old freak shows. And those photos are all over Google, and websites. And they have the sideshow tent where they have the freaks, quote, inside. And there's throngs of people outside the sideshow entrance, outside the tent, to get in to see the freaks. And they have the carnival barker outside. 1 thin dime, 1/10 of a dollar. Come in and see the freaks. And an endless throng of spectators paying that 10 cents to go in and see the freak show. Whereas the guy, this is how I'll just leave it at that. So it's a proven seller. Crowd draws a big crowd, the freak shows. When there's a car, when there's a car accident, multiple car crash, severe car crash, and, there's decapitated bodies and heads rolling down the street, blood everywhere. There are throngs of people on the sidewalk and in their cars getting out and looking at the heads and the decapitated bodies and the blood and the guts and the broken limbs. And yeah, that attracts people. It attracts the sick, perverse, hidden nature inside people. They want to see this stuff, even though they're revolted. And later they feel a tinge of guilt that they actually wanted to see it. And yeah, freaks sell tickets, and that's been an axiom of show business for 200 years. Personally, if you had a freak show tent, and the tent right next to it was a farmer's market of some German farmers selling beets and kohlrabi, they might get a few people there buying some root vegetables. But the hundreds of people will be going to the freak show tent, even though the actual higher quality experience would be talking to the farmer and bringing home some fresh beetroot vegetables. Yeah, well, what can I say? Hey, 16 viewers. Thanks everybody for watching. This channel only is supposed to get 2 people in the audience, so thanks very much. Consider giving a thumbs up if you would, or a thumbs down. Become a member. Support Morty's Diner with a super chat, PayPal, Cash App, or Ko-Fi. And all that information is in the description right under the screen. Zeppi versus Dirk. I don't know anything about that, Gigadwa. Round and round it goes. He's undergoing the feels from a belated betrayal. Well, that's interesting. AD never calling. I'm really glad I got to meet Docs. He's a really cool guy. Yeah, that's the one of the highlights of the year in the community. AD never calling, meeting Doc's report at the Wawa gas station for lunch. Pretty great. Yes, that's true. Completely. Yes, sick. But that's what, it's like in the French Revolution days where they had the public guillotine of all the French citizens and, of the aristocrats. There'd be thousands of people watching the guillotine chopping off heads. That would be the day's entertainment. Everybody would be coming out, including Madame Defarge. She'd be there knitting with her old lady friends, watching the heads being chopped off, and they'd all be laughing and cheering as each noble person's head gets chopped off, and it was great entertainment, and that brings the crowds. But the poor guy over on the other corner playing a violin and busking on the street corner, he might get a few people a day giving him a couple quarters. That's about it. All the big money is watching the guillotine chopping off heads with the blood and the guts, and that's part of the human psyche, or deep dark shit in the human head, in the human mind. I'm here for the clips. How far back will we be going? Oh, we're going way back. Way back. They'll be coming soon. So a lot of work on that. Speaking of Germans, we miss Higgy. Yeah, I sure do. He's a great panelist. Great panelist. Yeah. Dr. Bob, have you been working on your sleep schedule? I know you said you were only getting 3 or 4 hours for a while. Really, Dr. Bob, only 3-4 hours sleep at night? Well, that's you got to cut out the YouTube. Drink more of this Crystal Weiss beer and less YouTube. That'll get your sleep and your head back on very nicely. Chris F, $4.99 super sticker and channel member. Thank you again for the support, Chris F. Chris F knows the story. He knows what's good, and thank you. AD Never Calling gets a red super chat of 99 cents. Thank you, AD Never Calling, for the channel support. Thank you. Wawa was weird. It didn't feel like a gas station. It was more like a resort. Wow, that's fascinating. A gas station that's really more like a resort. If I ever get to Florida, which is not in my plans at all, I will. First stop has to be, the first day, one of the stops has to be a Wawa. Check it out. Yeah. Just amazing. But I don't see what's exciting about sitting on one of the outdoor tables, having lunch while being only feet away from people pumping gas. That's not really al fresco dining in the classical sense, Dirk is under attack from right, okay. Is that a goose-stepping lemon super sticker, Pavel? I don't know what that means. What lemon? I don't know. Right. Is Dr. Bob a hardcore streamer? Is he on all the channels every day? 10, 12, 15 hours a day? AD, I'm sorry my membership dropped off, Morty. I canceled all my YouTube stuffs and forgot you would be affected. Well, it's up to you, but if you want to buy the premium membership at $499 a month, that I don't know if I offer that anymore, but or the basic entry level membership, level 1 membership, whatever. Thank you for considering it. Thank you. 15 people watching. The invite link is posted at the top of the chat if anybody wanted to come on, but yeah, I don't know. I don't remember seeing any gas pumps at the Wawa, but it's a gas station, so they're there. Hey, I saw a trailer on YouTube for a Sylvester Stallone movie that was pretty recent called Samaritan. I don't know anything about it at all, but the trailer actually, it looked decent enough. So I looked up what the story was, and I thought, well, okay. At the present time, I didn't find it available for free on any channels, but if it shows up on, some non-virus infected website, then I'll watch it. Chris, hey, AD, this is the membership to buy, baby. Well, I agree with that. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. I've been approached by audience members urging me to go into freak show content, psychiatric institution, mental hospital content, and reap the financial rewards of multiple hundreds of dollars of super chats every show. And I just, there's lots of ways to make money. And being a pimp would be a way of making money, being a drug dealer, and, sponsoring freak show entertainment. I'm not a freak show impresario, and it's just not in my line, regardless of the money aspect. I mean, some things just are not, they're just indecent, But hey, that's my opinion. And as you know, depending on who you're listening to and what day it is, I'm either a cunt, or a great guy, or a prick, piece of shit, or a terrific guy, So it changes every day. You know what I mean. One day you're a great guy, the next day you're a prick. Next day you're a sick, twisted fuck. The day after that, you're a funny, terrific guy. So that's life at the mental hospital. AD. But Morty, what would you say constitutes a substantial super chat? Well, frankly, $2? I think $2 is a nice super chat. But a substantial super chat would be anything over $50. Certainly anything over $100. One could say $300, because the freak shows and the psychiatrically, those channels, $300. That's just a typical day's. What's the phrase? A little drop in the bucket, But hey, every channel's different. What can I say? AD, you forgot I'm also called a stupid, self-loathing, pathetic fucking moron. Yes, you're correct. That's correct. That's right. Thank you. Yes, that's right. A $4.99 super sticker from AD Never Calling. Thank you very much, AD. Awfully nice of you. Thank you. That goes to the Chicago Travel Fund. All the super chats are going for the Chicago Fund. Airplane, hotel, admission tickets to attractions, museums, pizza, hot dogs. The Chicago experience. Without the men's country gay bathhouse. A watch reporter who sometimes is very, very funny. He knew all about the man's country gay bathhouse in Chicago, which has been closed. But that's where Obama used to go with Rahm Emanuel. This is all true. It's all true. But and he had a video about the man's country bathhouse, the gay bathhouse in Chicago. He showed it on maybe the Watch Nicholas channel or something. It was hysterical. But yeah. When is the trip, Morty? A Chicago trip? Well, it's whenever I get the money. I can't I can't buy an airplane ticket and stay at a hotel and have money for on the ground in Chicago on $5. That won't cut it. Chicago hotel, airplane hotel package, certainly over $500, $800. Oh, it's a pleasure. I've never been to Chicago, and I lived in the South for 10 years, and I never went to New Orleans, and that's just unbelievable because I was so close to it. I once drove from Houston to Port Arthur, if anybody knows Texas. And right across the river from Port Arthur is Louisiana, the state of Louisiana. You can see it right there from Port Arthur. It's right across the river. I thought I should just go. I didn't have to get back to Dallas urgently. I said, I should just continue driving and drive straight into Baton Rouge to New Orleans. And I didn't. I also regret deeply never having been to Mississippi. because I would love to go from the famous Mississippi Delta on the very south of Mississippi and drive up the Blues Trail, so to speak, up to the Mississippi Hill Country as you approach Tennessee. And yeah, I never did that. Hey, Sam Davidson, £5 super sticker. Thank you very much, Sam. Really appreciate that. Very nice of you. Thank you for the support. I don't know what this means, Chris. What is that? What is that? Sam, I can't stand Watch Reporter anymore. Well, okay. What was that other comment I missed? Hold on, let me scroll back here. AD, oh, well, whatever. Yeah. OC, I don't know what he's doing. It's nothing to do with me, that's for sure. Sam, I miss OC. There is a man you could really hurl some abuse at and and feel no remorse. That's a very interesting observation or sentiment. Yeah. AD, where is he, Guy Gadouin? I heard his clip on the Docs show. The winners and losers, fuckers. That's what it's all about. Yeah, that's what it's all about. When you're 85 years old, lying on your deathbed, and your family and friends are next to you, and it's time for your last words, you say to them, friends, family, there are winners and there are losers. And that's what it's all about, fuckers. And then you die. And then everyone looks at each other and goes, is that really what his life was all about? Really? Having a Rolex? That's what it's all about, fuckers? Wow. Wow. Is there still a Playboy Club in Chicago? I would say probably, most likely not. I had a friend who worked at the Playboy Club in Dallas back when I was there. She was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I knew her brother. We were good friends. And I asked him, I said, would you mind if I ask out your sister? And he told me she'll say no, because they have a very strict policy about not dating the customers. And she doesn't want, she might, get in trouble. And I said, well, I'll ask her anyway. And I won't tell any more details, but she was stunning, beautiful lady. But that story remains private. I'll tell you this, she should have married me, because we would have been a great couple. Sad how Playboy ended. Maybe for the best, though. Everything has its time. Yeah, it's like with the freak shows. That was the late 1800s, P.T. Barnum and the American Museum in New York City. And, that's the late 1800s, and traveling carnivals across America and Europe, each with their assortment of freaks in their traveling company, with the freak show tent at the sideshow. And that was a Coney Island staple. 1910s, 20s, 30s. By the time of the post-war, that really started to change. And by the 60s, that was basically over. People really started to change about that, But now they don't have freak shows at carnivals, but they're on YouTube now. So they're still out there. And they don't even cost you one dime anymore. It can be for free. you know. You risk the mental, psychological damage, but hey, that's none of my business. Yeah, Hustler was an absolutely disgusting magazine. Just disgusting. And Larry Flint was a real, in all recognition of he got shot, but he was a real sick, really sick fucking guy. And Hustler magazine was just disgusting. Disgusting. Totally at variance from Penthouse or Playboy. Yeah. Freak shows? Oh, I thought you were talking. No. Watch Nicholas. No. Not at all. Not at all. When you say freak shows, are you referring to those people? Well, I'll reply to that as Bill Clinton testified. Said under oath. I refer you to the previous comment earlier in the show. Yeah. Well. Anyway. Well, blood sports, the Roman Colosseum events, those were crowd pleasers. Having lions chew up people, Christians and slaves, decapitating the Christians and slaves, throwing a trident or sword into someone's guts and disemboweling them, got a big applause from the crowd, And there was a standing room only at the Colosseum every weekend. Or the big events. More blood, more disemboweling, more decapitations, the bigger the crowd. Not everybody in Rome would go to that. The slaves wouldn't go to that, And, those people who attended those spectacles, they had a blast. That was their entertainment. You would think people should have evolved from those people 2,000 years ago, but the human has not evolved since the first ape-like humans existed some millions of years ago. AD, crappy. I heard Marcelo sold his restaurant. I don't know anything about that. Do you ever plan on selling Morty's diner and riding off into the sunset? Well, I have no thoughts on that at this time, but you never know. I mean, riding off into the sunset on the way to Brokeback Mountain? No, that doesn't sound like it's for me, but yeah. Well, of course it's hypocrisy, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the next day it starts all over again. It's a machine. See? It's a machine. And they just grind you up, spit you out, vomit you out, defecate you out. Then the next day, everyone has a Coke, a beer, smokes a joint, and has a burger with a slice of beetroot on it, and it's back. The machine opens up for business again and grinds up the audience members, selectively, and then they shut down for the day. Doesn't mean anything. It's like I, referred to my comments previously. Retiring with all the diner cash. Yeah, right. 10 people watching, including the lurkers. Yeah, they're out there. They watch my show all the time. You know why? Because they really like Morty. They really do. Anyway, what time is it? I'm going to end the show. Oh, shit. I got to turn that off. Fuck. What time is it? I'll end the show at 9:30 at the latest. It'll be another half hour or so. Here's another picture for relaxation, contemplation, meditation. There it goes. Oh. It was a terrific film with Burt Lancaster about the life of P.T. Barnum. It was interestingly done, and I didn't think I would like the style in which the film was presented, but I actually liked it. And I recommend it if anyone doesn't know anything about the story of P.T. Barnum. And yeah, it was a quality film. So check it out. Burt Lancaster playing Barnum, P.T. Barnum. It was, I found it a good movie. I mean, not a 10 out of 10, but it was worth watching. If anybody has any interest in that era of American show business and culture. Yeah, Guy, I just looked on my phone to see if any other of those channels were on, and yeah, I saw. So, but I had the volume on for a second, and yeah. Can you spice up the music? I'm getting tired. Well, that's for the show. That's the purpose of the show, but we'll change the music for you. This is nice and relaxing too. The former soundtrack did have a tinge of existential dread. You think? That's not necessarily a bad thing. AD, Rolex on the secondary market are still ridiculously priced. Well, it's a ridiculous product. It's a ridiculous product that's ridiculously priced. But that's my opinion. AD, did I tell you how I got into a fist fight with my brother? My knee is still messed up. That sounds like a good story. No, I don't know that story. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have dinner after the show. It'll be very late dinner. I'm either going to have broccoli. I'll cook some broccoli and salmon, or I'll have an ice cream cone. One or the other. See, if I lived in Florida, I could go to Wawa for dinner. Yeah. Then again, I'm not a gas station dining aficionado. Though I have eaten at gas station food, but... Right. Why not both? Both what? Chris, what? Both what? "12 people watching. Thanks for watching this remarkable channel. You know, flying, I did look up flying to Chicago. there's only one or less than a handful of flights that go direct Portland to Chicago. Most of the flights, except for maybe one or two or three, they go Portland to Seattle, Seattle Tacoma Airport, then Seattle to Chicago. And flying to Seattle is a real waste of time, because you have to, go all the way to the airport, 1 hour on the light rail, or like $50, $70 by Uber or Lyft, Whereas I could go downtown and get the Amtrak and take the Amtrak for like $15 to Tukwila, which is about an hour or less than 40 minutes or so before you get to Seattle. And but it takes about 3 hours to get to Tukwila. But by the time you get to Seattle Airport, check in, go through the TSA thing, and then wait at the gate for your plane, and then fly there. And how much time are you really saving by flying to Seattle Tacoma Airport? And then it's a very quick drive from Tukwila Amtrak station to SeaTac Airport. But I really don't want to go back to Seattle for anything, but it is easier just to go to Portland Airport and fly to Seattle and then connect going to Chicago. But it's an unnecessary extra trip, I think. But it's unavoidable, maybe. Pavel, channel member, would you consider a lunch meeting with Eddie in Chicago? Well, he doesn't know who I am, and no, I wouldn't be meeting any of the YouTube people in Chicago. Nope. I had natto ice cream in Tokyo. Go with the salmon, right? Natto is definitely a peculiar product, yeah. But from my experience, Japanese women who eat natto, they have the most beautiful, silkiest, smoothest skin. It's just amazing. So it does offer great nutritional benefits, but it is disgusting. No, not meeting anybody in Chicago. Yeah, green tea ice cream is great. Yeah. Little Dave, it's best to stay away from the YouTube people. Well, I've met quite a number of YouTube people. But in general, I do agree. I would agree with your comment, Little Dave. Yeah. Because there's very little, if anything, to be gained from meeting many of the people. Well, certainly, yes, a lot of them. Correct. And some are very nice to meet, as well. So, AD, I think my next in-person meeting will be with Uzi. I need to go there for work. We can meet at Permanti Brothers. Well, that's between you and that guy. And that's up to you, AD. Well, that's correct, yeah. Well, Now, tomorrow I'll be attacked as usual on other shows, for talking about a show about relaxation and meditation and just talking about whatever. I'll be called a fucking piece of shit asshole lying scumbag, son of a bitch, motherfucker. Tomorrow. Doesn't mean anything. Like I said regarding, as I said earlier in the show, I explained it means nothing. If anything, it's all projection, if you know what I mean. The projection is just blatantly obvious. But anyway, I think the highlight of the show tonight was, besides the donations for the channel, was Aussie Expat confirming that he puts a slice of beet on a hamburger. It's just extraordinary. Yeah. System of a Clown. Hey, man. The YouTube talent situation. Columbia's friends. Well, Gigad, pardon me, but I'm not going to read that. Well, what the hell? All right. I don't know anything about that. It's got nothing to do with me. Right. AD never calling. I was thinking of selling the signed Wolf Watch roll I purchased from AC3. I don't know what a Wolf Watch roll is, but anyway. The question is, do I list it as an AC3 item or get more money for it as a random piece with some marks on it? I don't know what to tell you. Don't know. What is Wolf? Is that like Louis Vuitton or Goyard? Or is it more like a cheaper product? I have no idea. I would hope not. Yeah. Wolf, probably most known for their winders. When you have a quartz watch, you don't need a winder. Isn't that amazing? I would really love or prefer to schedule my Chicago visit after Trump has placed National Guard troops on the ground in the city. Then I would be much happier or much more relaxed to visit the city then, because it would be crime-free. And when he puts couple thousand National Guardsmen on the ground, that would be the best time to visit Chicago. Rumor has it 80 Never Calling is a card-carrying Wawa VIP. Well, maybe Buc-ee's more than Wawa, but yeah. You don't need a winder with automatic watches. A waste of money. Well, listen, so is a Goyard watch box. So is anything with the name Louis Vuitton on it, as well as anything with the Rolex or Patek Philippe. But people want to buy it, and let them buy it, It's like if you own a guitar, some people buy a guitar winder. You stick it on the machine head and twirl it around. And I don't see the point of that at all. I think it damages the machine head personally. But I saw Eric Clapton mention that decades ago. He never uses those. He thinks they just would damage the machine head. But that makes sense to me. But there are people who buy them and use them. I don't know why. How hard is it to put on a string? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Sam, I certainly do remember him from many, many years ago. Yeah. Yeah, an interesting character from back then. Well, people buy them. What can I tell you? When you have a mobile phone, you don't need a quartz watch. Well, I can understand that as well. But if your mobile phone is in your back pocket, or and you just want to look at the watch, you just look at your wrist. You don't have to reach over and grab your phone. But I just like wearing a watch. I just feel it's part of, you know, it's just a necessary. Of course, it's not necessary, but it's just an essential item, meaning non-essential. But it's a thing. Jay Gray, yeah, I'm sure he's around. Yeah. Rick Beato, who's this? Rick Beato just had John Fogerty on his show. Great interview. Really interesting. I don't watch the Rick Beato channel much, but he's looked up to by a lot of people for for his opinions or shows. So yeah, all these guys are around 80 years old now. Last what was it? When did I go? Saturday. Was it Saturday or Friday? I went to see Robin Trower downtown in Portland. Fourth time I've seen him in Portland. Fourth time I got to talk to him after the show. Just magnificent. But he's 80 years old. All these guys are 80. They're all from around 1945 as their birth year. And Clapton is 80. Mick Jagger is 82, I think. Which is extraordinary how active he is. I mean, it's just amazing. But Mick Jagger's supposed to be worth anywhere from 500 million to 1.5 billion. Why does he perform? I mean, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, why would people, at that age still want to get on the road and perform? For some people, it would be the money, but when you're worth hundreds of millions already, it can't be the money reason. Now, maybe they think they want the money because an American tour would generate hundreds of millions in revenue, hundreds of millions. And do Keith Richards and Mick Jagger need them? No. Do they want the money? I don't know. I mean, when you're already worth $500 million or $1 billion, do you want that extra money? I mean, I don't know. He loves the road. Well, that could very well be it. Yeah, you're right, system. I neglected to include him. You're absolutely right. He's in that same age group. You're absolutely right. I didn't mention Carlos Santana either, and he was definitely there in the 60s. And I was thinking of the British guys, but he would certainly be in that group of, Pavel, channel member. From live stream coverage, the Portland ICE protests are dead compared to 5 years ago. A few weirdos milling around, making noise. Well, it's nothing like 5 years ago, but the city was on fire. Total a riot scene every day. But at the ICE office somewhere downtown or off of downtown, there's a bunch of people there every night causing problems, and them using tear gas and all that stuff. I'm so excited about my new watch purchase on Amazon. A Watch Dives WD 1972 military diver. In San Francisco, some of the idiots were throwing themselves in front of the ICE vehicles. Well, now listen, you can't beat that. I mean, terrific. $89. Well, I thought that was going to be an $89 super chat, but you bought a watch for $89. I see. McLobster, how you doing? This bodybuilder, Rafael Vera, was born in 45 and still doing it. He looks great. I don't know who he is, but Yeah, it's amazing. Well, Jack LaLanne lived to be almost 100, and he lived the healthy, active lifestyle up through the 90s, up through his 90s. It was amazing. They ran over one woman. Well, clean up the gene pool. That's, it's all right. AD Never Calling has lived through 32 Great Depressions. I don't know what that means. Blaine, did you ever watch Mary Hartman, Mary Hartman? I certainly did. I remember that show. There was an adult film parody that starred John Holmes. Really? Well, okay. Do you still have the VHS of that, Blaine? Best guitar solo, Wish You Were Here. A very interesting choice. I could see that being picked, certainly in top 10. Yeah. The new Baltic diver looks really nice, actually. No. Ah, I see. Probably Comfortably Numb gets rated his greatest solo. I like Shine On You Crazy Diamond. But, years ago, I don't remember where I was at the time, but somebody was telling me David Gilmour at that time never had a solo album. And I have a solo album by David Gilmour. I bought it. Must have been the 80s. Okay. And I said, sure he did. I have one. He said, no, you're mistaken. He never had a solo album. I said, of course he did. I have one at home. I bought it. He said, no, you're mistaken. It's somebody else. I said, okay, I'm mistaken. Whatever. Yeah. So some people just don't believe anything I say. It's incredible. Okay. There are probably people out there right now who don't know who Robin Trower is and never heard his music. And I would urge you, or recommend, or suggest, just go to YouTube. Everybody's albums are on YouTube, even the new ones. Why do people buy music anymore? Because it's all free on YouTube. It's just amazing. But his greatest, most acclaimed album, which is still a masterpiece, is 1974, Bridge of Sighs. Play the album on YouTube. It's a masterwork. It's every bit as good as it was when it came out in '74. It's an absolute classic. And turn the headphones up. I like the Pulse version. Don't know what that means. Okay. Learning to Fly is I'd have to hear that song. I don't recall right now what that is. Morty is the Rodney Dangerfield of YouTube. I can see why you would say that, because that makes sense. I played Stairway to Heaven on my drums the other day, and my wife came in, sat down, and stared at me in disbelief. Why? Because it was 2 o'clock in the morning? Because you played it so well? Because you played it so badly? Or we don't know why. Medi is my favorite Floyd. What is Medi? Metal? I don't know what that is. Momentary Lapse is I don't think I've heard that album. I think it inspired Joshua Tree a lot. I don't know. What is Joshua Tree? Is that a group? I have no idea. Metal? I have no idea what that is. Oh, U2? Oh my God. Okay, well, if you like U2, you like U2. Okay. I would say, for my own opinion, Bono is one of the most um, repulsive characters in rock and roll music since the 50s history, since the whole history since the 50s. He's one of the most arrogant, obnoxious, full of shit people out there. And in terms of U2 music, I mean, I couldn't give a shit. I think it just sucks. But hey, I don't see why Brian May is so acclaimed. I mean, Queen was a big group. I don't know why Queen was so popular as a group. That Bohemian Rhapsody song. I mean, listen, it's really stupid. It's really stupid. Okay, and unless it was the marketing from the record company and the videos, I mean, I don't know why they're so acclaimed or were so popular. I mean, their music is like Another One Bites the Dust. That's kind of stupid. That's a stupid song. Bohemian Rhapsody is kind of stupid. Brian May is a brilliant guy. He's got a PhD in astrophysics or something like that. But I don't put him in the very top 20 of the great guitarists. I don't even think of him when I think of the great guitarists. But whatever. Of course, I know Sid Barrett. I'm aware of Sid Barrett. Right. Roger Waters. He's another major douchebag, an absolute anti-Semite and ignorant asshole. A real piece of shit. That guy. I mean, for my opinion, David Gilmour, was Pink Floyd. Roger Waters, of course, but he's just an absolute douchebag. I've seen him on interviews just talking about stuff in general. Unbelievable dickhead, douchebag, Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I don't know, I saw a video back in the 80s on MTV or something. Brian May was doing an outdoor arena concert, festival kind of thing. And he was on stage. The only thing he was wearing was a jockstrap. I'm not making this up. This is absolutely true. And I didn't enjoy his music anyway. I'm not a Queen fan, period, And what is this shit? That's how he dresses for a concert? He just jumps around on stage wearing a jockstrap? I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's a mental issue. It really is. Something wrong with the guy. Just my opinion, Bono would be like that regardless of his profession. I think you're absolutely right, Blaine. Yeah. He's just an obnoxious, conceited asshole. If he wants to help so many people, he's worth about 500 million to $1 billion. Why doesn't he give some money away? Well, he gave $1,000 to the, charity food drive in London, or Dublin, Yeah, right, but he's still got $1 billion, so that's just, my opinion is if you got 500 million, give away 400 million for worthwhile causes. You can still keep 100 million. So all these people are full of shit, Okay, keep 200 million. Give away 300 million. Nah, no, it's none of my business. Jimmy Page is a highlight. Really? That's very interesting. I've never heard him described as that. I would think he's one of the nicest guys to get to meet. But, I don't know. I never met him. But it depends, somebody says that about him. Maybe they wanted to meet him when he was busy and they interrupted him while he's having dinner, or in the hotel rushing to get to the toilet because he just had a huge buffet and he's going to he's got to get to the bathroom and seconds count. And they were bothering him, so I don't think he would be that kind of guy. But I don't know. Yes, correct. Correct. I don't know what that comment means, Chris. Hmm. Like lobster. I know for a fact Paige preys on young girls. Kind of a known thing about him. Well, yeah, back in the '70s era, he was dating. Well, he had a 17-year-old girlfriend. He was doing. Same thing with Ted Nugent. He was dating a 16-year-old, or I mean, his girlfriend was 16 or 17 or 15, or I think 17. And those guys never get prosecuted or arrested. For sex with a minor. But on the other hand, I would say if you're a rock superstar and you're being followed in the hotels and after the concerts in the dressing room backstage by women who look college age, though they may not be, are you going to insist they show you an ID or a driver's license before you hang out with them? Come on. Now, if they knew at the time the person was underage, well, then that is an issue. But nobody seems to have ever complained about that, so I don't know what to tell you. He bought a home in Brazil in an area I visited. The locals told me they ran him out of town because of his habits. Well, now that is excellent hearsay evidence, and we're going to seriously think about that. Yeah, right. Who knows? Listen, if in a country like Brazil they found him undesirable, that's very, very interesting, considering what people in Brazil do. If anybody knows what I'm referring to, which you probably don't, but it's all on YouTube. See the Pompeii, what of Pink Floyd? Yeah. Apparently, one of the biggest assholes is Richie Blackmore. His reputation is just, and how he treats fans has been, for his career, just been absolutely dreadfully bad. Lots of videos on YouTube of Ronnie James Dio talking about what an absolute douchebag, piece of shit about Richie Blackmore, how he treated his fans with just contempt. And Dio would say after a show, Dio always made himself available after the show to meet the fans and sign autographs and pose for a photograph. I'm not saying Dio was a work of art either, but he did permit that aspect of show business not to affect him. But he said, well, it's on YouTube. He said all these clips. He said, as soon as the concert was over, Blackmore would rush off the stage, backstage, run into the limousine. Any fans who came at him, he would basically just spit on them as he got into his limo and left. No autographs, no posing for a photo, nothing. Maybe, a lot of people say that about him, And it's funny about Blackmore, he's never included in any of these. It's always Clapton, Page, and Beck, who are always put up there as the top three guys in Britain, whereas Blackmore, certainly belongs up there, and he just doesn't do that stuff, Maybe he's never invited for any of those festivals or concerts or charity events because everyone doesn't want to deal with him. I mean, who knows? Like the Prince's Trust concerts and all those things. Yeah, who knows? Yeah. Nick Mason is awesome. He's actually hard to. Oh, well, okay. Drums and Lunesta don't mix. That would make sense. John Mayer, I could give zero shits about John Mayer. Zero interest. And if you like him, you like him. He's certainly a big enough celebrity, but yeah, I mean, Joe Walsh has had an amazing career, a lot of great playing, but he's just a weird guy. If I ever met him, I don't know if I'd enjoy hanging out with him or talking to him. He just seems like such a weird guy, having heard him on interviews so often. You know. But yeah. Never calling. I saw a rainbow in concert with Blackmore and Dio in Buffalo in 19. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. There is a clip on YouTube of Richie Blackmore, after a concert recently. He reformed Rainbow like 5 or 8, 10 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, and he did a short tour of European cities. I don't remember the details of it, and he hired some singer who was Brazilian, a guy named Ronnie Romero or something like that. Something, I don't remember his name. And his playing was really, it wasn't up to his earlier skill level. It really showed how he aged. But anyway, there was a clip on YouTube of him after the show, and he was talking to some fans as he was leaving the backstage area. And some people got a little bit close to him for autographs. And he said, "Don't get too close." And one guy was like asking for an autograph. He goes, "Don't touch the hair. Don't touch the hair." Because he wears a wig. I mean, it's obvious he's wearing a wig. I mean, which is fine. You know, that's his image. You know, Jeff Beck obviously had a wig. You know, lots of those guys. But I think one reason he doesn't like to talk, doesn't do that stuff after a concert or public appearances, he's afraid someone's going to yank his wig off, and people will take pictures of that, which will go viral. And I don't know. Now, Robin Trower, he's aging like a normal guy, and he looks like he's an 80-year-old guy, but his playing level is just staggeringly extraordinary. And he had the long hair back in the day, you know. Yeah, John Mayer, I absolutely zero interest. In my opinion, he wouldn't exist without Eric Clapton being such a mentor to him for so long. Yeah, well, I agree with you, AD, but just not somebody I think of. Do you have a favorite Zepp album? That's a really good question. I would have to actually go. I have all the albums. I would have to look at them and pick one and refresh my memory on what songs are on each album. But there are a lot of songs I do like. Maybe their first album, second or third. I do like Physical Graffiti. I like a lot of songs on that. I like Presence. I like T for One. I like their last album. What was that album? It had a couple songs there I really like, but I can't pick an album. I'd have to look at the album listings first. We have a guest, and I'm only here for 5 more minutes. AD Never Calling. Hey, man.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Is it working?
Yeah, you sound fine.
So I learned something. I'm like Mike the Snake. I forgot something. I blacked something out, and it was just told to me recently. I have to share it.
Okay.
So, as you know, my dad passed away, and we went to go clean my brother and I were at the house for 8 or 9 days together, cleaning the house out. Our wives came and went, but we spent a lot of time together. And he said to me, he goes, "So, do you remember what your first concert was?" And I was like, "Yeah, Bobby Vinton." He goes, "Nope. What are you talking about?" I said, "Yeah, it was Bobby Vinton." He said, "No, it was Johnny Cash."
And who are you discussing this with?
Huh? My brother.
Who was this? Oh, all right. And
My
you
older
said Bobby
brother.
Vinton, right. And he said
And
no, it was yeah.
he said Johnny Cash, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Don't you remember when in Toronto, Mom and Dad took us to Toronto?" And I was like, "Wait a minute. You talking 1975 when we watched the Sabres lose the Stanley Cup Finals from our hotel room when our parents were out at dinner?" He's like, "Yeah." And remember we went to Man of La Mancha? Yeah. He goes, "They took us to see Johnny Cash and June Carter Cash." And he started explaining more and more, and it started coming to me. I forgot. Just like
Well,
Mike, I forgot. I forgot. My stories are true. I forgot.
I don't know what's been going on with Mike the Snake because I don't watch those other shows literally except for a few minutes here and there. But he's been through the ringer over the last 2-3 weeks. I don't know what's been going on with him, but yeah, what the hell did he ever do to anybody? I don't know, but
I don't
I
know.
don't
Let's
know.
get back to Johnny Cash. Do you believe I saw Johnny Cash? I was 9. I was 8. Let's see. Wait, 67. I was
Yeah.
9 years old, 8 or 9 years old. I remember being really tired, and they dragged us out. And he was like, "Don't you remember? It was like really country. Oh, June Carter Cash. And I was like, and it just started coming to me. I forgot all about it. So
Wow,
my
how about
first
that?
concert was Johnny Cash, even though I don't really remember all of it.
I can answer that question. If anybody sends me a super chat, I can answer that question.
How much does it need to be?
Anything on this channel, 10 cents is the usual. So
Okay, so just a super chat will reveal your first
yeah, I
concert.
like it to be $5 or $10. I mean, so I can, hold my head up with a little bit of dignity, but a $2 super chat, that'll work,
Blaine
but
Cole has a great question.
any opinion of Prince, I'll answer that question for a 99-cent super chat or for free if I get anything,
I'll
something.
say, as I always say, he was tortured by his talent. He was an incredible, incredible artist. And anybody who's seen the George Harrison induction or tribute
Yeah, right.
was just come on,
Well, I have an
crappy.
opinion on that, which I'll reveal for a super chat of any amount,
Well, mine
which
was
I'd never
free,
hear
but
anybody discuss, but my opinion is valid. I am correct. But we'll see if I get a
what
super
about
chat.
how about
Oh,
Chris
here we
F?
go, McLobster.
Oh, woo.
Thank you very much, McLobster, for a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So I'll answer the questions.
Roy
Um,
Rogers.
I'll tell you what, he's so acclaimed for that While My Guitar Gently Weeps solo
Yeah.
at that appearance, the George Harrison tribute or Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or wherever he did that. And I'll
Yep.
give you my opinion. Can he play guitar? Absolutely. That performance sucked, and I'll tell you why. Though it's so acclaimed by everybody on YouTube, The name of the song is While My Guitar Gently Wept. If you watch how Eric Clapton performs that, like at the George Harrison tribute concert, which was a beautiful performance, Prince plays that solo at a speed level, which makes no sense to the song. It's not a piece that you. Wait a minute, let me finish. It's not a piece that you rip through at lightning speed to dazzle the audience with your fret figuring skills. Clapton plays it very slow and very deeply and emotionally, which is how it should be played. Prince plays it at a rapid, super fast speed, and to me, it's just a showboating performance. Does he know how to play? Of course, he knows how to play. So, but that performance to me is not good because it betrays what the song is, or
I'll give you
doesn't portray it properly. That's my opinion.
That's a solid crappy answer for sure. That is a solid answer. I get that. It's like with Ringo, right? He played to the song, and you're talking about George Harrison's song,
okay.
playing to the song.
Watch Clapton play it, or even Peter Frampton or other guys. They play it to the feeling and the meaning of the song. It's not a showcase song like some other song, like a Randy Rhoads thing might be, for example. Okay,
you're talking a technicality here. I get it.
Well, but the performance should have feeling, and that
artistic. You're talking.
It was so fast, it didn't benefit the song.
I don't know.
Anyway, okay.
Had some feel. Also, too, Danny Harrison seemed to really like it.
I mean, whatever. Okay. Next question for the $2. Gary Clark Jr. Clapton has mentored him a lot and given him a lot of performance appearances on the stage with him, and I've seen him a few times at those crossroads performances that Clapton does. It's very fundamental blues playing. I don't see what's a big deal, but I don't know his full repertoire, so I don't know. The
All
other
right, well,
question,
let's get to it. What is it?
right.
What was it?
First concerts that I saw. If you mean that I went on my own to buy a ticket, because I did see people that I didn't buy a ticket for. Right? I remember I saw. Nobody's going to know this name. I saw
Well,
Victor.
that counts.
Okay, I saw Victor Borge.
Oh, he was fantastic. Oh,
who was
he was
a
great
Danish
piano player.
Piano comedy pianist / comedian entertainer. And I saw him in Long Island, where I was a kid growing up. He was in Eisenhower, or Salisbury Park, now called Eisenhower Park. And it was packed performance. Yeah, it was fun, but that was not, I saw the Boston Pops at St. John's University in Queens. But I went because other people went. I didn't really want to go. I didn't care. But the actual, I saw Roy Buchanan in Washington, D.C. In 1973. So that would be the actual first, concert that I went to. And staggering guy, Roy Buchanan, if anybody knows who that was. And then
I don't know Roy Buchanan.
Look him up. Okay.
I will.
Yeah.
Will.
And I saw Eric Clapton in 1974 at the Nassau Coliseum. I remember that. So that's probably the first Coliseum arena show that I went to. And Roy Buchanan as the first name person that I went to to buy a ticket. That's a good answer. I did see Dr. John in 1973. And
I remember him.
Yeah, he had a big radio hit called "The Right Place at the Right Time" or something like that. And his performance was just abysmal. People were walking out by the time before the show got to the third number. People were leaving, and I remember one group of people as they were walking out, they said, "Man, this guy sucks moose cock." I remember somebody said that, and this was like 1973. Yeah, incredible. Yeah, just terrible.
Hey, look at Chris F has a comment. Does anyone remember that show Hee Haw? Wouldn't it be great if you and I did that little you met another and she was gone? Can you imagine how much fun they'd have with it on that the prison yard boss?
Oh, I did see Hee Haw, but I didn't really watch it,
I watched it all the time at the grandparents' house every week. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, come on, some of the best guitar players.
Oh yeah, but it just wasn't my thing, watching Hee Haw. But that was on a long time. Yeah, let me catch up on the comments here.
Yeah.
Like Lobster, my first show was the Clapton Journeyman tour. Well, I did see his Journeyman tour concert, whatever city I was in. Yeah.
I wonder what year that was.
I don't remember. Yeah, but the first show would have been Roy Buchanan in 1973, and then Eric Clapton in '74 at the Nassau Coliseum, where I actually bought a ticket, kind of thing. Yeah.
So you had an experience like that where you could stand outside and listen to shows or sneak in, maybe? Is that what you're saying? Because I grew up in a place where they had it was called Melody Fair, and it was one of those tents, and then the stage would be in the round. It would just rotate. But I lived like, I don't know, a few football fields away, so we could hear everything all the time. As a little kid,
I did go to a show with friends. I saw Bill Cosby. If I remember, it was Bill Cosby, and the opening act was Don Rickles. This was at the Westbury Music Fair on Long Island. If anybody's from New York, they would know that place. And I remember it was Bill Cosby, and I think Don Rickles was the opening act. And but that's comedian, not music thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did go to shows in New York and stuff, like Broadway and off-Broadway stuff. But Prince was also a hell of a basketball player. Really? That'd be good to see. Well, yeah, he may have been an amazing guitar player. I'm not disputing that, but his performance of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" it just didn't work for the reason I explained. It was
yeah. I mean, it's clear you're not downing him on his talent. You're just
I'm not
saying
at all.
it was
No,
the wrong song
no,
for
he
that.
didn't play it the way the song quote required or meant. You know.
You're a truist.
Well, I mean that's
nothing wrong with
uh,
that.
it's my opinion. Yeah.
Hey, I
Uh,
didn't jazz up Stairway to Heaven,
well, you
right? I
certainly
didn't.
could. It's open to
Yeah, but I did.
interpretation. You
But
know.
I didn't. I played it correctly,
Okay.
which isn't
Prince
easy.
Super Bowl halftime show. I never saw it. Don't know.
That was, I believe that was, I remember 6, 7, 8, 10 years after that, still saying nothing touched Prince's Super Bowl halftime
Never saw it.
every year.
I have zero interest in watching sports on TV and Super Bowl as well. I don't know who plays, and I couldn't care less. But
Oh,
to
that's
me, one team
unfortunate.
wins, the other team loses. Who cares? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I lived in Texas, though. I did not have that attitude because I couldn't survive if I didn't know anything about football, about the Cowboys. So I had to actually, because everybody talked about was the Dallas Cowboys,
And now it seems
and
like nobody gives a shit
I
about
had to
the
actually
Cowboys.
learn, the players and the games, and I watched them with people because otherwise you're just socially isolated.
Well, that's when they were America's team in the 70s. Now
Yeah,
I
this
have friends that
was
have season
late
tickets. They don't
'70s,
even like them.
'80s. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. My neighbor has season tickets. He doesn't even like the Cowboys. Like they're just. I mean, well, they're not what they were then.
Right, right,
They're
right. Yeah, this
well.
was
This
when
is
they had
incredible.
Roger Staubach and Danny White as the quarterback. I
Yeah.
remember that. But inside, I couldn't have given a shit about the football. But I was compelled to survive there. You had to you had to participate in football, in
Yeah.
conversation or chat or coffee
Sure.
break talk. Otherwise, you're just
Cheerleaders.
whatever.
Until a few years ago, Staubach was the most successful NFL player of all time.
I have no
Because
idea.
well, until the big money hit the game, but because he got into commercial real estate and he owned commercial real estate all over the country, like
Mhm.
way. But the Tom Brady's and the big money came in over the last 6, 7, 8, 10 years. Probably past them. I mean, how many billionaires are there? NFL players that were billionaires.
Yeah, that reminds me of something from when I lived in Dallas. So there was a lady there who owned a big makeup
There's a
cosmetic company.
lady.
You might know the name or somebody else. She was from Dallas. She owned a big makeup cosmetic company. She always
Mary
dressed
Kay.
in Mary Kay.
Mary Kay.
She had a pink Cadillac or Mercedes, and
Yeah.
she always dressed in pink. And she was a mega millionaire from Dallas in the cosmetics. And she was on a radio talk show with Tom Landry. I remember this. Okay. Well, it might have been a TV interview or a radio station interview. Her and Tom Landry, two of the biggest figures in Dallas, late '70s, early '80s time. And they were talking, and probably around the November JFK assassination time that the show was on. And the reporter brought up that topic about, the reputation of Dallas, no matter what people think about the Cowboys and Mary Kay, and it always comes back to the JFK assassination. And Mary Kay, who in a very Dallas way said, well, at the time she said, well, he wasn't even from here. Well, the way people are making such a big thing about it, and besides that everybody makes such a big thing about it, he wasn't even from here.
He wasn't even a Dallasite.
Yeah, exactly. Right. What a fucking idiotic thing to say. And on
Moron.
the second, moron, yeah, but a very Dallas, native Texan kind of comment, native Dallas kind of comment. Anyway, Tom Landry immediately, in a split second, said, because he knew how stupid what it was that she said, immediately he said, well, we can't forget that he was our president, and he was president of the country, and we can never forget what happened. And, and he immediately recovered that situation,
Dumb bitch.
And he must have realized what a dumb fuck this lady is, But maybe not. They're all in that Dallas, Highland Park University area, multi-million-dollar celebrity category, of the rich money and the old money, and so that's probably how they really do think. But who knows?
Who knows the context?
Exactly. But I remember that interview because she said that it was the stupidest fucking comment. But Tom Landry immediately saved tried to save it. Like a football move, you
Sure.
immediately had the right move. So
He pivoted. He did a pivot.
he did that's exactly right.
Hey, speaking of pivot, I'm really excited about this watch I'm getting.
Tell us about the watch.
Well, it's like a Benrus, which I'm not really a fan of, but I just like it because it's self-contained. It's
What is it? A
it's
field watch, military watch style?
yeah, because in 1972 the government released them to the Vietnam guys,
I see.
and military themselves, and it has two versions. There's a Type A and a Type 1 and a Type 2. One of them just has the regular indices. The other one has the 24-hour on the inside of the indices going around the dial. And it's just, I mean, Benrus sells it for like $1,800. It This is the second version of it, because the first version that this watch Dives made was 14 millimeters thick, and now it's 11, because they're
Yeah, let me
using
just interrupt for a second. I can't pull it up because I have to, for some reason, I can't share other websites like I used to. I don't know why it is. I have to figure out why it's not working, but otherwise I
Anyway,
would pull it up.
just plain, just simple, but $89. 89 bucks.
So this is like your, what's that company you buy for the Rolex homage watches?
Oh, I don't buy Rolex homages.
No, that brand of watches that you,
San Martin. Yeah.
So this
San
is like
Martin.
the San Martin to Rolex. This is the whatever
Yeah,
brand
it's Watch Dives,
the
San
Benrus.
Martin, Chronos, all of them kind of they just put these little names on them. But it's the finish on it, the finishing they're saying. They used to have a ceramic bezel, which was incorrect. Now they changed it to aluminum, so I got that. It's all the whole case is bead blasted, so it's kind of a smooth, muted finish. It looks like it's titanium, but it's steel. Aha, because I hate titanium, but it looks like titanium, but it's still steel. But it's just a NATO strap kind of thing,
Interesting.
Anyway, that's the deal. I'm just excited to get something in the mail. It's always fun. And you know what they do have? They have, Tactical Frog. That's the other one. That's one of the other versions of these names. Tactical Frog has done a perfect job doing the Tudor FXD. It's incredible for $120. And it's titanium.
Right.
I mean, that
Frog.
FXD.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's called. But that FXD for $4,500. Seriously, you're fucking crazy. $4,500. It's not. No, who wants it that bad?
Exactly. Right.
It's not there. But for $120, $150, it's incredible. It's great. That's what you want to pay for it. Who cares if it's a Seiko NH35, 34? Eddie doesn't like those NH34s. He doesn't like them. He's got
Eddie
11
who?
watches.
Oh, Eddie, Chicago Eddie?
Chicago Eddie.
Oh, I don't know. I don't, yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
Anyway.
So now when you get this watch, is this going to be your everyday watch, or are you going to just wear it on occasion, or?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll probably play with some straps,
Right.
To put different, NATOs or,
do you already have an assortment of straps you can replace on your watches?
I got a couple NATOs I can change it out with. Yeah, I do. But I was never a NATO fan. I like the stretchy one. More than I do a NATO, because I don't like that hard nylon.
Right. The NATO strap actually looks pretty good as a casual watch to wear as an everyday Yeah. But the NATO watches, they all seem to have two metal I
don't like
strap
those
keepers, whatever they might be. I don't know, and they protrude from the strap, and I think those would always get caught on something, and then
the right angles come sticking way out.
Yeah, they come sticking out, and I always think that would get caught on a staircase or door or a key, or getting into an elevator or something, staircase railing.
What I do is I take a quarter and I mark it on the end and I trim it. That way I don't have that going on there. And I would remove those keepers if I can.
Ah, I see. Yeah.
Because I don't like that either. But I do like the softer ones. They're stretchy. And anyway.
Do you have any Timex? If you're talking cheap watches.
Yeah, as you know, I got the Iron Man, and now they just came out with the Japanese only Iron Man from the original. I
Uh-huh.
was reading about it, and they were saying that the Timex, the guy that designed the original Timex Iron Man, the one with the orange on it, the one Bill Clinton wore, the one everyone wore, the
I
one
don't
I
know.
wore when I was like
Yeah.
18. Anyway, the designer came out and they're re-releasing it in multiple colors. There's an all gray, there's the original orange, there's one with blue or whatever. Um, it's like $94, and they were saying that the Timex factory was what is exactly on the land where the Apple Cupertino, the big ring, that big circle building they built, their headquarters. I
Hmm.
don't know what they call it. You guys know.
I don't know.
As
Yeah.
that was the time. That's where Timex was located. That was the land that where those watches were built. So it went from Timex to Apple. Isn't that funny?
Don't you feel if someone sees you that you know wearing a Timex, that don't you feel
No,
a sense of embarrassment, being that you're a
never.
wealthy
No way. I love them.
rancher, oil
Not
man,
anymore.
kind of?
Not anymore. I'm never an oil man. And
I
no,
don't know. You know,
yeah, no, actually, I love it. Everyone,
you have an
everyone always
in-ground
knew.
pool. I mean, that's that kind of thing. You know,
Well, everyone always knew that I liked a cheap Timex as much as I liked the Platona.
right.
And I didn't, I actually liked the Timex more.
Now the Platona is it a brown bezel and a blue shade of blue dial, something like that?
Yeah, that ice blue platinum
Isn't
dial
the
with
ice blue? Wouldn't you say honestly, if nobody was listening, it's kind of an ugly color
it's
combo?
ugly. It's definitely ugly.
Yeah, it looks like shit, honestly. So why
Mm.
is it so popular on these channels? Oh, you got a Platona. You got a Platona? Whoa, I got a Platona. Whoa, I gotta get up. I
It
gotta
really
get a
is the
Platona.
dumbest thing. It's the
It's a
dumbest thing
stupid
in the
looking
world.
watch. I mean, it really is.
Well, here's why. Okay, so at the time, first of all, it was the 50th anniversary. So it's been out, I believe, since 2013 or 2011. I can't
Hmm.
remember. Anyway, it's been out for a long time, not discontinued. They made a shit ton of them. Number two, at the time, a, a Panda Daytona, or even you're going back to, wait a minute, that can't be true because of the ceramic. Wait a minute. Well, anyway, um, the Daytona itself was a $13,000 watch with that movement in it. So what you're paying is 100 grand or 80 grand, or what I think it retails for 75, 78
Hmm.
for a $13,000 watch movement. So for a $13,000 Daytona or a platinum one, you're paying all that money for platinum. It's just dumb. A real
Yeah,
watch person just knows it's dumb, and it's ugly, and
it is. It's
it's not
fucking ugly. Yeah.
it's not noticeable, and it's
You,
hard to read, and it's
you,
small.
right,
You're
right.
better
Do you
off buying
remember? You
a
remember
platinum
Archie
day date.
Luxury? Do you remember the Archie Luxury video where he reviewed the Seiko Alpinist?
Yes, I always
That was
hated
one of
that
his
watch.
classics. He was like, hate, it's fucking ugly, 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 ugly. You know, he hated it.
I've
Anyway,
always hated it too.
yeah, to me, it looks like as stupid looking as the green and gold Alpinist, you know, the Platona. You know.
Hmm.
Why
Yeah,
not just
those
buy
cathedral
a
hands.
platinum bar and put it in your safe, you know, in your bedroom and admire that instead of a
Absolutely.
stupid
It's all
watch?
hype. It's 100% hype, and it's even worse with the baguettes on it. It's even worse.
Now,
It's
baguettes
just dumb.
means stupid little diamonds on the
Yeah,
watch.
so you lose your indices, you lose your lume.
Oh,
Now
that
you
looks
really
stupid.
can't see
It's
it.
stupid. What's the point? Yeah, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. Well,
listen, when I bought it, I told you I bought it as an investment, and it worked for me.
now I
But
got a question, and this is a serious question, right? Even though it's a stupid question,
serious
it's a
question requires
serious
a
point,
serious
and
answer.
you would know because you know the watch thing. Okay, people like to buy these really expensive watches because of the movements. Patek Philippe. Oh, the movements, intricacy of the movements, the brilliance, the excellence, the hand labor to build all these parts and the it's unbelievable. The hand movements. Why buy a quartz? You buy the which tells better time more accurately. Oh, you need the movements and the intricacy and the brilliant engineering. Well, why doesn't the same thing apply to cars? Instead of buying a car today with an automatic transmission, whatever car it is, Lexus, Mercedes, Toyota, whatever, why not have that same interest or desirability for an old-fashioned hand cranked, Model T from the 1920s or 19 teens? Because now you have the actual movement, the hand crank, the gears, the excellence in the engineering. You crank it up, and it's like a hand
Can you
wound
hear me?
car.
Can you still hear
Yeah,
me?
here you find.
I know you've
Why
said
don't people
multiple.
want hand cranked cars like 1910 engineering instead of an
Well,
automatic transmission in the car?
I know you've
Isn't it
said
the
many
same
times
idea?
you don't know. I just know you've multiple. I've heard you many times say you don't know anything about cars,
I don't.
and this is just a horrible example that you just gave about that. In
Okay,
my
why is it?
opinion, I'm just not.
Yes.
Well, because it's although it's true that these watch movements and the watch technology, horology, the art of watchmaking is at its finest level now. It's still 100-year-old technology. So I see your point,
Well,
right? That's what you're saying?
200 years,
Yeah,
more than
100. Yeah,
200,
right.
more than
Well, I'm going
200
back to,
years.
I'm
Yeah.
talking comparing to the car, 100-year-old car,
Yeah. Okay.
right?
Fine. Yeah.
1903 Ford
Yeah.
Motor Company, but even 1889,
Yeah. Yeah.
1890s but this is the most advanced version. These are the most advanced versions of that old technology. So the concept of, but unless you're talking about hand wound, and that's what you're talking about, the hand
Yeah. Like a
crank.
hand wound. Yeah.
Yeah, because certainly a Ferrari engine is not equivalent to a Model
Oh,
T.
why not make a 1890s Stanley Steamer or whatever, Model T or whatever, but advance, make more sophisticated the hand cranked automobile car.
I get that. You know what? Vintage is vintage.
Make
You're
the
right.
engine with Swiss engineering. I mean the gear, the hand crank thing, up to
Oh,
Swiss Geneva Seal standards, and nobody can. Yeah, I don't know.
well, you know what you're doing? You're absolutely you're calling out the Swiss watch industry scam. It's true. What you just it's a good as much as it's a bad example, you're as
Right.
we talk it through, it's a good example. It's the Swiss watch
Well, it's the
scam.
same idea. I mean, I understand the desirability of having a modern post 1970s home washing machine and dryer compared to an 1870s hand
Oh,
machine,
can you hear this?
washing crank, washing in a tub barrel kind of thing. That makes a lot of sense. There's no reason to go back to that because the modern washing machine and dryer are truly better. Okay. But
Yep,
a quartz watch solves the problem of a mechanical watch. It makes it
100%.
affordable, totally accurate, and
Hmm.
carefree, maintenance free.
Yep, you're right. I mean, I have a
So there's
watch
no
on this.
advantage. The only advantage of the mechanical movement is for somebody who's just infatuated with the technology of watch movements. They offer no advantage beyond that, except for the
Let's
prestige.
get
Fuck
real
you in
about
your
this
face.
though. Exactly.
Look
Let's
what
get
I
real
got.
about is it really that is it really that I mean, that's what they're talking about. It's a hype created industry.
Yeah.
You know, the brand Rolex, having a Rolex, having that Submariner. I mean,
Yeah,
for
but why not
Christ's
just
sake,
buy a fancy piece of jewelry like a nice bracelet or
you're 100% right. Dude, I'm all past it.
yeah, I mean,
Trust me.
yeah.
It's just it when you get on the other side, it just seems ridiculous.
I guess if you're working at a Wall Street law firm and you're just a
No, because
poseur
hey,
asshole,
listen,
you have to have the platinum Rolex day date or whatever it is.
no, because the real wealthy people don't wear them.
Mm.
Real wealthy people don't wear that shit. They laugh. I know so many guys that are so wealthy
Hmm.
in town. I've talked to them. They're not friends of mine necessarily. They're acquaintances.
Yeah.
And they laugh. They talked about how they bought a day date, a gold presidential when they were in their 30s and they had to buy it and they got it. And they were over it by the time they were 40.
Right.
Now they wear a shitter and they love it. They just don't even, it's not even a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
There's
But
no old
you
money
say
wearing this shit.
there's a watch for everybody.
Well, this one I'm getting has a sweep second quartz. I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's a
you know,
watch for everybody. Whether if it's a SpongeBob $10 plastic watch on Amazon or some $500,000 piece of shit exclusive to Hong Kong. Yeah.
hey, well, to prove your point, um, the Swatch watch that basically not only saved but created none of these brands would be around if it wasn't for a $10 shitter watch, a
That's
quartz
interesting.
watch,
Yeah. Yeah.
because all of those brands were going bankrupt, and if it wasn't for Swatch selling as many millions of pieces as it did, during the quartz crisis,
Right.
they would have never been able to buy those businesses out of bankruptcy.
So
That would have been the
the
end of it.
revenue from cheap watches saved the Swiss industry, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it technically
Mm,
saved it then, but if you look back now and say, all these companies, the Breguets,
right.
all the Swatch brands, they were all bought out of bankruptcy.
Right. I see. Amazing.
But, Nick
Yeah.
Hayek, who did the Swatch, the second
Right.
watch or the Swiss watch.
Right.
I mean, I remember every time we would go somewhere in the summer, you'd buy a Swatch. I get like 1 or 2 or 3 of them a year. People would have them, go to school, clear. It just,
Yeah.
you didn't think anything of it, but I didn't know all that money was reviving that shit industry.
Hmm.
I
Here's
mean,
an
all of
interesting
it.
comment from Mac Lobster.
Yeah.
He says, I have a marathon quartz I wear for snow sports, and it isn't running right now. Battery is dead. My mechanical watches are running. Okay, well, that's fair. But I have a comment on
true.
that. You can bring your watch to the shopping mall and have, the kiosk guy replace it for $15, and you're good for another 3 years. With that mechanical
Change
watch,
himself.
you might get a rooted rotor, and have to ship it out to the repair center for a month and pay $500 to get it fixed. So
Yeah, I think well, here's the big question. Do you like that watch, McLobster? Do you like it? Marathon, that's a great watch. They're so
yeah,
thick
it's
and
terrific.
deep.
Yeah. Just put in
I wonder if you-
go to the guy at the kiosk. He'll open up the back, put in a new battery, and $15, you're good to go. Takes 5 minutes.
do it myself. I would never take it into a place.
Well, I mean, do it yourself. Yeah, but
He likes it. He doesn't
I
love
like
it.
it. Don't love it. Well, there you go. Yeah. Marathon's a good brand for like Victorinox. It's
He wears it for snow sports, though.
solidly built, a functional, what time is it kind of watch.
I don't know why I've never been a fan of Marathon. Nothing really, just not my style.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't dislike them. They just never.
Yeah.
I've never owned a
Some of the watch,
Speed
I've
either.
looked at that website many times, numerous times, and they're too big. The ones that I have an interest that I seem to like, they're like 43,
Thick, right? They're
44.
too thick. Oh, okay.
And they're
You're
too
talking the
thick.
big
That was
ones.
also it. They're too thick. Yeah.
They got a lot of depth to that to the crystals, like
That's right.
8 inches above the dial.
That's right. Yeah. That was it. And the Victorinox is very thin, like 10 millimeter, 11 millimeter thickness. So
What's with these brand names you keep talking about? Let's get to these new invented.
well,
brands.
these are watches for real people that work and don't break down every half a year with a rooted rotor or need a servicing and a maintenance and extra links. And, you buy a
gotta say-
Marathon, you buy a Swiss Army Victorinox, you're good to go. Even a Timex.
When I reach for that
SCO?
Timex Ironman, I always think, oh wow, the time's right. I don't even have to set it. Yeah, cool. I put it on and I go.
Probably, I don't know anything about Timex at all, really, but you buy a Timex, it's probably going to last you 20 years.
Yeah, it's funny. My mom and
And
dad,
it
when I was going
costs
through all their
less than
stuff,
$100.
they had Timex Easy Readers. My mom had these little Timexes. They just bought these Timexes. That you want to watch, you buy a Timex. It's pretty funny because some of these Timexes are getting $300, $400, $500.
Mm.
But I'll always prefer a Timex Ironman kind of sport watch over a G-Shock.
I can see an advantage for a
I
kid.
can set
who
them. They're easier to set. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can see an advantage for a kid who wants to buy their first watch, who's like 10 years old or whatever, and they're looking at the Timex, but they also see Swatch, and Swatch has much more interesting designs and varieties. And
Yeah, but the Swatch brand and stores themselves were puking, dying, going out of business. That's why they did this collab with the Moon Swatch. They had to
okay, well,
save those
go on the
stores.
Swatch website versus Timex if you're a 12-year-old kid, and you're going to pick something from the Swatch page because they look cool.
I
Compared to
don't know.
Timex.
I don't know. There's so many cool Timexes out there.
Well, maybe so. Okay.
Like similar to G-Shocks, right? If you like
Yeah,
that
right.
look.
Yeah. Question from McLobster. Do you guys collect pocket knives at all? No, I don't collect pocket knives. I have one knife, one folding knife I got as a premium for membership at the NRA. They offered you a backpack, a little cheap
Yeah, I
knife,
remember that.
or something else. I picked the knife. The year before I picked the backpack, the thing fell apart. It was absolute shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No, I don't really collect them. I have a few, but I don't really collect them. And gosh, that's
yeah.
in a whole nother world. Oh
Mhm.
man, those. I had a friend who makes them. Holy shit, crappy.
System of a Clown, $100 super chat from the Peanut Gallery. Long overdue. Thank you sincerely very much, System of a Clown, for the generous super chat of
Wow.
$100. You're in the elite circle here on the Morty's
Holy
Diner
crap.
channel. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated.
That is fantastic. System.
That goes into the Chicago Travel Fund.
Man.
Really nice. Thank you, System.
Well, I feel proud to have been talking to you.
Yeah, you know who the two guys are who know their pocket knives is Doc's Report and Aussie Expat.
Yeah, I bet you.
Aussie Expat in particular knows watches and the knives really, really well. I mean, way beyond most everybody else.
Honk.
Yeah, and the Docs has quite a good knowledge of knives, Knives, flashlights.
I didn't really know those. I mean, some of these watch guys with these Damascus blades and the way these guys make their own, it's unbelievable. That's a whole nother world. And then the guy's 92 years old, or he dies, and then when he dies, and the handles that they make,
Right. I just don't have any interest in collecting knives or buying a knife. Because I can understand buying it, admiring it, looking at it, and the story behind it, and the guy who made it, and the materials. But it doesn't interest me at all. And the thing is, what do you do with it? So.
Well, it seems like whenever I have it, I don't. Whenever it's in my pocket, I don't use it. But if it's not in my pocket, there's a day that goes, I'm like, damn, I could use that right now. I'm looking for it because I don't have it every day.
Yeah, I mean, a folding knife like that, a pocket knife, is a good addition to throw in your everyday, like, bug out bag. It would be essential, when there's an earthquake, 8.0 earthquake, and the city is crumbling. You need the knife in your bug out bag.
I got my K-bar in that bag.
K-bar, yeah, right. But for an everyday carry, I don't even see the need to carry it.
Cut an apple, open a package. Yeah, it's true. Open up the packages.
Yeah, but I have that at home. I don't carry it out with me.
K-bar Cutco.
I'm
a pretty simple in that department.
A long time ago, and I would never repeat it, but I took a Greyhound bus, Seattle to Portland. I don't know why I decided not take the train. I took the Greyhound. I thought, well, I'll try it. Okay. And I carried on my key ring, I had a Swiss Army knife, the most basic Swiss Army, like with 3 blades on it, just the basic one. And when I got there at the bus station in Seattle to get on the bus, they had a guy checking. This is when they started doing, restricting things you could carry. And he said, do you have any knife? And I said, well, yeah, I've got this Swiss Army knife on my key ring. He goes, you can't take that on the bus. I said, oh my fuck, you got to be kidding. He goes, I said, I just bought this thing a month ago. It was like $25, He said, you can't take it. I can't let you take it on the bus. So I said, well, what am I going to do with it? I can't.
Can I put it in my bag and put it under?
Threw in the trash pail. Couldn't take it with the bus. I can't mail it home. So.
Didn't let you put it in the bag and put it under the belly?
Well, you see, I shouldn't have said anything, is the thing, because there's no X-ray machine like an airport. So I thought, yeah. Angelic Slayer, hey man, great to see you. An everyday Stratocaster carry. That's 7.5 pounds on your back, but yeah, why not? Yeah. Pete Townsend used to smash those things on, and Richie Blackmore. They would smash the hell out of those things, and they would still be playable. So as a survival everyday carry in downtown Portland, you could defend yourself pretty well with an 8-pound Stratocaster, smashing people's as a self-defense item.
Yep, you could swing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's someone to. I'm with John Swatch. I prefer. I have a lot of scissors. I have scissors everywhere. All kinds of scissors.
I have 2 pairs of scissors. One by my desk, for scissor stuff,
I think I got like
And
8 or 10 pair from my parents too. I brought all them home. My brother's, you want this shit? I go, yeah, I
what are you
want
going
it
to do
all.
with all the scissors?
I just use them. They're in the drawer. Quick grab. Fiskars, you know,
Wow.
got the Fiskars brand. I cut shit all the time. Use half the
Fiskars.
time
It
I should
sounds
be using.
familiar, but I don't know why it
That's
sounds
a it's a
familiar.
good. They're really good. Half the time, what did I do? What did I do?
That's a scissor brand, Fiskars.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I know what I
Oh,
did. I did those carpet tiles, and I used I used scissors to cut them. And I destroyed the scissors. But I knew I was like, this is going to ruin these scissors, but that's okay because they're doing a great job. It's like tin snips,
mm-hmm.
you know. Sometimes they have to
Tin
be
snips. What's
disposable
that?
when you cut metal.
Oh, I don't know anything about physical work or woodworking, do it yourself. I don't know anything about that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Either do
You ever
my
see
kids.
Doc's report when he showed his garage the first time where he had his work tools
I'm
all
so
neatly
jealous. Oh,
displayed, mounted on the wall,
yeah, I should show you my
and
toolboxes.
his work
Big out in the
table, and he never uses
disaster.
them for anything, but he had the whole work area set up so incredibly precisely. And the cleanest garage I've ever seen of anybody,
That made me jealous. Yes.
spotless garage floor, not one oil stain or leaf that was blown in from outside, nothing, spotless.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. It's
Yeah,
got
it
the
was
painted
amazing.
floor and it's all done nice and the car's in
Yeah,
the
incredible.
middle.
Yeah. I wonder if his housekeeper does the garage floor as well. If she mops it up, who knows?
So my brother is 3 years
This is
older.
very, very good comment. Lunesta and scissors also don't mix. Yes, very clever.
I used to call my mother and say, "Hey, Ma, guess what? It's midnight and I'm running through the house with all the lights on and I'm holding scissors."
Wow.
She was um
This reminds me of something. Back when I lived in LA, I was at the time my best friend's home, hanging out doing stuff. He lived in Hollywood in a nice condo, and but of course it was a crime-ridden area. But it was right by Highland and Franklin, right around there. And we were in his condo, and he had to go to his garage to get something out of his car. So, and he was making fun of me for being a gun owner. He just, him and his girlfriend
why
just
do they do that? Oh, I
because
remember this
because
story. Yeah,
they're
yeah, go
they're
on.
liberal.
Yeah, get to the end of the story. This is the best part. I like
This is
this
oh, here
story.
it is. So he's leaving that. He's going to leave his car. He says, "Oh, I have to go to the car." So he goes in the kitchen and gets an 8-inch chef's knife. You know, and he goes to the door to go down the hallway. I go, "What are you doing with the knife?" And he goes, "Well, just in case there's somebody in the garage." Just I said, "You see, you're making fun of me for for having a concealed small handgun, but you're walking around with an 8-10 inch knife, chef's knife, in case you get into an attack. You gonna do hand to hand combat in a knife fight?
He's gonna be a slicer. He's gonna be a slicer
Unbelievable.
and dicer.
The liberal brain insanity is just incredible, But
Yeah.
anyway, so I don't know what the scissor talk reminded me of that. Yeah. No,
Well, I got
angelic.
it.
Docs
Oh,
does not have even a blade of grass blow into his garage before it's cleaned up. It's amazing. Yeah.
yeah.
Charlie Sheen story. I have no Charlie Sheen stories. I watched Wall Street again just recently. I like that movie. I think you know,
It was a
and
good time. That was a good time.
yeah, I'm not an Oliver Stone fan at all, but I like that movie. It worked
It's
well.
kind of like the Wolf of Wall Street. A lot of the kids all like that movie. That was our Wolf of Wall Street
Oh yeah,
movie
that was
back then.
recommended me I
There's
said I
no,
can't watch it
yeah,
because it's Leonardo DiCaprio. I can't watch it. And the
yeah.
guy said
The
you got
kids
to
like
watch
it.
it. It's a great performance. So I couldn't get more than 20 minutes into it. So I can't watch it. It's just awful.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Gordon Gekko was better.
Michael Douglas did a terrific job, and all the actors there were very, very good. Yeah, Hal Holbrook and the boss, the creepy boss, is
Yes, yes.
one look at you, and I knew you were going to be a winner. And then when he gets
Mm-hmm.
arrested at the end, one look at you, and I knew you were bad. You were trouble. Yeah,
Trouble. Yeah.
yeah,
Greed is good.
yeah.
So, so I was telling you about my brother, right? He's 3 years older. He knows how to fix shit.
Yeah.
Not as much as me. So he got to my parents before I did to clean the house out. He's going through all my. He's like, man, Dad's tools. He's got so many tools. "Oh, you want to split them? What do you want to do?" I go, I only want 2 tools. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, I don't need any more tools. I got every tool I need. I said, but I don't know if they're still there, but I want his hammer and the red level. My,
Mhm.
I remember being like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, helping my dad build shit because we built every Saturday. We were 2x4s, nails, banging stuff, and I just remember thinking, look how man, how's he swinging that hammer so hard? He's so strong, you know. And I've had probably 30 hammers in my life, but he always had this hammer. He's had all the others, but this never broke. It never disappeared. He never nothing. And he had this aluminum red level that he bought at a cheap hardware store in the 70s. And that's all I said I wanted. My brother got there and he sent me a picture of the hammer and then he sent me a picture. And he couldn't find the level. I walked right in the garage, shit everywhere. And I said, oh,
Now, what are
there's
you going to
red
do with
levels.
what are you going to do with the level?
I hung them on the wall,
Oh, that's just for that.
both of
Okay.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want them to use. I don't need.
Why would you have
But that
30 hammers? That's like Doc's has 20 flashlights. Why would you have
just because
30
you
hammers?
need them, rubber mallets, ball peens,
Oh, okay.
cutting brick hammers.
Did I
Mason,
ever tell you one time back in LA, this would have been like in the 90s. I went to a Home Depot in Hollywood. It's on the corner of Vermont and Sunset, or Vermont and Hollywood Boulevard, something like that. I don't, or Santa Monica in Vermont. I don't remember. It's a 24-hour Home Depot, and I went there to buy. I don't know what it was, but it was late at night, and there was a guy in the store. He bought us this big 6'4" guy. He looked like a character out of Mad Magazine, just total freakazoid kind of guy. And he picked up a sledgehammer, which they sold, and he slings it over his shoulder. He's walking down up and down the aisles. I thought, holy fuck, this guy's going to go on a rampage and kill people with that sledgehammer. It was terrifying.
because you didn't think he had a use for it.
Well, I guess he bought it because he needed it. But when he picked the way he looked like some demented guy who just escaped from prison at 11 o'clock at night or something. And
Oh yeah, it is late to be buying one, right?
yeah,
Who
but
goes shopping for
and he
that?
looked like somebody who would
He,
just smash heads with it or something.
he
But
probably had to be on the job at 7 in the morning. He had to
that
get
might
it
have been
done.
it. Yeah, but I got out of there as fast as I could. I don't know what I
I
was
would run
buying.
too. Yeah, yeah. Well, you get your knife out, you slice them up before he hit you with the hammer.
Fighting a guy with a 6'4" guy with a sledgehammer with a 2-inch blade. I mean, I don't know about
You
that.
get him on the forearm.
Yeah,
So
right. Well, yeah.
so getting back to how my brother doesn't know how to do anything, so he's going through all the tools. He's like, okay, I can't take the toolbox, so I'm just going to break up the tools. So we're standing in the garage and we're trying to throw everything out, filling up a dumpster, and we just can't get rid of this stuff. And he's going, he goes, I don't know what this is. I go, he's picking up the tool and he says, what's this for? And he did it like 30 times. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I don't know what this is. I go, and these are shit that's been in, like, he never really helped build stuff like I did with my dad. But he didn't, I just realized he doesn't know what anything is. He didn't know what anything, and I mean, I know you don't either, Krabby. I'm not trying, I'm just saying, I was
I used some
shocked.
when I was a teenager or a young kid. There were tools. I remember I enjoyed using a solder gun. I don't remember what it would
Yeah,
have been used for,
yeah,
but that was really fun because you
sure.
held the solder and then the gun and it melts and it makes some kind of smoke. And that was like
Yeah,
really
yeah, yeah.
cool.
Did you
And
ever have a wood burning kit?
I may have when I was a little kid. I don't know, but we had. I only used the basic wrench. I know when I was a kid, like in junior high school age, maybe in a shop class, we had a plane for planing wood, and that
Hmm.
was really fun.
Yeah, hand tools and those.
Yeah, but
But I was just
I
amazed that,
don't do any of that stuff. Yeah.
like, there was a
Let me
spark
just read
plug
this
gap
comment for a
tool.
second.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Angelic, I watched Platoon the other day and Apocalypse Now. I've never ever seen Platoon, and I'll tell you why. I can't stand Oliver Stone. The guy's an American hater, liberal lunatic, and I just don't like him. But I did like Wall Street, okay. But his other movies, I hate the music from Platoon. I hate it.
I agree with you on the music. That they just
I hate that
That
music, and I
Vietnam
feel.
era
And I
music.
never saw the film, but my impression is it's just some of his hate America, Vietnam era, hate America treatise. That's the purpose of his film, and I don't want to see it. The
It's a
actors are all
tough,
good,
yeah, yeah. But I think
and
if you watch it
I just
now,
never saw it. Yeah,
it's
which maybe is
just
a loss because maybe it's a great film. I don't know, but I hate that fucking music. Yeah, but anyway,
right. But his point is, it's kind of watching it now. It's kind of funny, I mean,
Mm.
other than not funny, but you know what I mean. It's kind of
Yeah, but
just
I like Willem Dafoe and Tom
Defoe's
Berenger,
great in
and
that.
I forgot who
Yeah,
else
that
was
was
in it,
really.
but maybe
But
I'll watch
Tropic
it.
Thunder is funny. That is a
I
good
did
one.
watch
Tropic
that. It
Thunder.
wasn't for me.
Of course it wouldn't be.
But I did watch it. Yeah,
The
I'll tell
hell's
you a
in my
movie that is
fucking pants?
fucking laugh out loud funny, and I
What?
watched it again today, and it's with the Rob Schneider. It's called Big Stan and David Carradine. It is fucking
Big
stupid.
Stan.
Big Stan. It is stupid as shit, and it's laugh out loud funny. I'm not joking. Look it up, anybody who's watching. Big Stan with Rob. What's his
Never
name?
even heard of
Rob
it.
Schneider.
Big
Yeah,
Stan.
I just found it by accident like a year ago, and I watched it because I never saw a Rob Schneider film. I couldn't believe how funny it was, but it's so stupid. It's about he gets sentenced to prison, and he's afraid everyone's going to rape him. So he
Isn't it
hires
sad
David.
Adam Sandler movie?
I never seen an Adam Sandler movie. The guy's just
Well,
sickening. Anyway, so he
he
hires a
produces it. He's
kung
the only
fu
one that
master.
hires what's his name? This Rob Schneider.
Okay,
Rob
and
Schneider's never in a movie unless Adam Sandler puts him in it.
well, he wasn't in this one, and so Rob Schneider hires a kung fu trainer, David Carradine, because he has 6 months before he has to go to prison. And he turns him into a super combat master, and the whole theme is about being raped in prison, and he can defend himself, and he changes the whole prison mentality. It's fucking funny, and I don't say that.
Maybe you know what? I think maybe I
Often.
do remember seeing some of this, but I didn't
Fucking
know the name was
stupid.
Big Stan.
Big Stan, and the movie that would be the similarly stupid but really funny was Weekend at Bernie's 2, which I remember I
Ooh,
saw in the theater. It was laugh out loud funny, but it was so stupid. And
I
Big
remember
Stan, I
too.
recommend it really. I mean, and it's on
This is
YouTube.
great because you don't really like dopey shit. That's
Yeah, but
good.
this is
Okay,
he really, it's just it's stupid, but it is really funny. Yeah.
good.
So Angelic, check it out, Big Stan, and or anybody, yeah. And make sure that the one you're watching is not edited because some of the bad language is edited out and it ruins the comedy. So you got to find the one that's the full running time. Check IMDb for the full running time, and then find it on YouTube where it's the full running time. Because if you see it without the bad language, it's not funny in this case. Talking about the prison rape and all that stuff. Fucking funny. But anyway, yes. So the hand tools, right? Do you have a workshop in your home?
No,
Right.
I just have a shitload of tools in the garage, and every time I need something, I go get it. And I can't. To answer your question about the hammers, I've lost 20 hammers in my life.
I think I bought
That's
a
a
hammer 30 years ago, and I just keep it in the drawer, if I ever
I've
need it.
lost 20 of them. I mean, shit. I think I've had 7 sawzalls, and I'm not even Uzi. I don't use them for normal. I use them to cut walls down or shit, but I've still lost them and I'm out working. I buy one. I
Mm.
don't have it, so I got to buy a new one. And that's what I'm saying.
Luther,
Like, and my dad
yeah.
used to joke. He used to say, "You steal all my tools." I said, "Hey, listen, if I have it for 3 weeks, it's mine." He'd say, "No, it's not," and then he'd come get it.
Wow.
We'd have that joke,
Yeah.
but yep, I
Luthier
got that
tools.
hammer.
Yeah. Those are really specific to the trade. Yeah. A joint planer. I don't know what it's called, but it's a wood planer or something. It's a really cool thing. It just slices up the wood one, thing at a time. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You know who must have a lot of good tools is Mike the Snake.
Oh yeah, he knows what a spark plug gap. My brother pulls out a spark plug gapper. He's like, "What's this?" I go, "It's a spark plug gapper." I think that should be enough. He goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "Well, every spark plug has to have a gap, And he's like, "What?" I go, "Don't you remember we take it out of the lawnmower? One spark plug, you turn it over. There's that
Mm.
little hook on the top, and the distance between the tip of the spark plug and that top piece. They would spark, and the spark would run between the two, and you'd set the distance."
I know
He
nothing
didn't know.
about
He didn't
this.
know what I was talking
Yeah.
about. I was like,
Yeah.
"Fucking throw it out! Throw it
Yeah.
out!"
Yeah. Gallipoli. I never saw Gallipoli. I think I saw like the first 10 minutes and then I had to leave. So I've never seen it. And everyone says it's a terrifically good film. Yeah.
Klein tool.
Pliers. I like pliers. And in fact, I remember being a kid, a really cool tool are wire cutters for like
Yeah,
cutting off the plastic around the wire.
yeah,
So you just,
strippers.
so
Yeah.
you can tie up the wire, whatever it is to a battery or a dry cell or
Oh,
whatever it
John
is.
Swatch, you have cracked me up over the years so many times. Fucking John Swatch,
Yeah,
funny
a
bastard.
wire. What's a wire cutter or splicer? Those were
Strippers,
cool.
wire strippers.
Wire strippers. Ah, very cool. Yeah. I'll check that out. Young Gibson was great. Yeah, that was a really good film with Anthony Hopkins and Mel Gibson mutinying about it. Really, really well done. Terrific. Yeah.
That's why angelic they have them in the Leatherman. You know, there's always the pliers. Or
Leatherman,
needle
yeah.
nose, but
Pliers or something they could. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, needle nose pliers or a pair of pliers would be an essential, even for me. I do have one or two. I have one pair of pliers, and they are essential. Yeah, pliers, a hammer, and and screwdriver, and what do you call the other? That other kind of screwdriver. Not it's a hex nut thing, or what are they called?
Phillips,
Not a Phillips and a regular and the other kind.
forks.
I forgot what they're called.
Or Allen wrench.
Allen wrench. Those are essential.
Okay.
Outside,
Yeah,
that's all
you
I have.
definitely need those.
Really, tool wise.
Oh, that was the other. Oh, speaking of Allen wrench, not that it just reminded me. Then my brother grabs this thing. It's a torque wrench. It's a full-size torque wrench my dad has in the case. He goes, "What's this piece of shit? Big socket." I go, "It's a torque wrench." What do you mean? You don't know what a torque wrench is? He goes,
I don't know.
What do you use it for? Fuck. I go, it's just, when you, and again, if you don't know, you don't know, that's fine. But I thought he knew this stuff. And when you find out that somebody you think knows, and you're like, holy shit, I'm shocked. Like when you change the blades on your mower, you got to torque it down to a certain amount.
I have no idea what that means.
There's a setting on the wrench, Crappy. You adjust it to like 80 pounds, and then you push it. When you hit 80 pounds, it'll click, and that means you got to the desired amount of torque that the nut should be screwed down to. You don't want to over torque it, like the ones on your car.
Yeah, you see, I don't know anything about it. I mean, I just bring it to the gas station, let that guy work on it.
Yeah. Well, after they put your wheels on, your tires, 2 days later, you should check them with the torque wrench because they're loose.
Don't know. Charlie Sheen, a very interesting guy, but and screwed up at one point, obviously. But the most memorable thing about him, or one of the, is that interview he did when he was heavily into drugs and rehab and all that. And he did some interview on ABC or somewhere, and he was like, with the tiger blood period, winning. And he talked about, and he said something like, that's how I roll. Man, I was banging 4-gram rocks at a time, of crack, And he said, that's how I roll, man. I'm not like other people, man. Winning. That was plastic shit. That was really
Charlie Sheen.
Stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what he's doing recently or whatever. But I like
I saw him in a couple interviews recently. He seems like he's in good shape.
And his dad, Martin Sheen, in Wall Street was absolutely superb. Just excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, then he was in.
And I'm not a Martin Sheen. Well, no, he was very good. Yeah.
Good actors, all good actors. Good thing Emilio escaped, and he escaped it all. John Swatch, John Swatch, I can't hear the beep. I'm too old to hear the beep. I want the physical feel. I got to feel it. I'm like Mike the Snake. I can't hear the beeps.
I understand. Yeah. Angelic, I got a modern soldering iron. It's digital with a digital temp control. Costs like $50. It's also blue and awesome, maybe. Well, yeah, the soldering gun was really cool for a little kid. I don't remember what I would have used it for, but I remember I used it on stuff, and it was really cool.
Solder wires together. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Sheen has a Netflix documentary that just dropped.
Yeah, that's what I must have seen it in. He looks good. I mean, shit. These fucking guys should be dead. Like these rockers, they should be dead. They look better than we do.
Well, you got to hand on one thing. I have to acknowledge to Charlie Sheen. He achieved the Hollywood super giant star status with the money and the fame, and he was banging as many supermodels and actresses as he could find, one after the other. So, in that regard, I acknowledge that about him. He unlike some dipshit like Ted Danson, who this is unbelievable. I mean, Charlie Sheen did it right. He banged the hottest, sexiest bikini actresses.
Did he really?
Nonstop. Wait. Porn stars, porn performers.
I thought
Ted Danson, at the height of his fame in the 80s from Cheers, where he was the biggest TV star.
Say it.
He did. He dated. He lived with, and his girlfriend was Whoopi Goldberg.
Say it to me, baby.
Making millions and millions, a cover of every magazine. You have your choice of the hottest Swiss, Swedish, Danish supermodels in the world, and he picks Whoopi Goldberg to be his sexual partner and girlfriend. That
Ugh.
is mentally ill. That's mental illness.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Okay.
Angelic, flux and shit. Yeah, you just
Flux.
get you
Yeah,
get
that's
the
right. Yeah, right. Flux.
soldering iron, you get the flux.
That's right. Well,
And
that's
it's
where
so
they
cool
came up
when
with
you
the name flux capacitor from that
it's so
50s,
cool
60s
when
era.
you're soldering a pipe and it just goes around the pipe and you grab your towel and you wipe it and it's perfect, it's
Flux.
clean.
Yeah, that's right. Most
Now
people
nobody
know it.
solders
Kids
shit.
now would
It's
not
all
know what the average 10-year-old now would never know what a soldering iron and flux was or is,
because they don't do that. They don't use that anymore.
Yeah.
Everything's PEX. Everything's
It's all just
shark
video
bite.
games and killing everybody
Well, they
on a
still have to do
computer game.
plumbing though, but it's shark bite and PEX. It just squeezes it. It's a tool that
Hmm.
squeezes all the fittings and they're perfect.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, John Swatch, he started
Oh,
banging guys. Well, that happens to people when they achieve those mega heights of celebrity. They go for banging everybody, And I was not astonished, but I was maybe astonished when it came out verified that Sammy Davis also started doing guys. And
what?
this is yes, this is documented. You can look it up and verify it from
Sammy
real
Davis
sources.
Jr. was a homo?
Well, he got into that as well as banging all the women in Hollywood, in showbiz.
Oh, just threesomes and
He
shit.
he
Yeah,
told
yeah.
his friends, like Rat Pack friends, whatever. He said, "Listen, I got the money, I got the fame, I'm living the life, and I'm going to do whatever I want to do." And he did some of that, and it's like, what
Let's
happened to
just
the
get
man?
crazy. Let's just get
And
crazy.
I can't
Threesomes,
verify.
orgies. Let's
I
fuck
can't
some
verify this.
whores.
Yeah, I can't verify this at all. But when Magic, what's the basketball player?
Johnson?
Magic Johnson. When Magic Johnson came out with AIDS, like in the
Yeah.
80s,
They all
my
scattered.
opinion, and friends of mine who I talked with who followed his career in basketball, they said when you get to that heights of $100 million celebrity, everything is yours at the snap of a finger. Snap of your fingers. You have whatever you want. The women, and at that point, you go to these parties. You're drinking and drugging, and before you know it, you're doing a guy. You're doing guys, and
Fuck.
so I think it's believable that that's how he contracted AIDS. And of
Jeez.
course, that was never discussed. But people I know who followed his career gave me that line of thinking. I said, well, yeah, I mean, it's as believable as anything else.
We're sweating copper over here. I love
Yeah.
McLobster said he did his own plumbing. John Swatch is
Wow.
sweating the pipes. We got to sweat the pipes. Crappy.
Wow.
Millennial flux. This is incredible.
What does that mean? I love shark bites. What does that mean?
Shark bite is instead of first of all, nobody uses copper anymore. Nobody's welding it. Nobody's soldering. Nobody's using anything like that. Everything all your pipes are plastic, not PVC, but it's PEX, and all the fittings are they're just squeezed together. And shark
And
bite is one
that
where
an improvement over 1950s pipes?
yes, it is
Really?
by far.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also too, I don't know how you can argue against it for so many different reasons. But shark bite is one where it's a fitting where when you push it on the plastic tubing, you can't take it off. It grabs it. There's little teeth in there, and as a shark
Amazing.
bite,
I see.
you put it on, you push it on, it's on, doesn't come off. And it's perfect.
What does this mean from Angelic? Freddie fucked himself to unalive. You mean Freddie Mercury? Maybe that's what he means. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mentioned Angelic in the 80s or 90s. I was never a fan of Queen, really, or Brian May. I mean, brilliant guy and nice enough guy, I'm sure, but I just never into the music at all, or him as a guitarist. But I saw a video of a Queen concert, probably in the 90s on MTV, and it was a big outdoor arena concert, and Freddie Mercury was on the stage wearing only a jockstrap and nothing else. I thought, what is this shit? What is this crap? What's wrong with this guy?
I don't know, man.
I don't understand that at all. But then nowadays, a year or two ago, that libtard fanatic leftist singer, what's her name? She did a New Year's Eve concert in West Hollywood. She's a big singing name. I can't remember her name. Bigger like 10 years ago.
Lady Gaga?
No, but in that level of well-known. And she came out wearing a dildo strap-on to perform in West Hollywood in front of 100% gay audience.
I don't know.
What is wrong with this woman? Well, these
Well, like you
people,
said, there's always the shock factor.
what's wrong
You
with
know,
these people?
you have to have
And
a what who are these
listen,
people?
listen to the thing exactly. You go back
What's
one
wrong with these
generation,
people?
and you have a beautiful woman, very talented, like Donna Summer. She comes out, does her performance, wears a beautiful, sexy dress. You know, she's not
And
wearing a
then one day you're
dildo.
wearing a
Yeah,
platinum
she's
day
wearing a
date,
strap on. Then, and you
and you're
go back a
fucked.
little before that, you have Ella Fitzgerald, absolute classic singer. She's not coming out wearing a strap on and metal pointed tit
That would be a
brassiere.
very long strap to get around Ella Fitzgerald.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like a
but all of a sudden now you come out and you're wearing a jock strap, and this idiot is wearing a
ah,
strap
come
on
on, Crappy,
dildo.
don't be such an old fogey.
I mean, what
You
is it
gotta
with
be
this?
into
Why
this
can't they
stuff.
just come out and what's her name? Mariah Carey comes out wearing basically just underwear, And why
Yeah.
do they and all these performers they all dress like that? And they go, what's the point? Why don't they just sing?
Well, they're show people. They're showboaters.
Yeah, but it's like Kiss. Kiss is part of this. And Alice Cooper, in terms of rock music. I mean, they're not musicians; they're just businessmen, entertainers.
Yeah, and
Marketers,
they don't
and
do
they do the
drugs.
Kiss. The whole Kiss act is exploding bombs and lasers and light shows and fire and
Did you
you
see they sold
know.
their catalog?
No, I don't. I don't follow Kiss, but in the decade before that, the band would come out and be nothing on the stage, just their gear, and they'd do the hour or two concert, and there's nothing on the stage, just their amps and drum set and gear, and you know what I mean?
See, I do know what you mean. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
explosions. It's
All of a
all,
sudden, it goes from concert performers in the '70s, just on stage with nothing, and then they had those smoke machines. That was the first
yeah.
minimal effect. That's nothing, okay. And then it goes from the minimal smoke machine thing to
I love them.
Kiss with explosions and fires and lasers, and it's just insanity. It's just stupid bullshit. You know.
I don't know. I think people like the show, and then you got to do bigger. Then you go to the
But I
next
mean,
town. It's like the
it's
same
just
boring show. You got
okay.
to
Well,
do
if you
bigger
say
and
it's just a
bigger.
show, then okay, it's just a show.
Then
But it's
Tommy
not.
Lee's upside down in his drum set.
Okay, but it's a show. It's not music. It's just a show, and that's fine. Okay. What does it mean here? What is this? Decadent dildo wearers. Absolutely right. I can't remember her name, but she was a really big singer, more so 10 or 20 years ago, but she's still a big name. I don't remember her name.
I don't know why I'm not picking up on this. I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
Probably not a fan of Marquis de Sade. You're right, right. Sold the brand. So what were you saying about Kiss? They sold everything? The
They
label?
sold their
Their
catalog.
category?
They sold
Well,
their
the catalog.
catalog. They got like 350 million, and that's it. Payday done. Legacy
Well, they're
money done.
already
Done.
100.
Yeah,
Gene Simmons is already at least $300 million.
and they're all old, and so it's a nice send off.
Right.
Instead of
Well, that makes
managing that
sense.
shit, because they were micromanagers of that brand. So this is a way
Right,
to get
right.
the money
Well,
to be
that makes
done.
sense. Sell it off, sure. Hello, Rufus. Good to see you. As Sheen put it, when you dine at the same restaurant, eventually you find the back of the menu.
You got to jelly jam that menu.
Right, right, right. Yeah. Did I tell you when I was in Vegas last year at the Rio Hotel, they have a Kiss, not museum, but a Kiss museum and a Kiss attraction inside the hotel. You can buy all kinds of Kiss stuff and
Kiss is kind of boring. It's boring. You got to do better than that. Like the next one should be fuck. Instead of
who's a
Kiss.
weird looking guy?
Just
I mean, a
Kiss.
really weird looking guy is Paul Stanley, the guitar player.
I got 1%. I got 1%.
He's a weird looking guy. I mean, he's not a musician really, but he's a weird looking guy. I'll tell you. But anyway. Angelic, do you play any Kiss songs? I have a feeling you don't. Madonna started it. Well, that's yes, she was definitely there, changing the trend from being a musician to just being a stage show performer. Correct, right? Business person, performer, right? The Smiths. I have no idea who the Smiths are. So, wow, interesting. So,
Hello? Oh,
yeah,
working?
hello. Yeah,
I was
we hear
sitting
you
here and
fine.
I started getting some static, and I looked and I was at 1%. It gave me a little
No,
static warning.
your audio is very good tonight. Yeah.
because I'm in the office. And it's
Ah,
I
right.
redid it and gave it to my wife. I redid the whole
Hmm.
office.
So
Took
you
my
mentioned you were playing drums at home, and your wife came in and looked at you strangely. Why did she look at you strangely?
I think it's hold on, let me close this door because she's sleeping. Um, I think it's because Stairway to Heaven is forever until the drums come in. I think she's just because I have like a 2,000-watt speaker that's set up in front of my drums because it's got to be loud
Hmm.
to play. And I was just playing it really. She just must have thought I was playing music really loud. And then Stairway to Heaven is what, 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes before the drums come in. And so when I started playing, she wasn't expecting that. And of course, you know how the drums come in.
Yeah, yeah. Now that I think about it, I do. Yeah.
And I just fucking laid it down. And she came in. She's like, "Holy shit!" And she's just staring at me. And I'm like, "What?" And she's just smiling. And she
You mean
likes
because
that.
you
And
were
then
playing, or because it was so loud, or
I was playing because I was playing, and she was
I
like,
see. Right.
it gets going at the end. It's pretty quick.
Right. Right. Right.
And she doesn't usually watch me play, and she was watching. And of course, I fucking nailed it, which is really, I don't always do that. Sometimes I forget where I am because I'm not reading, and I just will think there's one more, not first, but there's one more. Anyway, I just nailed it, and then another time, like the next day, she goes, "Hey, you want to play?" So she was going to ride her Peloton, which is in front of my drums.
Hmm.
She goes, "I'm going to do 90 minutes." I'm like, "Okay." So I sat.
Holy shit! Amazing.
So she's 90 minutes on the Peloton. I'm behind her, and so I put the music on through my stereo, really loud. And she's like, "This is kind of loud." So I said, "Well, you're going to have to put up with it for 90 minutes." And then I played every song that came on, like whatever it was on her playlist, I played it. And it was really screwy because like half those songs I don't fucking even like or play. Like one of them was a Rolling Stones song, and I fucking hate the Stones. I've always hated the Stones.
Right.
And I think 80% of the songs I've never played before. And I tell her, I go, I've never played that song. She's like, "Really? It was really good." But what a challenge, because I've never done that. You always play what you want to play, but to sit down and have to play the next song that comes on the say the radio. And I was like, that was really fun.
Hmm. Wow.
So
Yeah.
it was challenging too, because you're playing that. She's got all kinds of shit on there.
Hmm.
Angelic, "Come On Eileen." I mean, you know how that is.
What is "Come On, Eileen"? What's that?
It's a song from I forgot the band, but
I don't
anyway,
know.
it just speeds up and it speeds up and you gotta But the funny part is Back in Black came on, right? And
Hmm.
I've told her for years, that's the hard shit to play. The simple stuff, just playing the beat, just
Hmm.
keeping time, is the hard stuff. Like they'll show you the not that you want to hear about drums, but they'll show you guys doing all these drum solos. That's the easy part. Just keeping time is the hard part. And AC/DC, man, dude, just playing Back in Black, it's not easy. It
Hmm.
seems easy. It seems it's so easy, so simple, but it's hard.
Hmm.
And you know what, dude, John Swatch, you're 100% right. I kept looking at it from behind. I'm thinking, oh man, I am so fucking lucky.
Yeah. I mean, you got it all. Even the fake Rolex, you got it all.
I don't have any fake Rolex.
Oh, you mean you got the San Martin? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
wouldn't.
it's a
I wouldn't want
genuine San Martin. Right.
to. It's not. It doesn't even look
Oh,
like
I
a
know that
Rolex.
song. What did you call it? "Good Night, Eileen"? Is that what it?
Come on, Eileen. Just
Oh, yeah,
80s
I know
music
that
and
song.
stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hang on one
Anyway,
second? One
yeah. Oh,
second.
piss break. Piss break.
No, no, I don't need the
I
piss
got you.
break. Just one second.
I'm just kidding. Sure, sure. The Smiths sold out, McLobs? I didn't see that. So are you saying, Angelic, that Paul sold everything? I mean, he sold everything, and like Gene was pissed, or Gene sold too? That Kiss is Kiss. It's all gone. They all got paid, right? That's what I'm assuming. You make it sound like Paul didn't just sell his.
Okay, thanks. I'm back.
Sure. Dexy's Midnight Runners. That's it. That's who sings that song.
Yeah, I'll do this for Angelic. And
Would you get your guitar?
yeah, I don't play anymore. I don't know.
It's
It's a
okay.
psychological thing. I just don't pick it up anymore. It's I look at it all day, but I don't pick it up.
Sometimes you just got to pick it up.
I just
Pick it up,
so this
kid.
is not in. Oh God, completely out of tune. Let me get another one. Hold on, one second.
Tune it.
No, hang on a second, everybody. Hang on.
Get a tuner on your phone. Tuner
Yeah,
app.
I know. I don't want to do that. Hold on. 1 second.
Okay. It's exciting. Yeah, I heard that too, Angelic. Okay. I was going to say, I can't imagine one of them would sell his part out. You don't get as much money that way. You want it, you buy it all. Oh, Angelic, who's not a Bonham guy? That's the hard part, but you got to play hard. I do play hard. It's not just hitting the notes.
Sorry about that. Hold on a second.
You got to play it, man. A lot of Bonham ghost notes too. A lot of ghost notes.
Let's see if this is I can't see any of the light. I got one of my flashlights here that I got when I was inspired by Doc's report to buy quality flashlights. It's a little mini lantern.
Integrity.
And that's right, integrity, discipline,
and flashlights.
Okay, out of tune, but close enough. So this is one of the songs everybody learns in the beginning. I don't remember it at all, but so this is. I know Uzi will make fun of this.
Are you playing? Can't hear it.
Yeah, I don't remember it at all. Okay.
Oh, we really couldn't hear it. Is it what kind of mic are you using?
I can't remember it, so it doesn't matter.
Oh,
okay. Anyway, there you go.
Yep, triplets and shit. Yep. You know what's funny about that? You know that's funny about that in Stairway to Heaven, the triplets? You got to slow them down. I'm talking to Angelic too. You got to slow them down. You got to go diddle 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 dit. And I was going too fast all the time because you just think you got to go, right? But you got to. It's hard to play slower triplets. They're pretty staccato for triplets. It's fucking great.
I can't remember. Doesn't matter.
Good, Crappy. It's nice.
No, I really don't remember the song, but I mean I learned that
remember what
when I
it's
was
called?
19 or something. So
what's it called?
Yeah. Oh, well, that would be Stairway to Heaven, but I don't remember the.
Oh, because your mic wasn't getting all the notes; it was coming out and out.
I can move the mic, but I really don't remember. I'll
Sounded
move the
good.
Mic Yeah, I can't remember it.
It sounds good.
No good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no, it was good. Don't be like Billy Joel. Don't be like that.
Billy Joel. Never interested in Billy Joel. I mean, I really don't remember.
Oh, it sounded good. What?
Yeah,
No, that was really good. Do that again. Play it again. That was really.
I don't remember the song. But
you just did it. Down, 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 down.
Well, that's just the beginning of the song.
Well, yeah. Start the solo out.
Uh-huh. I don't remember.
It's really good. I can't.
It's too long ago, and I haven't played in so long. I don't remember. Anyway,
dude, that was good. You had some good. I could see your hands moving on the neck.
Yeah, I don't know why it is. I just don't.
It sounds really good. No, that sounds really good. You can tell you know how to play.
No, I really. You should have seen me a long time ago.
I believe you. I'm just saying that, but a lot of it was canceling out. The mics were coming in and out. And Angelic says mic cancellation.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me put this back. Hold on.
Okay. You would be proud, yeah. Remember when Zeppelin was the Kennedy Center
Okay,
Awards?
I'm
Remember
back.
that?
Say again?
Do you remember when Zeppelin got the Kennedy Center Awards and Obama was there? But you remember they were up in the
I saw
balcony?
some clips. I didn't see the whole show. I just saw a couple clips of that.
The girl from Jason Bonham's playing drums, and the Hart sisters are playing.
Oh
And
yeah, I
boy,
saw that. Heart. Yeah, yeah.
um, both of them fantastic. Boy, they're great. But
You got to be kidding. You
Jimmy
like
Page,
Heart? You like Heart?
I do. I do. I think she's a tremendous. She's like a flamenco player. She's an incredible
Oh,
guitar
Nancy
player.
Wilson, the guitar player, you mean,
Yeah.
or the singer?
Anyway,
Yeah, the
yeah.
singer's
So,
revolting. I hate her
yeah.
voice.
Well, yeah, I could understand you wouldn't
And
like
the
that, but
songs that they had, Magic Man, their first hit. What a stupid song. And then the
well,
song that
anyway,
came out, anyway, then the song that came out after that called The Dog and Butterfly. Stupid trash crap. And then they had
I never
another
listened to
song.
the words.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just listened
Then
to
they
the
had another
drums.
song. And I can't stand her singing voice. I don't like her personally. I mean, I've never met her. I just don't like her. That's the singer lady. The Nancy Wilson, I have no opinion about. Ann Wilson, the singer.
Yeah,
And
she's dying
and
right
they're in the
now.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
I
she's
mean, it's
dying right now. Poor woman.
unbelievable. They're nothing. But doesn't matter. Anyway,
Anyway, but Jimmy Page looked like a little kid up there, man. He was so excited, so happy.
right.
Um, Morty's Guitar Center. It's true.
Hmm. Watch Nicholas and Morty, both masters of negative self-talk. You think? I'm probably right. Yeah. Well, I hate myself.
Well,
So
that's
why
why I
not?
said you're self-loathing. That's right.
Well, I'm not self-loathing. I just filled with self-hate, but I'm not
No,
self-loathing.
that was said about you. I'm goofing about
Oh,
it
I
being said
understand. I
about
know.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, but that's what I was saying about Billy Joel. He was saying that that's how his father was. Pissed, he started playing and go, I suck. I don't know good. And then
Uh,
he actually did the same thing, and then you kind of did that. And I said, don't be like Billy Joel. And
oh, I see what you mean. Well, that's because I don't play anymore. So it just doesn't work. But uh, some years
no,
ago, no
no,
problem.
no, no. You nailed those notes. Listen, you don't just have a bad day like that. It's clear you know how to play. You
Yeah, but
knew how to play that song, and if it's
yeah,
muscle
I
memory,
did.
that's
But
pretty good.
my hands, the fingers don't work, and the hand doesn't work, and like it should. And
Tell me about it.
oh, okay, yeah, right. So
No, but I mean my bass foot. It's fucked up. I want to kick it through the wall. Like it doesn't move like I want it to. Right?
do you consider yourself a quadrupedal drummer?
Almost,
And I heard that
not
term for the first time in a
no,
Ginger
not.
Baker interview maybe 50 years ago, and he was a master of quadrupedal drumming. And what the fuck
No,
is that?
I'm
And
a
he
solid three.
mastered, like he divided his brain into four sections: right
Yeah,
hand, left leg,
I'm
right leg, all
I'm close
playing
to three.
at the same time.
I'm a solid three, but I'm not even close to a three
Yeah,
and a half. Nope.
and I guess the great drummers,
It breaks me. It
they
breaks
can
it
they can
explodes your
separate
brain.
their brain into four quadrants, and each limb is independent, plays absolutely independently, which Ginger Baker could do. And I don't know about other guys, but
Well, they can
those
play different time. Like
people at that
each.
level, I guess Buddy Rich, people at that level can do that. Yeah. But I was
That's
never,
when you
ever
got to.
interested in Buddy Rich. I mean, music
Yeah,
meant
me
nothing.
either. Never. You and I agree there. Hey, look at what John Swatch says. I suck. I suck. Start ripping chords.
Hmm. I can't. Someone asked me before what's my favorite Zeppelin album. I can't pick an album because I don't remember the songs on each album. But
Yeah,
I
me
could
either.
easily, if I looked at all the songs, because I have all the albums, or just look it up on YouTube, Wikipedia. If I looked at all the songs, I could easily come up with 12 songs that would be my top favorites.
I can tell you the ones my favorites. The ones I can play.
Mhm.
that's that's not easy.
I mean, I like Black Dog, T for One, which is very similar to Since I've Been Loving You. They're very similar songs. Whole Lot of Love was probably one of the biggest songs that
Dun,
year
dun,
ever on the radio. Unbelievable.
dun, dun,
Stairway to Heaven, of course. Their last, I'm Gonna Crawl is one of their songs. I forgot the name of the album. What's the one on In My Time of Dying? Um, I mean, lots of great songs. I can't remember which album is which song. Now, this is interesting. Stevie Ray Vaughan used super glue on his fingers. For what reason? To do what? What would that be for?
Probably for the calluses, too, so he didn't rip his, because
Ah,
probably he tore up his fingers, and it was like a separate skin, so his fingers didn't get torn up. Am I wrong there, Angelic?
well, when you have the calluses, I guess they could
No, but
fall off or
but
cut off.
but just from the way he played his high strings, I'm
Oh,
imagining he could cut his fingers up pretty badly
ah,
over time.
super glue. Wow.
It's like a separate skin, you got a little, and then not only that, but it's like plastic, so you can slide a little better, even if you get
Well, yeah,
sweaty.
but the calluses get so hard after playing a lot that they don't really get cut anymore. But he used 13s gauge strings. Really, he would have had to have toned tuned down a step or a half step, obviously.
I think
But
it's for speed too, though, because you get sweaty, your hands are damp, and the strings, and it's like that plastic coating on your fingers lets you move a lot faster for the
really,
slide.
yeah, I mean, Stevie Ray Vaughan deserves all the acclaim he gets, but I've got to say, I'm not one of his top fans. And to me, like when I saw Robin Trower again, like a few days ago here in Portland, Robin Trower to me is way above Stevie Ray Vaughan in terms of being an interesting and great player. But what can I tell you?
And I hate comparing the musicians because
Well,
everybody's
that's
got
correct.
such tremendous art.
Correct. Correct. I
You just
had extremely large calluses when I was in my prime days of playing bass. Right. The super
crazy, huh?
glue acts as a wear layer. Wow, I've never heard that. But toned down a half step. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to if you're playing 13.
I kind of like when I get super glue on my fingers and I'm doing some shit, and then like for the rest of that day, I want to peel it off, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Just gives you like a little
Hold on. You
plastic
mean you used to
coating.
play with super glue as a kid?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying when I do something around the house and I get super glue on my hands, I get kind of annoyed because I'm like, I got it on my
Oh, I see.
hands. But
Yeah, right, right, right,
like 3 hours later, I'm like, this is cool because I don't feel I got
right.
like a little bit of a cushion.
Ah, I see. Super glue is often used to seal cuts in the field.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay, yeah.
I told you I got in a
Angelic,
fight with my
angelic
brother.
buys super glue in quart quantity containers. I mean, in the gallon bowls,
Yeah,
gallon
not the
jug.
gel either. You can't get the gel. You got to get the liquid. So it immediately just spreads all over your finger right away. The whole finger.
Really,
The,
I used to
the,
work in kitchens, and we used super glue for cuts to get right back in line. Wow, unbelievable!
yeah. That's pretty much what doctors use now too, if they can close it. Like my neighbor, the doctor, and when
Really.
the kids get cut, he'll just say, "Get him over here," and it's a super glue
Well, how do you
thing.
remove the super glue after the cut?
It just comes off. It wears off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can thin it down and you get the liquid. I see. Baby.
Even when I would get like hernia surgery or gallbladder out, they just put it's like a plasticized shit over the hole,
Hmm.
and it stays there for like 2 weeks, and it comes off.
Amazing. I've never played with super glue, so
Well,
I was more into the soldering gun and the flux. So yeah.
so I got to tell you the story about me getting in a fight with my brother. Angelica will like it. The guys will like
Mm.
it. So, we're just brothers, right? We're old now. He's 61. I'm 58. And we're down there, and it's like you're 10, 12 years old again. Well, he was pissing me the fuck off, man. I was here we are stuck in this house doing this shit we don't want to be doing, cleaning our parents' house. You're throwing out all your childhood memories. You just can't keep it all. Everyone's been through it. But he goes into this rage. He gets annoyed. Stupid fucking Tim Cook's a fucking ass and built these fucking phones. He fucked Apple up. Fuck that
Mm.
fucking Tim Cook fucking motherfucker. Screaming and yelling. He gets really,
Mm.
and I got annoyed. So I leave. I go, man, dude, I'm going to run to Walmart. You want me to go with you? No, I'm going to go. So I leave for 2 hours. I come back. The minute I get back, he starts going off. Fucking screaming. Then I went to put something in the cabinet, and on the top shelf of the cabinet, I put a can of fruit or something up there. The shelf's broken. It falls out and lands on a bunch of glassware that's on the countertop. Shatters everything. He comes in, what the fuck? Are you screaming? I go, dude, you better back the fuck off. I'm gonna rip your fucking head off. And he's like, "Oh, well, you stupid fucking idiot. Well, you didn't know." I go, well, how would I know the shelf's broken? You fucking broke it? Well, I was fixing it. I go, well, when did you fucking fix it? You didn't fix it. We're going on back and forth. I go, dude, you better shut the fuck up right now. I'm going to punch you right in the face. And I swear to God, I'm going to knock your head right off your shoulders. Well, he kept talking. And I already walked out of the kitchen. He's screaming at me from the kitchen. I went in there and I fucking punched him right in the face. And I knocked. Meanwhile, we got the funeral in 2 days.
Mhm.
I hit him in the face. He comes at me. He gets me in a headlock, slams my face, my whole face on the counter. I cut my chin on the counter. I got my whole cheek is bruised. I land on the ground. There's glass everywhere. There's blood everywhere. His wife's like, "Oh my God, I gotta call the police, 911." And we're fighting. He's like, "What? What?
Did
Mom
you
and
pick up
Dad
a
say?"
did you pick up a 38 caliber revolver and point it at his forehead?
No, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, because I'm traveling. We are fighting. It's so funny. We get up, we start laughing. I'm bleeding. I go, "You now look, I'm fucking cut." He goes, "Yeah, my fucking nose is broken." And his wife does.
He broke his
She's
nose?
well. He kept saying he said it was, but
Oh, right.
I punched him in the jaw. Anyway,
Unbelievable.
so I'm like, I gotta go get fucking stitches right now. God damn it! It's 11 o'clock. Everything's closed. I'm not going to the hospital. So I went into CVS with a towel on my chin, and I'm looking for. Speaking of super glue, right? I'm looking for something to close. It's deep, dude. It's a deep cut.
Unbelievable. Well, you could have gone to the ER.
I didn't want to go. I just didn't want to. I'm
Right.
cheap. I knew it was such a clean cut and it was deep. But if I could just close it. Meanwhile, I'm on blood thinner, so I go and I'm
Oh,
standing in
jeez.
CVS and I can't find the fucking steri strips. I can't find them. To close those.
Yeah.
And then finally, I found these really long tape closures for wounds, and the ones they put on when you get stitches, they stitch you and then they pull those white strips over there.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
so I bought a box of those. I go to the self checkout because I've literally got a towel on my chin. It's full of blood. I drive back to the house. He goes, "I thought you were going to the hospital." I go, "Uh, I'll close it." So I'm in there and it's just shooting out of my chin. Finally, I closed it up and it's perfect. Like a perfect little
Amazing.
scar. So I go to the funeral. I got my chin all taped up. And his wife's like, "What is wrong with you two?" I go, he's like, "What are you talking about? We're just brothers. We fight."
This sounds like an episode of Dallas with Larry Hagman and his brother. Yeah.
Dude, we
Wow.
broke everything. Shit's breaking, glass everywhere. It was great. And I don't know what he did. He ended up landing on me. He weighs like 270. Fuck, my knees, I torqued something to my knee.
Cat fight. Wah, wah. Yeah.
Oh, man, it was great. I'm just surprised there wasn't more blood or more broken shit.
It's amazing that a man who has an beautiful indoor pool would pinch pennies and not go to the emergency room to get it properly stitched up.
Well, we just switched insurance, and we hadn't hit the deductible. We were just in the deductible. We were long into the deductible in the last one, and I didn't want to. And I knew I could stitch it up. I've stitched myself up before.
Okay, all right.
So,
Yeah.
what was I going to
I mean,
say?
in-ground pool, not indoor. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's.
Because if
But
you were one of those types of guys with an above-ground pool, I wouldn't expect you to go to the ER, for the money. But
Well, in Florida, it's bullshit. All these, I would go to a what you call it first, but then I knew I could close it. It was a nice clean cut. I knew as long as
right,
I could get
okay,
it to close.
yeah.
But then the next day he says, "Well, we should talk about yesterday." I go, "Why?" He goes, "You want to talk about it?" I said, "No." He goes, "Well, I'm really sorry I snapped at you." I go, "Dude, you got to get that rage under control. It's annoying. Your wife doesn't like it, and I'm sick of it. Okay." He's like, "Well, have you noticed I haven't done it since then?" I go, "Yeah, I did." He goes, "Well, I'm really sorry." I go, "Okay." He says, "You want to apologize?" I go, "Yeah. The only thing I want to apologize for is I didn't hit you in the face harder."
Wow.
he, he starts laughing.
When you were like 10-year-old kids, were you fighting and beating each other up
All
then?
the time, dude. We'd throw
Wow.
each other through the freaking wall. If you throw your brother into the wall between the studs, the drywall's weak and boom, it just collapses.
Wow.
We
John
broke
Swatch, you ever spend time you mean Newport Beach, California? That would be yes. Do you mean Newport, Rhode Island? No, never been there.
Who's saying that?
It's Newport, Rhode Island, isn't it?
I don't know if he means that or. I
Yeah,
mean,
if you mean
I
Rhode
have.
Island, I've never been to Newport. Newport Beach many times. Yeah. Oh,
Newport,
Newport,
Rhode Island.
Oregon.
Yes.
No, I've never been to Newport, Oregon.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to look
'Cause
on a map to remember where it is. Yeah.
I lived in Rhode Island for 15. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
My mom used to be like, God damn it, I can't have anything nice. You break all my shit, everything, son of a bitch.
Wow.
It was great. My mom was great. She'd get into the fight with us. We used to do knee drops on each other like the wrestlers, jump up in the air and land right on the guy.
Holy shit.
The problem is I weigh 200 and my brother's 270. That
Right, right,
sucked.
right.
That was the first time I felt it. Like I couldn't muscle him. Big
Yeah.
slob, fat fuck.
Yeah, Newport, Oregon must be around like Lincoln or one of those towns in the central or southern Oregon coast. I'm not familiar with where it is. Newport, Rhode Island is a ultra expensive,
It's brutal.
really
Been there so many times. I
expensive old money area. Yeah.
Yes,
South of
not
Lincoln's pretty
anymore,
good.
dude. You
Well, I
say
mean,
that, but
150 years ago, 100 years ago.
oh yeah.
In the Great Gatsby days. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. I lived there for 15 years in Rhode Island, and of course went to so many parties in Newport.
Yeah.
Clark Cookhouse. That's where that. Did you see that? Remember the? But I'm a DA, or I'm an age. What did she say? Remember the drunk lawyer that got? She kept saying. She worked in the district attorney's office, and the cop slams the door on her.
No, I
She's
don't know.
yelling. Oh, you didn't see that? Okay.
Oh, I've
That
seen
was-
lots.
that was-
There's lots of police body cam videos where they pull somebody over in the car who turns out to be an assistant district attorney or
Yes.
police officer in a neighboring county,
Yes.
or a judge, and the person flashes their badge and instantly is arrogant and insults the cop who pulled them over, and they're flashing their badge on authority, and these people deserve to be, thrown in jail.
That's where it was. That's where she
Yeah.
was. Rufus.
And
Clark
anybody who
Cookhouse.
says I'm with the DA's office and flashes a badge, I would cook up extra charges to throw him in jail that night.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
Banisters for sure.
right.
That's actually where my friend had a Stanley Cup party in the water there. That was fun.
Banisters. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it was that nice. I forgot what it's called. I don't remember the names of anything anymore. Look at Pete Klein. Can't believe it. You were going to cut it off at 11. What?
Yeah,
10:30
I
your
had
time?
to call somebody at 9:30, but I just decided keep going.
You said,
So I
fuck
texted
it.
them and said, "Sorry, I can't call," and
No,
which was
I'm
probably
sorry.
a mistake, but maybe not.
I'm
And,
sorry. Hey, was
yeah.
that before or after the $100 super chat?
No, I don't. That was before. Yeah, and
So good
yeah,
thing.
3 hours and 40 minutes so far. Still going.
Really?
No, haven't had a super chat in over an hour, maybe
Black Pearl. Yep.
10:05. Yeah, an hour ago, last super chat.
Man, System of a Clown with the $100 super chat. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Not only did he save the night, he saved the channel.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah.
Well, hey, fun is fun, but I'm running out of boring old man stories. This park bench is, the show needs guests. No, it doesn't. The show needs.
Angelic Slayer, $5 Australian. Thanks, Angelic. Thank you very much.
Oh
Appreciate
man,
that.
how fun is that, Angelic?
Fantastic.
So
Can't
do
get
you
better
still
than
have-
that. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I love Angelic. So Angelic, is your channel, is it mothballed?
Does he
Is it
still
on
do shows
hold?
on his channel, or?
I don't know, because the
don't
problem
know.
is when he would run, it would always when we're sleeping. At least for me.
Yeah.
I know you'd like that me and my brother fighting story.
Oh, it's a hell of a
He's-
story.
He's still Angelic, because he's still bitching about his ribs are hurting. I don't know why. He's like, oh my, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep last night.
I was
His
waiting
life
for when you were fighting as kids. I was waiting for you to say, your mom would say, "No, not that teapot. Don't throw it." But yeah.
She used to throw things at us. One time, my mother, I told you, she threw a fork at me when I had a friend sleeping over, and it landed at breakfast. She whipped a fork at me for like 20 feet away, and it landed in my friend's hand, in his knuckles. Stuck in his hand.
Unbelievable. Wow, she's a hell of a shot. Yeah.
She was good. She used to throw. One time she threw this, I don't know what it was. It was like plastic bust or some bullshit she had. She whipped it at me and I moved and it hit the fridge and dented the fridge.
Unbelievable. Was Gatsby the 20s equivalent of today's crypto bro? I have no idea what that means, crypto bro. So
I'm trying to find that. Where is it? Gatsby the 20s. Oh,
watch Nicholas would probably know what that means. I don't know
no,
what crypto bro means.
No, you were talking about Newport, Rhode Island, back in the Great Gatsby days.
Yeah, you're right.
The money. He's saying now that we have
right, I get
Bitcoin billionaires now.
Exactly, right, exactly. You know, there's a movie of The Great Gatsby with Bruce Stern and Robert Redford, I think. And it's a very kind of peculiar film, but I really enjoyed it. I would watch it again. I mean, it's not compelling or fantastic, but I really enjoyed it. I should look it up again. Yeah.
Hey, do you want me to do my best Goldberg super chat?
No, don't do that.
Well, you got a super chat.
Yeah, but please don't do that. Yeah.
All right, I won't. Sorry.
P. Clan, $2 Australian. Thank you, P. Clan. Thank you very much. Great stint and top-notch content as always. Wow, that's nice. Thank you, P. Clan.
Yeah, man.
That's great.
That's awesome. P. Clan. Oh, man. Well, now I got a permanent scar on my chin. Everyone has a scar on their chin. I got one from jet skiing when I was a teenager, and I got one here now from fighting with my brother 2 days before my dad's funeral.
Wow. Angelic, what's your favorite Robert Redford film? Wow, great question.
You know, I'm going to give you I like Sneakers. That was a great movie.
Was that with Deborah Winger?
No.
I don't know. I never saw that. I really liked the Watergate movie. What was that called? With Dustin Hoffman and Jason Robards. The President, All the President's Men.
All the President's Men, yeah.
Terrific film. Terrific. Yeah.
There's so many good ones.
Butch Cassidy.
How about the one
was really, really fun film.
He had so many periods of his acting career. Like, remember when he did that movie with Demi Moore, where he paid them whatever $100,000?
Oh yeah, $1 million to sleep with him for one night.
Yeah, remember that? But that was when he was like
unwatchable
cool.
Crap.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about Redford at that time. Right? He was older, but he was cool. I mean, he looked good till he was like 82.
Hey, yeah. No, Demi Moore, I'm not going to watch that. Besides, why would anybody pay Demi Moore if they wanted to have a one-night sex experience with a woman? Why pick Demi Moore? So many beautiful women who are stunning. And
it's a movie. Okay?
And he wants Demi Moore? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's like he wants Whoopi Goldberg, you know? But
I don't think he really wanted her. I think he was looking for
Angelic,
power.
a really great movie. I really enjoy this movie a lot. It's Robert Redford and George Segal. And it's around 1970. I'm sure it's on YouTube. It's called The Hot Rock. And they break into a museum to steal a giant diamond. And it's all about the escapades of planning it and then losing it and getting it back. It's a comedy, but it's a suspense, but it's an action. It's a terrific family entertainment film, The Hot Rock, with Robert Redford and George Segal. And 3 Days of the Condor. I really like that movie. That movie has one of the stupidest plot lines that is so non-believable. I like the movie, but the scene where he meets Faye Dunaway in a dress shop, and he pulls out the gun to take her in the car to get out of town because they're after him. And next thing you know, he's living in Faye Dunaway's apartment. Next thing you know, they're lovers. Then the next thing you know, she's helping him to try and beat the CIA. And she walks into the CIA building in New York and meets Cliff Robertson in his office trying to do some snooping around. That is beyond unbelievable. Do you know what I'm talking about? It just doesn't make any sense. But
you're an evaluator of storylines.
But I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I understand where he holds a gun at the woman because he has to get out of town because
they only have so much time for these movies, you know.
No. I understand that part. That makes sense. He meets a woman with the car and he pulls out the gun and says, "Get me out of town. You got to go." He goes, "Don't worry, but you got to go. We got to go."
I mean, Robert Redford, he can win anybody over.
Yeah, and then he goes to her apartment to hide out. I can see that. But the next thing you know, they're making out. They're lovers, and then she's helping him fight. You know, go against the CIA. That's just Max von Sydow was outstanding in that film as the assassin.
But it's a great point with Rufus with his directorial stuff, right? What do you say, a Robert Redford movie? You mean he's acting or directing? And
yeah, I'd have to look at the list of the films he directed, but
did a great.
I would, yeah.
It's amazing
But
that the
offhand, I
guy
would say 3
died.
Days of the Condor, The Hot Rock, and All the President's Men.
I was joking when I said sneakers because I just saw that the other day. I was laughing. I was like, Robert Redford was in that. But it's just crazy that, I mean, he had to have 100 movies, right? It's just like his career. He dies. It kind of dies in nothing, right? I always thought 10 years ago when this guy's a legend, man. And then I don't know.
A lot of his movies I never saw, but a lot of them I really did. I did see a lot of them, and those three I would pick out just at this moment as 3 favorites. Yeah.
Life's good until it's not.
River Runs Through It. I never saw that. Out of Africa, I never saw that either.
He directed Brad. He did well with Brad Pitt.
Okay. Spy Game, I don't know at all. Yeah.
I mean, think of all the songs that they talk about him in there. He was the guy for years. Then, isn't Clint Eastwood 100 or 99?
He's in his 90s. Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable.
He's turning 100.
I don't know, but incredible. Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke still with the dancing.
I think he just turned 100. Yeah, or 99 or 100. Unbelievable. I saw an interview with him. He just quick interview, like a paparazzi interview, and the usual question, what's it like being 99? And his answer was something like, if I knew I was going to be around this long, I would have eaten more Haagen-Dazs. Because I eat it every day, or something like that.
Versus Mickey Mantle saying, if I knew I was going to live this long, I'd have taken better care of myself.
Out
of Africa was really good.
Never saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I said life is good until it's not. Look at Bruce Willis, John Schwartz says.
Right.
And of course, Charlie Kirk. Boom. Done.
Yeah, incredible. Robert Redford was in a Twilight Zone episode, like 1962 or something like that. A really famous episode where he plays Death. And he comes to visit an old woman, very young.
No kidding.
Redford. I'm sure you can find it easily if you just Google Robert Redford Twilight Zone.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a handsome young guy visiting this old lady, and finally she realizes he's Death coming because it's her time, and he's there to take her. And,
I don't know if you noticed it, but I just said, oh, yeah, like Mike the Snake.
I didn't catch that, yeah.
Tribute to Mike the Snake. Did you have a Pantera? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, when you did your impression, when you changed your voice for that moment of your brother saying something, you sounded exactly or just like the Wizard when you did your brother's voice.
Oh, the Wizard? Yeah. Oh.
Because you do a good Wizard impression.
The deaf, I do hearing impaired Wizard. Deaf Wizard.
Because whatever you had your brother say in that little story, it sounded like the Wizard impression.
It's crazy.
Meet Joe Black. I never saw Meet Joe Black. I have nothing against Brad Pitt. I think he's fine. I just never saw a lot of his films. Maybe 3 or 4 I've seen. But he's not objectionable to me at all. Not like Matt Damon type.
Oh, Brad Pitt's fucking incredible, dude.
George Clooney. Those guys are separate to me. Yeah.
Imagine living. Well, yeah, but imagine being the life that's. Jeez, what
amazing. Yeah.
What a guy. He's walking around in $3,000 sweaters. He's in with the brand. Wizard got away with it. He really did. He did. I can't do the Joe Black thing, man, because I don't like that evil shit. I don't like that devil shit. Can't do it. I can't. Sorry, Angelic, but it looked like a good movie. My wife liked it.
Yeah, I don't even know the storyline. That was with Anthony Hopkins, right? And Brad Pitt. I never saw that. I never saw Fight Club. I was just never interested in Brad Pitt at that time, but he's good. Yeah, I have no objections.
I went and saw that F1 shit. 63-year-old race car driver.
Hmm.
Mike's an interesting guy. He's a former racing car driver.
Mm. Yeah, right. Angelic. I just asked. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he plays the devil and death. He doesn't just
Hmm.
play death.
Well, in the Twilight Zone episode, he's a very handsome, guy with a very nice attitude, and he comes to take the old lady because it's her time to go. And instead of being a terrifying looking, horrible
Right.
image of death, he looks so handsome and gentle, and to assure her that no, it's fine, and she finally realizes it won't be that bad.
So many of those Twilight Zone episodes were just flip the script on you.
Oh, just brilliant, absolutely timeless. Yeah.
I always reference the one where the guy's gambling. He's like goes down into a casino
Oh,
and
brilliant.
the
Franklin,
card game,
Franklin,
and
Franklin.
he just
The
wins. He
machine
can't
starts,
he
the slot machine starts talking to him. Franklin. It's all in his head.
and he just
Franklin.
keeps winning, right? He
He
can't
keeps winning and
lose.
winning, and then he falls out the window at the end or something.
He
Yeah.
thinks he's in heaven, but he's in hell.
The one where he's addicted to he wins a trip to Las Vegas with his wife, and he's totally anti-gambling, and he tries it one time and he becomes an addict. He can't stop. And then
I don't know if that was the one.
he thinks the machine's chasing him into the bedroom, and he falls out the window.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, different one.
Maybe it was. This was like he goes, this is great. He's having the best day of my life. I'm winning like crazy. And then he just keeps winning. And it's like Tom Brady, he just never loses, right? It's like,
I don't recall that one. Okay, yeah.
and then he
Imagine
realizes he goes, I must be in heaven. And he realizes
Wow.
he's not. It's the opposite.
Wow, okay.
Legends of the
Imagine
Fall. These are
being
great.
fit, then adopting 13 kids and beating up Angelina on a private jet. Yeah, I don't know any of that story with him and Angelina and the National Enquirer stuff. I never paid attention to any of that. It's like when Steven Seagal, who's an absolute dipshit, when Steven Seagal married Kelly LeBrock, okay?
Yeah.
And then all these stories, National Enquirer stories came out about he's an abusive fuck. And then she divorced him or whatever. How can you get somebody like Kelly LeBrock and then fuck it up? You must be an unbelievable fucking douchebag, which of course he is.
Come on, man. Dude, I saw an interview with Angelina Jolie the other day talking about, I've lived outside of the U.S. and she can't put a sentence together. She's annoying
Well,
as fuck.
I don't know about her nowadays, but yeah.
All I'm saying is I don't think he wanted to adopt 13 kids.
Mm-hmm.
I think he went along. He finally just said enough. I think he's doing pretty well since he got away from her.
Sure.
And he's sober.
Yeah.
She's the
Legends
screwball.
of the Fall with Anthony Hopkins. Okay, yeah, I never saw that either. Yeah.
All right, Angelic, are you actually looking this shit up, or are you remembering all these? Because if you know all these cold, that's pretty damn good.
He might know all these movies. If he follows Brad Pitt, he would. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, even with the Robert Redford, he knew him.
Mm-hmm. Well, he knows his stuff. Yeah.
He does. Yep. Where's that fucking narc?
Does he do shows anymore? I don't know if he's retired or if he's still popping on people's shows. I don't know.
Well, he took some time off. I don't know. I haven't seen him at all, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, ever since the Watch Nicholas, I'm not going to get into this, ever since the Watch Nicholas incident, a month and a half, 2 months ago, whatever it's been, I've just not been following what's going on, except for, like I said, 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there. So I don't know the stories of
I think stuff. He goes on the Archie morning show, when we're sleeping.
Oh, the Overnight Lux show?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he pops in on that.
Right. Wow. I did hear a clip. Angelic, tell me if I'm imagining this or I heard it wrong, but when I was watching one of the shows, I don't remember which channel, I heard a clip, or it was live, or it was a clip of Narc, in fact. And I think he was arguing or screaming at Angelic, and he called you a Jewish bitch. Said, "Shut up, you Jewish bitch." Is that true, Angelic? Because
that was just revealed.
It was something like that. I heard that like 2 days ago. It was something like that. In fact, I clipped it. because I wanted to play it back later and say, did I just hear that? Yeah. I'm sure what I just said is going to get, mentioned tomorrow, but I heard something like that. He was screaming at Angelic, and I don't know.
I think they're good friends.
I don't know. Maybe so. Yeah, but
Oh man, we missed some good shit. Uzi brought a racist black communist into.
yeah, I've seen a little of that. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, Rufus,
Narc was
when
on
he
the
goes
Archie
on Archie,
show. Yeah.
does he do a drive-by or is he on for like, long time as a panelist?
I don't know. Yeah. Only 7 people watching. That's amazing, huh? Such quality content. And 7 people. There must be heavy competition right now. Let me take a look, see if anybody else is on.
So if I seen The Exorcist, I did see The Exorcist. That was before I warded off those movies. And that's kind of...
I saw that, yeah. I saw that in Washington, D.C. and visited the area in Georgetown when they made the movie, and scared the shit out of me. It was really unbelievable. Watch Nicholas Channel's on. And then Jax is starting a show. When is that? Oh, shit, got to turn that off.
Angelic says I tick all the boxes.
Right. Exorcist was unbelievable.
Yeah, I even heard the Ukrainian part. That was good.
What Ukrainian part?
Angelic says he's Ukrainian as well.
Oh, I see. Did you see that story? You must have, of that beautiful Ukrainian girl who was stabbed to death in North Carolina by some scumbag maniac. Absolutely beautiful young girl, and
it comes
all the way from war-torn Ukraine to try life in America, and
working at the pizza shop,
gets job at the pizza place, and is taking the train home or the bus home, and
so it showed her sitting there just kind of crying. Is that after the attack? Did she just bleed out or something there?
I never saw the full footage. They freeze the frame.
Yeah, but then it showed her sitting there. There was a little bit of blood,
I never saw. I just saw a picture of her all hunched, crunched up in a with a look of absolute fear and astonishment on her face, and that's all I've ever seen. Nothing beyond that. And you know what's also amazing about that clip, where they have the clip on the train camera, where they show him walking off the train, going, "Yeah, I got that white girl." Which is...
I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah. You can hear the guy say it as he walks off the train. Yeah, I got that white girl. The other people on the train are just sitting there.
They're in shock, dude. They don't know
they're just sitting there looking at their phone or,
Listen, dude. Here's the thing. There are so many people that freeze. Like, they're frozen by fear. I'm the opposite. I move.
Oh, I can tell you what I would have done. There's no question about it,
But I don't mean heroically or anything.
Yeah.
I don't freeze. That's what makes the ADHD. That's when I'm in my zone.
Right.
But I'm just saying I do the opposite. I move, probably mistakenly. I'll do the wrong thing sometimes, but I'm just saying I don't ever freeze with fear.
It's like when the planes were hijacked. Some people do.
A lot of people do.
On 9/11, when the planes were hijacked, and the guy, all they had was box cutters. And the one that actually crashed in Pennsylvania, where the guys said, let's roll. That story, and they run up and they charge the guy. What would hold anybody? The guy's only got a box cutter. I would certainly, I know this is going to get, did you hear Morty? But, just run against the guy and take him down. So he's got a box cutter. You can block that.
But they did it quietly. They sliced a few throats quietly.
Yes.
For the flight attendants.
Yeah, but when the guy was up there holding down everybody in the cabin, and those guys got together and said, "Let's do it, let's roll." You grab something to cover your arm and you go for the guy because you're going to die anyway. So get him.
They were already in the cockpit before anybody really knew.
Yeah,
the door closed.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah.
And they saw the flight attendants, but you're right. I mean,
the plane's going to go down, so. Do it. Now I know I wasn't there, but I know I would take action. Like the Long Island Railroad shooter, which was an unbelievable case, 10, 20 years ago. People are on the train. The guy's a lunatic nut job. It's not shooting people on the train. on the Long Island Railroad. And then this is one of these guys who defended himself in court. That's all on YouTube. The court trial of him representing himself. Unbelievable. And people
Good
just
point.
sit there. Well, you're going to
Rufus-
die anyway, so charge the guy and try and take him down. Just
Rufus
because you
makes
get
a good
shot
point,
doesn't mean you're going
Krabby.
to die, you know?
But I'm too afraid to watch Joe Black because it's the devil.
If you just stay in your seat, you're going to get shot, you know? So charge the guy and try and at least take him down, you know?
That's great.
You know. But you're too afraid to watch Meet Joe Black because you think, right.
It's just funny because we've had so many things go crazy, and it's like
Mhm.
my younger son, he's ADHD, dude. He's clueless, but when shit goes down, he's
Mhm.
on, man.
Mm.
In a crisis, clear thinking.
Mhm.
Thank God my wife's seen that in me.
Well, you know,
times.
to quote original OC, there are winners and there are losers, and that's what it's all about, fuckers. You know,
Dude, I can agree with him more. I agree with OC. I had to say it out loud. I agreed with
Jesus.
OC once.
Yeah, but he's talking about Rolex.
I don't know. I just heard the clip.
I
on
would
Doc's
say
report.
regarding the Rolex thing, there are people with common sense and there are dumb fucks.
Yeah, but Doc's is in the news business. He wouldn't give us an altered clip.
Yeah, I
clipped
understand.
clip.
Right, I get it. Yeah. There are people with in-ground pools and there are people with above-ground pools, you know? And
You want okay? You call me a penny pincher? I'll give you a penny pincher. You know what I did? I opened the app on my phone for the pool. I went into the timer schedule.
What do you mean, app
And
for
I-
the pool?
So the pool filter, you know?
The pool filter has an app? Unbelievable.
Yeah, I can turn the pool on, and like if I'm away, we're gonna come home and get in the
Oh, I
spa.
see.
I
Okay.
gotta turn it on.
Amazing.
So it's there's programs like it goes 8 in the morning till 5 p.m. whatever it is. Well, I've been cutting the time on it, trying to save on electricity because I'm a cheap fuck.
Mhm.
Then the other day I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a day off. So I turned it off on Tuesdays. That's what I did, Crappy. I turned it off on Tuesday.
I understand that. You know, there's a Charles Bronson story that's,
It's not gonna turn green.
yeah, it's been out there. Charles Bronson grew up in absolute poverty in a coal mining family in Western Pennsylvania with like 11 brothers and sisters. I mean, absolute poverty childhood. Anyway, there was a big party at his house in the backyard or something, you know, and so there was a catering company setting up the banquet tables and stuff. And one of the catering guys, you know, had to plug in the hot plates or whatever. So he runs the extension cord to the side of Charles Bronson's house, like in Santa Barbara or whatever it is. And he plugs it in, you know, to power the buffet tables. And Bronson walks over to me and goes, "Who gave you permission to do that? Who's paying for that? You paying for that? You paying me for that electricity?" This is a true story. As close
I
as
believe it.
we heard, you know. And
Yeah, they should be self-contained. They just show up and plug in.
his childhood was the poverty was so powerful
I did
to
read
his
that
life
too. Yeah.
that even though he was a mega millionaire star, you know, he actually woke up to the guy and said, "You paying for that electricity? What is this? Nobody asked me if you can use that."
Yeah, but the other thing too is there's an electricity app per day of how many kilowatt hours you use, like 78, 82, 100,
Right.
and it goes green, yellow, red, you know. So my electric bill this month was $284
That's
in
amazing.
August in Texas with the pool.
Wow.
But
Well, that's like
you know,
Al Gore, you know, Mr. End of the World should have happened 20
Yeah.
years ago. The Earth's
Yeah.
going to explode or whatever. The story came out from the Nashville newspaper that he has this gigantic mansion in Tennessee with like,
like
50
20 air
rooms or
conditioning units.
20 rooms. Yeah, 20 air conditioners, lights are on all night long. And the newspaper got his electric bill, and his monthly electric bill was like $20,000 or $2,000 or
Something
$10,000,
stupid. I remember it was
something
so
like that.
crazy. I was like,
You know, and so they confronted him. "Hey, Mr. Conservation, end of the world, why don't you turn all
Carbon
the lights
footprint.
off in your house, you fucking asshole?" And of course, he dismissed it and says, "Well, that's all. You know, your information's wrong," but it wasn't. You know.
yeah, I mean, you can't power that house, anything that big, for a reasonable amount.
Yeah, yeah. But nobody's home. Turn everything off. You know. I mean, leave the lights on for the dog and whatever. But yeah, whatever. Scumbag.
Whatever.
Just another scumbag. Yeah.
I can only try. That's all I can do is try.
Right. John Swatch, truly twisted, bled out from the neck. Yeah, incredible. Yeah.
That girl, that's what happened.
Oh, incredible. Rufus, but you're too afraid to watch me. Right. Okay. Public transport. Yeah, we got that. Right. Mm. Well, and that's
Well,
not
this was,
true. In
I
New
enjoyed
York,
big time.
everybody
What?
takes the public transit. You know, business people, all kinds of people, you know.
I don't
You
know. I
don't
think
use
it's worse and
cars
less.
unless you take a taxi, but yeah, you know. Paper straws for all. Right. Trump got rid of the paper straws in the White House or in government buildings. He brought back plastic straws and plastic lids for soft drinks.
Where was I the other day? I had to ask for. Oh, we were at Ole Miss. We took my daughter to breakfast, and she got a Diet Coke. Where's my fucking straw? You got a straw?
Hmm.
She looks at me like, oh, go get one. I'm like, yeah. She brings me one. My daughter wanted one too. I'm like, so I gave mine to my daughter. It was plastic, but geez.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, straws are funny because can a guy really use a plastic? Should a guy use a straw on a date with a woman? You know, on a date because, you know, do real men use straws or does it immediately feminize them?
I mean, there's so much. Listen, I'll give it to you. The plastic in the world is the number one problem.
I mean,
Forget.
would John Wayne or Cary Grant use a straw? I mean, probably not. You know.
I do. Fuck that.
Well, sure, why
I
not?
need my Diet Coke.
Yeah. Put a straw in a glass of chocolate milk. You know, or a yoo-hoo. Why not? You know.
Well,
Yeah,
Rufus, I'm afraid to put my lips on the glass. No, I'm not. I just like straws.
Right. Yeah, it was on a light rail in Charlotte, North Carolina, I think. Something like that.
Schizo.
Incredible. Yeah. We need more Ukrainian women here in the U.S. You know,
get as many as you want.
Yeah, because they're educated, they're beautiful. You know, they fit right in to the way of life. That's who we need here. You know, more Korean, more Japanese, more Ukrainian women. You know.
We need more American babies. We need more. You know, listen. You want to hear this one? Church this week, Catholic Church. It's a big church. Every third Sunday, at the end of Mass, they say, okay, the third week, this is where we pray for expectant parents. If you're an expectant parent, stand up. The whole church, 2 people stood up.
Mm-hmm.
That's
well,
terrible.
People don't have in North Dallas or, you know, whatever, wherever that millionaire area is, that the rich area that you live, people don't have money for a family.
I don't live over. I live in the country.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but young people
Dallas.
in Dallas, you know, they want money
young
for the
people in the
U.S.
pool
and their fancy lifestyle. They don't have money for a family, you know.
No. They don't want to have kids. They don't want to get married. They don't want to have kids.
Right.
That's why Charlie Kirk says, "Get married, have more kids than you can afford." I mean, that's how our grandparents did it.
That's how
there was always enough food for everybody.
Right. Isn't that amazing?
We all survived.
Isn't that amazing? Our great grandparents' generation, they had zero money, and they all had families. You know?
No jobs,
and they made nothing. It incredible. Yeah. Import a few. I would if I could. All right. MARTA was closed. MARTA, you mean Atlanta Transit? Right. Read about the affidavit of support, fine print before you marry an immigrant. Very interesting. Right. What was that other comment? Oh, here it is, Mac Lobster. My friend married a Ukrainian and she fucked him over royally. Well, yeah, YouTube and websites are filled with stories of Russian brides, Ukrainian brides, that dumb Americans think they fall in love with these supermodel-looking women, and all they want is 1 year here on a marriage visa, and then they fuck over the guy, take his money, and leave. You know,
like all the single guys, the older guys that moved to the Philippines, and they got they're all over him until the guy's dry. He's nothing left.
Incredible, yeah.
They're going to cook for him. They're going to take care of everything. Then the mother and the whole family, and he's the king, and then he's dead. Dead
I saw a video just a couple of days ago on move to, if you want to get a beautiful woman who's not some American, lunatic, Estonia is a great place to go. The women are absolutely beautiful, stunning, tall, blonde, gorgeous supermodel, all of them, and they're traditional. They want a traditional husband lifestyle, Of course, if you do that and marry a Latvian woman, it was Latvia, not Estonia. Excuse me, Latvia.
Ah, okay.
But who knows what'll happen?
You never know.
Right,
You never know.
right. Yeah,
You know,
when
I
I
bought it
lived
from
in
the president.
Atlanta, the rapid transit system was being built, and started around that time, and it was called MARTA, Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, MARTA. But the people in Atlanta, those people, they had a different explanation of what MARTA stood for, which I will not say because it's disgusting. But yeah, the Balkans are supposed to be phenomenal. Well, yeah, marry a Serbian woman. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. Slovenian.
Yeah. I mean,
Who knows? You might know 5
Montenegro.
languages.
I watched some video about Montenegro, and it's supposed to be one of the most beautiful places in Central Europe and the Balkans, and people from other parts of Europe go there for their, summer beach vacations. It's absolutely, phenomenal. But who
My
knows?
brother went there once to Montenegro for work.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
He said it was something else. Beautiful.
Wow. I've always wondered why the city is called Montevideo in Uruguay. Where did that name come from, Montevideo? That's peculiar. That's a weird sounding name, but I've never looked it up, so it doesn't matter.
When's the last time you did a show?
Me?
A stream? Yeah. When's the last time? A week ago?
I don't
2
know.
weeks?
I did something a week ago, I think, or 5 days. I don't remember, but not that long. Just a few days ago, I think, but I don't remember. But before that, it was quite a while.
I just wondered because it's been a while. Have you ever watched that podcast, Diary of a CEO?
No, I never heard of that.
Check it out. It's pretty good. You might like it.
No, I watch all the body cam videos. I mean, it's endless YouTube police body cam content.
Body cam
there's
videos.
more. You can never catch all of them because there's just thousands
Never
and
end.
thousands of them. Yeah, but they're always.
He's a great interviewer, though. Good topics. He's a great interviewer. This young guy.
Diary of a CEO. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't even know. He was a CEO of a company, he sold it, whatever. But he doesn't. It's an interview show.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great questioner. Maybe it's his style. He's good. He's good.
Mm-hmm.
There's some pretty interesting people. Yeah, Sean Ryan's good.
I've seen just a little of that. Yeah.
Some of it is heavy.
Yeah.
He gets some people on there. There's so many.
I watch all of the what's his name? Don Shipley, Fake Navy SEALs channel. I watch every one of his videos.
Oh yeah.
He might be like in the top 10 best YouTube channels.
Okay.
Don Shipley, Fake Navy SEALs. Incredible. Cobb County voted against MARTA expansion. Didn't want. I get it. Yeah.
What is that? What's the name of that northern suburb that wanted their own police department?
Where, in Atlanta?
Not northern suburb. The northern part of Atlanta. Really nice area. I don't want to call it Peachtree, but it's
Buckhead?
What's it called? Buckhead. That's it.
Yeah, that's the fancy area that I remember. Yeah. They wanted their own police department. Really, very interesting.
They didn't want the Atlanta police anymore. They wanted their own. They wanted to pay for their own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, half of them were paying for their own security anyway, so they wanted to.
It makes sense. Yeah.
They wanted to separate from Atlanta.
Soft White Underbelly. I think I've seen that. I'd have to look at it, but that sounds familiar. Yeah.
What's the story on Hickok 45? What's the story on him?
I don't know. I haven't looked at him in quite a while. I don't know.
He was gone for a while.
Oh, really? Uh-huh.
I think he got run off.
Interesting. Can you imagine having a backyard like that? Totally desolate country lifestyle. You can shoot all day long and no one's there to bother you.
Yep. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. One of the last ones was the bookie who was involved in the Otani scandal. I don't know anything about that. Hmm. Do you know what that means? AD, the Otani scandal.
I don't.
Don't know. Wow, a 4-hour show, unbelievable.
4 hours of boredom with 4
Yeah,
people
correct.
watching.
Oh, 4 hours of quality, nothing. It's great.
I enjoyed it. I
Yeah.
love these guys, man. These guys I love. I don't care if there's 5 or 7. What did OC say? I'd rather have a few really good people
Now,
than 100
OC,
fucking
the
losers or
original OC.
something.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like a Rich Buddy
Quality
sentiment, like
people.
fuck him, fuck him, fuck him, fuck everybody, fuck him, fuck that guy. The OC said in the same speech about there's winners and losers, and that's what it's all about, fuckers. He said, "I'd rather have a show with 15 quality
Quality
viewers
people.
than
Yeah.
100 low IQ fucks watching the show." Something like that.
Like,
Something like that. Yeah,
it's fantastic. I love it.
incredible. Yeah.
That's twice I agree with OC in one evening.
Wow.
I've never agreed with OC.
Amazing.
Oh, one thing I will say about that guy, he's got great mics. He always sounds good. He's got a clear audio.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then again, he's got that $100,000, $80,000 studio.
Ah, well, okay.
I don't know. I just hear this stuff. I've never seen. The only time I've ever seen him was when he was on Tim's, and that was like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I don't know anything about that colony or anything.
I've
They
looked
really
at the
don't.
colony just a handful of times over the year, maybe or so, and yeah, I mainly saw him on the Tim channel.
I'm just so happy that I like these cheap watches now. I'm having so much fun.
Oh, it's great. Yeah. You know what you need? You need a Victorinox Swiss Army watch. That would complete your collection.
I might look into that. I mean, I don't. These chemise.
They're not going to be any better than a Marathon or any of the other ones that but yeah, it doesn't matter.
I just think it's crazy when I see a watch that's like $350 or $400. I'm like, oh, that's a lot of money. And I can't believe what I had in watches.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I really think's a good watch is that Astor and Banks. It's the
Don't know
Pro
that
model. They're out of Chicago. I'm sure they're Chinese-made cases or something. He imports them.
Right.
But I like the design of that actual watch itself.
Astor
Like
and Banks.
Astor and Banks, yeah.
Never heard of it. Yeah.
And
Well, it's like that watch brand from Detroit, Shinola.
yeah, it's not like
Who
that.
the fuck would buy a watch named Shinola? Okay, because the expression is you don't know shit from Shinola, which was a shoe.
Well, no, they're saying
yeah,
but they're saying they revived Detroit. They took Detroit from shit to Shinola.
Yeah. And the building called the Shinola Building, where they had the shoe wax from the Depression years, era, and their Chinese crap parts shipped to Detroit, hand assembled by Detroit people. Who would want to buy crap like that? I mean,
I could tell you, not me at all, ever.
Right.
I want my China shit assembled by Chinese people.
It's going to be Chinese shit. Get it from China.
I
don't have to hide it.
I'm just saying. Well, when I buy these, though, I buy them on Amazon because then I can return it. I don't want any problems returning it.
Ah, great. Hey, did you hear
send it back to China?
Story? I saw a video about this a week or two ago that a lot of people covered, that there was a controversy or a true story or allegations that a lot of the Rolex parts are being manufactured in China and then sent to Switzerland for assembly.
I don't know what to say about that at all. I think it's been debunked. It's true. It's debunked. I don't know the answer. The truth is, it doesn't matter to me because the point is, metal's metal. I don't care if it's forged in a certain. It's just the point. If you allow your mind to go there and think, okay, what if it was, and then you say, what if it wasn't? The point is that there's no way this shit's worth that kind of money.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're paying slave wages, to Chinese workers to make these Rolex products, and then they ship them to Switzerland to be hand assembled by, good-looking blonde women in Switzerland, but they're charging you fully made in Switzerland prices, then you're just being ripped off completely by at least 80% of the price of the watch, or half.
Yeah, but look into the Swiss made. In order to say Swiss made,
that's
the requirements for that.
That's right. Yeah,
it's got to be the value, not
It's like
The
what 40% has to be from Switzerland or something like that.
No, it's the value of the piece, not the parts or the. It's not 30% of the pieces. It's a percentage of the value of the watch, which if they make it a certain, part of the movement,
Hmm.
could be one piece more valuable than all the rest of it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
That's why H. Moser, they don't put that on. They don't put Swiss made on there anymore because they're insulted when they came out. They laughed at that ruling to be able to call it Swiss made because they're 100% Swiss made.
Right.
And they just took Swiss made off their watches.
But many of those brands, I mean, Tissot, that level of brand, Hamilton, they say Swiss made, but many of those parts can be from China. But they do the final processing assembly in Switzerland. But there's enough of the Swiss parts, I think, that they can call it Swiss made.
It doesn't even matter where it's
something
assembled.
like that. I don't know. Yeah,
it doesn't have to be assembled in Switzerland. It's just a certain part. Now they can say the hairspring is super valuable. More than all the rest of it. I mean, I will never say that. I don't know what to say. I know the Chinese got really pissed and they started saying they're going to reveal that Louis Vuitton and all this stuff is made there.
I think that's hysterical.
90% of luxury goods.
I think it's hysterical. I kind of think that should be the case because anybody who wants to spend 10, 20, 30,000 on a handbag and they find out it's made for $150 in China, it's hysterical. People.
But even when they were $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, they would take it apart and say there's probably $120 worth of leather here and $250 of labor, right? But that's luxury goods. That's what it is. Everyone knows it.
Right. Well, a Louis Vuitton product from 100 years ago would have been made in France, without question. But now, who knows? And to me, anybody who buys a Louis Vuitton ridiculous product, I mean, if it turns out it's all Chinese made, I mean, they kind of like, well, you deserve it for being so stupid to buy such an expensive, stupid product. Whatever.
I mean, look at it. It's terrible. Look at this BYT car company or BYD, build your dream. You got to look. These cars are just crazy cars. First of all, China makes more. They make 30 million cars a year. We don't have any here, but they sell them all over the world. If they put it, we got them, they'd ruin our market in a day. If Germany
probably protected us from the Chinese importing of all that crap. Wouldn't be surprised. But
I just looked at that it showed car companies by country, and it showed their market cap, and I was shocked at some of the values of these companies. Like I always thought Toyota and Honda were pretty equal. They're not even close. It's like 30 billion and 4 billion. Honda's like 4 billion, and Toyota's like 28 billion. Like I thought they were neck and neck, and Tesla's worth more than all of them almost combined.
So if Toyota is way so much more dominant than Honda, then a company like Mazda has got to be smaller than Honda.
You should look it up.
In terms of the car division, it's got to be probably half of Honda or even more so.
Yeah, it's really crazy, guys. I mean, but again, that's market cap, so it's the value. But I don't know why. I mean, I knew Toyota was winning, but I didn't think it was that dominant. So if it'll show Japanese car companies, and it shows the size of Toyota, the size of Honda, and the others, and it's just really and then to look at India with the what's the name of that company?
Tata.
That and the other one, that Jeep and stuff.
I don't know.
But Volkswagen used to be the biggest car company. The value of Tesla, it's just shocking. I don't even know where they sell them. There's tons of them, but are they that big? But again, it's the value of the company because they're the biggest AI company in the world right now.
Where did Elon Musk move Tesla from California to Texas or something like that?
Yeah, long time ago. Yeah.
Wow, amazing.
5, 6. When you're driving in Austin and you're on the highway, you will be driving for a mile and a half. The building is on your right-hand side, heading north. You'll be driving a mile and a half, and that building just keeps going. It's one building. It's a mile and a half long.
Oh, the Tesla company. Right.
Yeah. and they have exits, their own 2 or 3 exits. But yeah, he got out of California altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that Honda Jet is so cool.
I never heard of a Honda Jet. Wow.
So cool. They defied aeronautical rulings of saying, where they could put the engine. It's so cool. It's so clean and quiet.
Hey, I got a question for you since you mentioned airplanes. When you fly on an airplane, which you've flown many, many times, does it matter to you when you choose your seat, what part of the plane you sit in, front, middle, rear, right by the wings,
No, I always sit
next
in the
to
rear, not
in the rear?
rear, but I don't fly airplanes that have first class.
Hmm.
Um, unless I'm like if I have a connection and I want to get off fast, I'll try to sit up front.
Hmm.
But if it's nonstop, I'll usually just sit 3/4 in the rear.
Right.
The service is for me, like for me, the companies I fly, the service is usually better in the back. It's closer to
Oh,
the
really?
bathroom.
Interesting. Oh, the bathroom. Right. Yeah.
Not like I don't have to walk all the way up front.
Because I was looking at Delta for Chicago and New York and stuff, and they have the basic cabin economy, but they also have a thing called Comfort Plus, which is a bigger seat and more leg room, which sounds very nice, and it's not that more expensive. That's an upgrade.
Yeah.
It's not first class, but it's a roomier seat with more leg room, and those seats are located right in front of the wings. And I don't know, do I want to sit there? I don't suppose it makes any difference, but I just feel weird sitting right where the wings are,
Oh
like
no,
right
I
next to the
sit
engines.
on them
But
all
I
the
don't
time.
suppose it makes any difference.
It's worse to be behind them. If you're in front of them, it's quieter. Like
Mm,
when I sit up front, I'm shocked how quiet it is. If you're just on the wing or forward of the wing, it's a little quieter.
really? Okay.
But if you sit in the back, but if you go too far back, it tape of a regular, not a big, 30 rows of
Yeah.
really wide body, but it narrows out. The plane narrows out a little bit as you get to the rear, so they're tighter. It's a little tighter in the back. So you want to
Mm,
just be behind the mid level. It doesn't really
hmm.
matter. They're all the
Yeah,
same.
I guess. Yeah. Maybe the safest place is the bathroom in the back of the plane. Yeah.
That's
Who
true.
knows?
One time, my wife landed in there. They forgot. They didn't know she was in there. She was sick, and
Wow.
she didn't make it out. So she stayed there during landing. The plane landed, and she came out of the bathroom, and the flight attendants were like, "You were in there all that time?"
And she said, yeah, all the way from Australia. Yeah,
I don't remember. It
they
was just
caught her.
a small flight, but she was sick.
Yeah.
Well, it might be Lunesta time. It's 1:50. Oh, it's 2 a.m. here.
Yeah, 4.5 hour show. It's
This
midnight.
is crazy. That's a long park bench. Two old slobs shooting the shit.
What's the two don't tell me, hold on, let me get it. Two petulant children, homosexual, old men, gay old men,
Eat a dick.
eat a dick, self-haters. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Transwatch says they say that only the guys in the rear survive. What about that one dude, that one sole survivor of that plane that crashed and blew up and he got out?
Oh,
He
I
got
don't
kind
know.
of thrown
Don't
out.
know.
He was just behind the wing. He was in the rearish. If you're lucky enough for the tail to break off and stay intact when everything else crashes and explodes, at least you don't. I mean, there's many examples of
Yeah.
people in the rear surviving. Especially,
Wow.
wasn't that the case of the that soccer team?
I have no idea. I usually do sit towards like in the 3/4 back, towards the rear. I usually choose a seat there.
I just need
But
aisle, man. I just need the fucking
and
aisle.
always aisle seat. Yeah.
My wife wants window all the time.
I used to like the window, but now I just choose the aisle. But yeah, I want to just leave this also with the audience. These are really big recommendations for me. Watch the movie Big Stan with Rob Schneider. It's free on YouTube. Absolutely hysterically funny and absolutely stupid. And Robert Redford movie, The Hot Rock from around 1970. Really
I've never
terrific
heard of
film.
either of these. These are good recommendations.
Really, I mean, these are solid. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to get them. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
All right. Look at John Swatch hanging in there with us.
Yeah, John Swatch. Yeah, fantastic. All right,
John
12
Swatch, what
people
part of the
watching.
country? John Swatch, what part of the world are you? If you can say Eastern U.S.
Yeah, I don't know where he
I
is.
always wonder all these guys that you really feel like you get to know, and I mean, I really feel like I know who. I don't know who, but I really feel like I should know who. Um,
Hey, Thomas, good morning. Thomas Burnett,
oh, there
Super
you
Chat,
go.
$1.99.
Holy,
Pound 99. Thank you very much, Thomas. Great to see you. Yeah, we've been here for 4.5 hours, Thomas. Really good talk about nothing. It was been great. Yeah.
so what? Oh, he's waking up. So it's 6 a.m. his time.
It's about 8 o'clock in the morning in England. Yeah.
Oh, 6 and 2. 6 and 2 is 8. Yeah, he's 6 hours ahead from me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 8 a.m.
He's going to have his traditional English breakfast with sausage and beans and a chunk of
He's gonna
ham
have
and whatever. Yeah.
he's gonna have some sweet bread, or is he gonna have some toast, a biscuit? No, he's gonna have a English muffin. Do they
A
have
crumpet,
English
whatever
muffins
the
in
hell a
England?
crumpet is, he'll have a crumpet. Yeah.
A crumpet.
I don't know what a crumpet is, but tea and crumpets. Yeah. That's what those people in England eat
I don't think Thomas is having crumpets.
at tea time. I saw a meme on the Donald Trump Jr. page on Instagram. He has great memes. Him and the Ted Nugent page, the best memes. There was a picture of Donald Trump in England sitting next to King Charles in one of those royal coach, horse-drawn
Yep.
coaches.
Yeah.
And the caption said, "This is the only man." It said, "Just a year ago, this man was working at McDonald's and driving a garbage truck, and now he's riding with the King of England." Which
That's
is
true.
true
He
because he
was.
did
It's
the
factual.
garbage truck and the McDonald's, which were brilliant.
Yeah, he skipped the beast. He didn't take the beast in from the airport. He did the carriage with King
Yeah.
with the. Yeah. Did you
I
see
thought-
Marco Rubio sat on the other side of the king?
Oh, I didn't see that. No,
Secretary of State, baby. Unbelievable.
he's doing a
Little
good job.
Marco.
I never thought he
He
would be
really
good at
is.
but he's doing
He's
a
built
really
for
good
that.
job.
He's built for that job.
I wonder how much of his motivation to do a good job is because he wants to run for president and he wants a solid record. I don't know. But I also saw a video with this inbred British royal family person from a decade or two ago, Sarah, the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson.
Yeah.
A redheaded woman, and this woman was a real bitch like 20 years ago when she was in the Celebrity National Enquirer kind of gossip pages. I don't know what her story. I don't remember why she got thrown out of the royal family or got divorced or whatever.
Well, look who
But-
she was married to.
I don't remember this, but she just wrote
Andrew.
Andrew. Okay, she just wrote a book, and this was on Australian television. This clip, she's in Australia promoting her book. And it's a
Yeah.
clip of the interview in progress, and she won't answer the questions the guy's asking her about, personal stuff or stuff from her story, And she says, "All right, stop filming. We got to stop here." And she gets up and talks to her PR guy, and get advice, and then just an absolute bitch. And like the whole thing is like, who cares about this fucking lady anyway? What kind of possible story could she possibly have to tell anybody anyway?
Hmm.
But who knows?
Well,
I'm not in-
I think
not in the
back
comment
then
zone,
she was
so.
trying to protect her kids. Back in the day when she was bitchy. I don't know, Thomas, would you say that Sarah, Duchess of York, Ferguson, got a bad rap, or would you say she is
She really is a
kinda
bitch. Yeah.
nasty?
I mean, she looks nasty too.
Just opinion. Well, she's redhead. You don't like redheads.
Well, no, sure I do. I like redheads, yeah. But just the way she sits there, her demeanor has always been like real bitchy and arrogant. And she, and like,
Yeah, but you got to be
Yeah.
built for that shit, dude. They don't all. Not everybody's Princess Kate.
right. That's true. That's right.
I mean, it's not. It's hard when you come from.
Here we go.
I don't know
From the
that
real
shit.
Englishman. Fergie is a waste of space. There you go.
There you go. Okay,
Bingo.
I needed that opinion.
There you go. We got it. Yeah. I bet you she's never even been to a real people's fish and chip shop in England ever. She's that kind of
Conform
snooty
or
bitch.
be cast out.
Yeah.
She didn't conform.
I bet
She
she
got
doesn't have the capability of going to a fish and chip shop in Whitby or York or Lincolnshire or whatever it's called, and just sitting down and talking to the people. Trump can
I
do
would
that.
love
Trump
to.
can go to a fast food place in the middle of America and talk to the people.
I would love
Fergie
some
couldn't
fish
do
and
any of that.
chips with that malt vinegar. I love that. Oh God,
Oh, it's great.
been
Yeah,
been so long, man. I know it's American. I know all that stuff, but that H salt fish and chips in those in the old days were really good, really good.
that's like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. They were more
Long.
popular.
I haven't. It was 70s
80s.
for
I
sure.
remember them in the 80s in Los Angeles or 90s.
H salt fish and chips, and then it was Arthur Treacher's after that. And that wasn't even
Arthur
close.
Treacher's, that must have been before that when he opened up the chain. That would have been in the late 60s or 70s when the Arthur Treacher's Fish and Chips. Wow, that goes way back.
Yeah.
He was the co-host of the Merv Griffin show, like the Ed McMahon
Oh, really?
of the Merv. Oh yeah, he was he was a British actor, an English
Oh, I didn't
actor,
know that.
long time ago in the 40s, 50s. And then he was the Merv Griffin show, which was like for 10, 20 years on TV. He was the sidekick, the Ed McMahon to Merv Griffin. Absolutely. Yeah. And then he was famous for that. And then he opened up the fish and chips chain.
I didn't know that. So at least he was a Brit. That's good.
Oh, he was a real English guy.
He's
An
qualified.
actor. Yeah. And I mean, he's not famous as an actor, but that's what he did. And then he became the Ed McMahon for Merv Griffin. And he had some name value back then, and he had the Arthur Treacher's Fish and Chips. I don't know if that was successful or not, but yeah.
It was in the East where I was. Hey, we've known Thomas a long time, and he's the sweetest guy in the world. I have never, and I don't, it's good to get Thomas when he first wakes up in the morning. So you're just getting up, he's fresh. How many hours of sleep did you get? Did you get 6, 7, 8 hours? He gets up. I've never, ever heard Thomas say, I'm careful how I word this. I don't want to say a bad word about anybody or negative about anybody. But this comment about Fergie is a waste of space, he must really mean this because he's never.
I've never, that's a very observant comment. I've never heard him refer to anybody like that before.
Like, even when asked, he would bow out. But this is a solid answer. Now, it could just be because he's fresh in the morning and you just let it go, let it rip.
He hasn't even had his breakfast beans yet. And so
maybe he hasn't had his coffee. He's like,
right.
Do you bring Fergie up before I get my coffee?
Right. He doesn't really talk like that. So she must really be a real sack of shit for him to think that.
A real sack of shit. See, I'm shocked.
You're right.
Nothing against. I mean, don't take it the wrong way, Thomas. I'm not saying you did anything wrong or being mean. I'm just saying.
Oh, not at all.
It's unlike you, so it must be. That's a solid opinion. I appreciate it. Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna get to bed. I'm gonna get to bed.
Oh, I did see, before you go. I did see one of the thumbnails when I was looking at that Fergie video. One of the thumbnails on the page was she got $2 million as a gift from Jeffrey Epstein. So there's some story there. I don't know I didn't watch the video because I don't really give a flying fuck about Fergie. But
well, you know the story of Andrew, right? What he lost. He's out of his royal duties.
Is that the red-haired guy?
It's
yeah,
with
Markle or Meghan Markle, whatever her name.
No. This is
Prince
Harry. Andrew.
That's Harry.
Yeah, this is Prince Andrew, Charles's brother, who was married to Fergie.
I don't know.
He was in the Epstein. He got interviewed, and he just screwed up that interview.
Right.
And he's the one that's pictured in Epstein's house. The girl leaves the house. He's looking out the door, smiling.
Incredible.
He got nailed.
Harry's the red-haired guy with Meghan Markle. Harry's the guy who King Charles was not really the father. It was the other guy that Di had an affair with, who looks exactly. He was the head chauffeur or a bodyguard or military man. He looks exactly like Harry. There's no way Charles was the father. But it doesn't matter. Bill Clinton's not Monica's father, and the Obamas aren't the parents of their kids either. But those are all different stories. It's true.
I often thought, like, man, how does he turn on? How does he turn away on his son like that? But I think this was their chance to get rid of him because of what you just said.
Which one, Andrew?
No, the
Harry.
other one, Harry.
Harry.
I mean, that makes him not royal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the whole royal thing is just horseshit to begin with, But does he keep his titles or not? And
Yeah,
but he's
but that
apparently
Andrew,
he's apparently Harry, the dipshit with the red hair. Apparently he's still in the line of succession to be eligible to be king,
it's
even
deep
though he's an
though.
absolute
It's
dipshit
very
and
deep.
has been stripped of his some of his titles or rights or honors or whatever. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but that Andrew, when the Queen died, he was wearing a regular suit. He didn't have any of his royal shit. They
Very
locked him
interesting.
out. He was stripped of everything, heavily fined, took a lot of his money.
So he's out. Harry's out. So the other
Queen
guy,
punished him.
William is the other guy, the other
Oh,
prince,
he's the pro dude. He does everything right.
and he's the
Got the
guy
right
with the
wife.
nice look, with the nice normal wife.
She's perfect. She
Yeah. So
curtsies
he'll be the
perfectly.
next
She
king. Yes, they
never
look
lets you down.
they doing it right. Yeah, not the other
Oh,
two
within a few
retards.
years he will be.
Yeah, but not the other two idiot brothers. Yeah.
I mean, he's next, and then his son George. Whoa, good little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could have been Fergie. Yeah, there's a big difference between the Princess Fergie and Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas. Although I
Well,
haven't
we're
seen
talking
either
about
one of them
Sarah,
in a while.
Duchess of York. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember some story. This like 30 years ago when she was getting divorced. She went apeshit. She was demanding to keep her titles and privileges, even though she was going to be divorced from something like that. I go, what a bitch!
That
Go out and get a
Queen had to
job.
manage a lot of shit over the years.
Unbelievable. Well, you stupid twat. Go out and get a
That
job and
Queen.
go get a job and do what Doc's report says. Get a job and make something of yourself. Stop sucking off the royal family.
Well,
Yeah, whatever.
Like Baba says, put out some job applications.
Baba, Jesus. Yeah,
Is in one of
Blaine
the
Cole.
videos. Apply for some jobs.
Camilla. Yeah, Camilla. I don't like Camilla at all. She's really foul. I don't know at all what Charles ever saw in her, but foul. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny to see her. She can't curtsy for shit. She can't. She's just a blob walking around.
Isn't she a commoner? She was a
No.
Camilla.
No.
No,
She was of the class, but not royal.
she's
But
of the
she was.
aristocratic class shit. Yeah.
Well, he grew up with her. They grew up kind of together.
Mm. I mean, think of it. Think of all the incredibly beautiful, sexy girls in England who you could pick to be your wife as a royal, and you wind up with some twat like Sarah or Camilla. It's just, it's like the Ted Danson with Whoopi Goldberg.
I don't know. I think a lot of it is their culture is that they live strange lives and nobody understands them.
Yeah.
And they got to find someone who can understand them.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to be royal, but it's a vocation, man. You're in for life, and you got a job to do.
Mm. Queen
Look
Elizabeth.
At the Russian royal family. Gone. One day.
Well, yeah, there are still
gone.
people who are descendants who use their titles, but they're all, just titles. But Queen Elizabeth II, when she was a young lady, she was beautiful.
Yeah.
Classic English girl, young lady,
She sure was. And tough,
classic.
like nothing she couldn't do.
Yeah.
Hey, and then there's France, Blaine says. And then there's France.
And there's France, right?
Who she wants to show photographic evidence that she's not a man.
Oh, the evidence is simple. Take a DNA test. And submit the results to submit your DNA, your blood samples or whatever samples to 5 major research universities.
They're not going to do that. It's not just to find Miller. She's giving all her DNA away.
Tokyo, Sorbonne, MIT, get the DNA all
I
independently
don't think
tested.
she wants to prove it that much.
And there it is.
Hey,
You don't have to show photos. You don't have to show photos of this or anything. Do a DNA swab, have 10 independent universities, top line, research it, do the DNA test results, and it's done. It's that simple.
did you see? I don't think that's going to happen. I mean,
Well, that would prove it. That's as simple as that.
well, I
Your
don't know that
XX or
she
your
wants to prove
XY.
it that much by giving all of her DNA. You can't just give some of your DNA up. So how about this? You saw it when she cracked her husband coming off the plane.
Oh,
Remember
yeah,
that?
sure. Yeah.
Did you see Trump comment on that? He started laughing. He goes, "Oh, geez." Like, can you imagine
Incredible.
if
Yeah.
Trump's wife tried to do that to him? She would
Right,
never
right.
do it. Never.
Never, yeah. Also, this Bridget Macron lady guy, whatever, she's a really weird looking woman. Her body is like anorexic, skeletal thin.
Fucked up shoulders all hunched over, fucked
Skeletal.
up.
Her legs are like skeletal, anorexic, thin. With this,
Listen
it's
to
either a
us. That's a
wig
weird
or
fucking human, Crappy.
yeah. That you got the hairstyle. It's got to be a wig, which I don't
She's,
have an opinion on, but you know,
it's got
just the whole story is
chromosomophobia.
weird. She was 34 and she was dating Macron when he was 17.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she's 30 years older than him, and they started going. She was his high school teacher, and he was 17 years old when they
See,
hooked
same
up.
shit. Weird shit.
It's absolutely something like that. It's so
Look what
fucking
Blaine
bizarre.
wrote. Look what Blaine wrote. She's got chromosomophobia.
Chromosomophobia. Right. Wow. Yeah,
It's
the
fucked.
story is she's
You're
30
fucked.
years older, and she was his high school. She was a teacher, and he was 17, and that's when they started getting together. Fucking sick. I mean, the whole thing is crazy.
Yeah.
But Candace Owens said she's on video. She stakes her whole career on the fact that she's right, that she's actually a man. And I would love for
Who
her
cares?
I would love for her to be proven DNA, absolutely proven she's a woman. So Candace Owens shuts the fuck up and leaves the media. Because if that's what she said, then stick by what she said.
It would be good it'd be good to get rid of her. She's gone off the deep end.
She's going off the deep end. So yeah, prove without question Bridget is a woman, and then Candace Owens go fuck off.
Right. Why she gotta, die on that hill, right? Is that what? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about that?
Well, it's like the Big Mike thing. I mean, you know or you don't know. I mean, so.
Yeah, you're gonna have your thought on it anyway.
Just, you don't believe me? Ask Joan Rivers. Oh, you can't. That's right. She's dead. Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say about the Blaine says, yeah, but Morty, we had Mary Kay Letourneau. I don't know many 17-year-old guys that wouldn't want to bang their teacher who's 28 years old.
That's the thing. When you really get down to it, what 15, 16, 17-year-old kid wouldn't want to have the sexy 20-something high school teacher? No kid would say no. Unless they were in Utah. Nobody would say no.
And to the Mary Kay Letourneau thing, they actually, when he got out of prison, they stayed together, and she died.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
I think the boy right before that.
The boy teenager would 99% would say, "Okay, I'm up for that. Sure, let's do it."
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. Yeah. When the media twists it, when it's a guy teacher going after the teenage girl, then he's destroyed. But it should be the exact same thing for the woman, even though the kid is all gung ho. Let's do it.
Well, they did put her in prison, but I bet the woman doing it, a female teacher versus a male teacher doing it, I think it's like 5-1 that it happens. Because trust me, you hear about the women all the time. If it was a guy, you'd hear about a lot more.
Oh yeah. A tremendous number of police body cam videos where they investigate the case and they go to arrest the woman at her house for sex with the teenage boy. Yeah. And they go, "Hi, can I help you? What do you want? We're here to arrest you. We have a warrant for your arrest." And then she goes, "What?" And then 5 minutes later, she breaks down completely. "Oh, what did I do? How did this happen? How did this happen to me? How could this have happened?" Unbelievable.
Living another life, dual life.
Yeah, right. Delusional, deranged. Yeah.
That's what happens when you spend all your time at school. You're supposed to leave school. You're not supposed to go back. Fuck, I hate going to school. I hated when my kids were in school. I hated going to school. I hated pulling in the parking lot. I hate
Mhm.
walking in the building. I hate the fucking teachers. I hate all of school. I hated it. That's me, though. That's me. I'm a
Mhm.
misanthrope. I got problems.
You're a curmudgeon.
I'm a curmudgeon. Oh, shit.
You
Man,
might be
every
the
time my
next.
kids,
You might be the next curmudgeon. Yeah.
I could be a curmudgeon.
By the way, I don't know the story, and I don't want to get into this, but when I watched 2 minutes of some channel, GD from Argentina. He was getting anally raped by the other channel,
Oh, don't say
and
that.
something. So I was like, well, now he's gone through the meat grinder. And do you know anything about the GD update story or
I
anything? Or?
don't. I'm sorry, I
I
don't.
mean, people watching would know about it. I don't know, and I really doesn't matter. But yeah, they just grind everybody up and spit them out. You know.
No, yeah, I
And
don't.
then
I mean,
yesterday or whatever was his turn. Yeah.
he wasn't here
Amazing.
tonight. GD
Yeah, he's not here
didn't
tonight.
send the
Isn't that
Argentine
interesting?
pesos.
Yeah, he always checks in. So isn't that interesting? Maybe he's laying low. Maybe something happened. So maybe he's watching. If you're watching GD, how's it going, man?
You know, the YouTube verse is kind of like that song in the 80s from Rat. Round and round goes around. That's what happens. Everybody's round and round.
Well, I don't know that. I know the group.
You
I
just
remember
get,
that. I don't know
you
their
just got to
song.
get off. You got to get off the carousel. You got to jump off, and then you don't go round and round anymore.
Well, I might be wrong about this, but I think one of the members of Rat was Milton Berle's nephew or something like that. And
Oh,
they made a
really?
music video. Yeah, something like that. And Milton Berle maybe even appeared in a video for Rat.
Huh.
But there was
That's
some
funny.
familial, there was a family connection between Milton Berle and somebody in Rat. I'm pretty sure of that.
Oh my God, the Milton Berle stories from the Jewish Alps, I'm talking about in the Hudson Valley, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Those, and he performed there, and for all those years, and just being there because I'd go in there, I'd have later in the years when they were faltering, those places weren't what they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have like conventions, or we try to support them because they were old hotels, or they were resorts that were not successful anymore.
Yeah.
But the Milton Berle stories of his schlongo.
Yeah, his stories are legendary. Milton Berle stories, which I'm not going to discuss. They're
And
legendary.
they're true. They're true.
And they're true. Yeah.
I mean, what a
Legendary and
guy,
true.
huh?
Amazing.
Good, lucky guy. Maybe. I don't know,
Well,
lucky.
no, but his stories are all true. Oh, those
Yeah.
stories are true. Yeah.
Yep.
And the stories were he was called the West Coast champ, and Forrest Tucker was the East Coast champ. That's how they were called.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But and there's other stories about Milton Berle which are similar, but not. But also like wow, just amazing. Stories
You
that
see, it's about the
people don't know.
time in which you live. It's the time in which you live. Robert Redford died, but
Mm,
look at his career. I mean, there
yeah,
were points in his career where he was the top for probably 20 years. I mean,
correct.
they'd talk about him in movies. Oh, Robert Redford. They
Right.
they they'd use him in the script of other movies, just talking about him.
Right.
These lives that these guys lived in the time in which they lived, but then it's over and it's gone and they're gone. Like I say, Milton Berle, you just think of an old guy from the um,
From the
what would you call it
20s,
days? Yeah, that
20s,
what
30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Yep.
Amazing. Yeah.
And it's just funny because when people get old, you have to remember that the old person and see and become, that's why these people that die young, they never get old, right? They're always young. But
Mm,
you got to remember that these old guys were young and you don't think Milton, but think of what he was doing when he was in his 20s and 30s.
unbelievable. Well, he was a huge star. He was
Right?
working his way up.
Exactly.
By the time he was
Right.
30, he was a headliner, in vaudeville, headliner, Broadway, and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. It's everybody has their time.
Mm,
Or I mean everybody,
yeah. Right.
working with seniors all my life. I see an old guy, he might be a World War II guy back in the day, or he's a Vietnam guy or Korea. And he's 78 years old and he's stumbling and he shits his pants. I see the 22-year-old fucking stud
Hmm.
That's what I see. I see the guy that had a beautiful family and a wife and kids, and
Yeah.
he was a good. He was a tough, tough, strong guy, not this old, feeble, poor guy. You got to see they lived lives, and I think it's just important. Like I always taught my kids. I mean, I always grew up with seniors. My great grandfather was my best friend, and I just always, my wife too. She was just like, something, because kids just look at senior citizens as just nothings, washed up garbage that they
Well,
share the planet
if you
with.
picture those horrible nursing homes where people are just like become vegetables and they're treated like
Yeah,
shit and they're 80 plus
yeah.
years old. They had full lives when they were 20 and 30 and 40, and it's all past. It's all over.
And
But
they could never explain it to you. They could never tell the
right,
stories. I mean, my mom was in a rehab place like that. It was a nursing home kind of thing. And then thank God my dad fell in his house, smashed his head on the tile floor, and died 3 days later. Thank God,
mm.
because he
I
was
mean,
still
as opposed to
driving.
a tortuous,
Yeah, he
prolonged
said
death. Yeah.
he just said I don't want to go in a place. I said, okay, you can come live with me and die in my house. That's fine.
Mhm.
He said, okay.
Mhm.
But I mean, my mom took forever to go, and it was horrible for him and her.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
but my mom, like that's the thing. Like when people get Alzheimer's, it's hard to remember who they were because you're dealing with the guy for 6 years with Alzheimer's. Nancy Reagan said that you have to remember who they used to be,
Right. Yeah.
and that's the hard part if you're a caregiver because you know. So anyway, I just hear about these like this Robert Redford thing is when they brought it up in the chat earlier.
Mhm.
Just that he died a few days ago, and no one's really even gives you. Nobody's saying. I mean, a Charlie Kirk thing
I
probably
didn't.
over.
I would not have known about it unless I heard it on some channel. Some people talking about local, news or something, but not a news channel. It was just some YouTube talking channel about something. And otherwise, I wouldn't have known. But obviously, it was front page news worldwide. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure in time we'll see a lot more, and at the end of the year they'll go over some stuff. But I mean, the guy made 100 movies, probably.
Mm.
Whatever. There's so many old people. There's so many. We're talking about these musicians. I saw a list earlier in the year that there was a list of like 40 people that are like 78 and older,
Mhm.
rock people, musicians,
Mhm.
and how many we're going to lose in the next 5 years.
Well, in the
Like,
last few years, many have disappeared. Many have gone.
yeah,
And these are the people that we grew up with, and they're gone. And yeah, exactly. The people who are 80 years old and plus now, who certainly from my era, we know from childhood, their time will be up soon enough, and then they're gone, and there's nobody to replace them. Nobody. They were
yeah,
unique.
music doesn't exist anymore. Music doesn't exist anymore.
They were unique. John Mayer does not replace the great people from the 60s and 70s era. To
He is a zero to me.
me, he's a zero. Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get any of it. I don't.
I don't
I
get
just.
him at all. Yeah.
I mean, maybe
But
BB King was impressed, but I don't see it. I don't hear it. I don't
Eric
feel it. I
Clapton
don't.
mentored him. He calls him a master, but I don't get it. But Eric Clapton, he's lost his marbles, and I'm been one of the biggest lifetime fans of the guy. But he's come out with the Palestinian flag guitar. He has one
Oh,
painted like a
really?
Palestinian flag that he
Just play the
performs with,
guitar, dude. Don't do anything.
and
Just
he
play the guitar.
he just says when the jab thing came out with the COVID, he did some weird shit back then, and he says some weird shit sometimes. So I really think he's not only losing his facility as a player, which will happen to anybody, but he's losing his common sense
Yeah,
on a
well, I
lot of
think
things.
he's probably cooked. So Blaine says he disagrees somewhat with me. The current
Well, I
gener
mean, what he's gone through, yeah, his
well,
brain's
yeah.
probably fried, but yeah, but anyway,
He
or a
says
big
the
chunk of
current
it.
generations are using the seniors to blame for all their problems. That's kind of what I mean. Like
Mm.
they don't respect the seniors. They don't.
No, no, no.
I just see that in younger generations. Old people are they don't. There's no sense of history in the world, period. Not to mention generation to generation.
Do you remember that Obama guy, one of the guys who was instrumental in developing the Obamacare? He was a doctor. He was Rahm Emanuel's brother, who's the mayor, the Obama's bathhouse buddy, Rahm Emanuel, from
Yeah.
Men's Country Gay Bathhouse. Yeah, he was the mayor, and Rahm Emanuel's brother was a doctor, and he wrote a study about life expectancy, and he said basically over 70 years old, these people, if you wanted to, improve the national budget and save mega billions in healthcare, is
Yeah.
basically over the age of 72. They're disposable people. Just get rid of them. Kind of like a Hitler euthanasia
Well, they did a good
approach.
job on that. I mean, look at, Venice got wiped out. All 80% of the seniors got wiped out.
Mm, mm.
I mean, they did a really good job in a lot of parts of the country, even in this country. I know people that lost both their parents in a week.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So, but they talk if you watch these retirement videos, they'll say, like once you turn 60, 62, or 65, you have less than, what do they say, 1,000 days or 1,000 healthy days. They just go by the numbers, and the facts are the facts. I mean,
well, there you go with OC. It's there are winners and there are losers, and that's the way it is, fuckers. That's what it's all about, fuckers. So you can be 80 years old and be on your deathbed wearing a gold Rolex. Congratulations, you're one of the winners. Unbelievable.
But don't you think? Isn't it funny how Docs is on there? He's like, I'm 71. I'm 71, and he's like, he's ready to roll. He's ready to go. He doesn't care if he dies tomorrow.
Well, he's got all the arrangements made with
all planned
with the people upstairs, and everything's ready to go. So yeah,
it's almost like he's ready to put the plan into action. He can't wait. Like he's proud of his plan.
No,
he's proud of his plan.
He's not ready to go. He has a lot more to do at Wawa before it's to his time. Yeah.
Well, the fitness center. I mean,
and the fitness center.
God, I can't. Who do you know that the 71 years old can do 100 push-ups in a day?
Did he say he can do that?
Yeah.
That's
not
Jack
all
LaLanne.
at one time.
Yeah.
Not all at one time.
I think Jack LaLanne is one of his heroes, or role models, which of course would be a great role model, But
throughout the day he'll do 30, then a few hours later do another 30, another 30, and then 10.
Oh, it's extraordinary. Yeah.
I mean, shit. I could probably do
all that while eating at Wawa every day. So
I can't believe he didn't wait for me. He was really hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I got there. He said, I had to eat. I was hungry. I was like, okay.
Well, you got to eat. You got to eat.
He gets up early.
Right.
Listen, he's in the news business. You got to be awake, and just in case something happens.
That's right. By the way, when you finally finished that long drive from South Florida to back home near Dallas, how did you feel when you finally got home and walked in your house?
I was crazy. I was energized. I walked in. I started unloading a little bit. I said, I'm not doing this now. I'm not. I mean, I had it.
You didn't just pass out? I thought you'd take a shower and pass out.
No, I didn't. I talked to everybody. It was just,
Wow.
You get a little burst of energy in that. I don't know. I mean, I slept a little bit. I slept for like 3 or 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Look at, once you see it, there you go. Add number. Yeah. No, I was wondering about that. I felt like I was going to walk in and just walk past everybody and just lay flat up, face down on my bed, but I didn't. I got in. My wife just got back from church, and the dogs were going, and went outside. It's sunny as hell. It was a nice day, and I think I was up for about 2 hours, and I finally just said, I'm going to go lay down, and that was what it was.
Mm.
I used to have to commute 6 hours from Buffalo to Rhode Island, and I would leave and I'd get home at like 1 a.m. So I get home at 1 a.m. I'm trying.
What do you mean, a daily? You mean a daily commute? What are you talking about?
No, like 2-3 weeks a month I would go there.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So I would drive back, and I get home at 1 a.m. and I'd be like, you can't just go to bed. You think you can, but you just pounded a ton of caffeine and everything to keep awake. And now you get home and
pushing the caffeine. Right.
Yeah. I'd be like, this sucks because I want to go to sleep, but I'm like, I can't.
Well, that's the caffeine for the daytime, and then the Lunesta at midnight, and that's how you get by.
There you go. Uppers and downers. That's it, baby.
Exactly. You wake up, you push the caffeine, and then at
Just
night,
like the
11
fucking
o'clock
rock
at night, you
stars.
do the Lunesta and repeat.
Just like a rock star.
Exactly.
Now Blaine says he swears by push-ups. I mean, I do them. I do them every day, right? But he swears by them. I don't take Blaine as a guy that's. I don't know. I'm impressed by Blaine doing push-ups.
Well, yeah.
They call them press-ups, apparently. Thomas Burnett is doing press-ups.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I will say a lot of the English words for things, they sound weird, but then you're like, that makes more
You do.
sense.
A lot of expressions, almost as many as Australian expressions, but a lot of English expressions, I've heard them for decades. I still don't know what they mean.
Yeah, well, I always ask because I'm a big origin guy. I got to know.
Oh, yeah,
Where'd
yeah.
that come from? Did you ever hear the hungover one? What
What?
hungover means?
Oh,
Back in early England days, back in old England, when you were living on the streets and you were so poor, right?
yeah.
The other than sleeping on the street in the concrete on the sidewalk, the first accommodation you could get was to actually go in a area where they would have a rope
I've seen this. I've seen that. Yeah.
and you could
They
pay
tie you
a
up.
penny.
You're tied up against the wall, standing up,
You-
and you fall asleep.
You'd hang
And you're
hang
crowded
your
in there
arms
like-
over the rope, and that way
Right.
you didn't have to lay on the cold ground. It was
And
a
you're
rope to
crowded in
hang
there
over.
with a bunch of guys, pressed against the wall, hanging over the rope. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
Amazing.
hungover. And
Right,
if you're
right.
drunk, half of them were drunks.
Right.
You know, you hungover. Who would have thought?
Wow.
But that was like that was the first accommodation other than to not have to sleep on the cold ground.
Right. That's right.
It's basically to be hung.
Amazing.
There you go. I thought I'm always interested in the origin of sayings, and you know what the funny part is, the older you get, the more they all just make sense.
Hmm.
You know, they always say those, not wives' tales, but sayings that old people say, and you realize that they're there for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I think we've done enough old fogey.
Yeah.
whatever else
5 hours.
boring.
5 hours. Lots of content for the haters to dissect.
I can't
those
wait
other
to see what
channels.
I get clipped.
Yeah, they'll be 5 hours worth of stuff for them to attack. So very good. Hey, Fat Windbag Ben, you just caught the end of the show.
Oh, no
Great
kidding.
to see you, Ben. Yeah, how's it going?
There he is. I can't believe you did a 5-hour show.
About nothing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah,
I mean, all we did is park bench.
I hate that term,
I mean-
park bench. But
Well, we're sitting on a park bench talking about bullshit.
oh yeah, we're at the hungover rope place, just roped up against the wall.
So when you
yeah.
and I meet at a park bench, I'm passing secrets to you. Like, you're sitting on the park bench. I walk over. I put my bag down.
I'd rather
up
call it a
yours.
coffee shop or a local tavern instead of a park bench.
Yeah, I hear you.
Not a biker bar, not a park bench. It's just hanging out at the tavern or at the coffee shop.
Yeah.
Having,
We don't need a
just
prison-
having a Scottish tea and a bowl of haggis.
With no prison yard mob boss.
Well, okay, we'll stop there. Yeah.
Fat Windbag Ben. I did that one for him.
I asked Ben about a year ago. I said, "Hey, anytime you'd like to join the panel, that'd be fantastic to have you on the show." And he said he wouldn't understand my accent.
We
His
wouldn't
Scottish
understand. We
He
wouldn't.
said his Scottish accent, his Scot accent is so heavy we wouldn't understand them.
It's just like Jock. I can never understand.
Mhm.
Whenever I listen to something on replay, I'll put it on 2 times the speed.
Yeah, right.
And
right.
I can hear everybody, but when it's Jock, I can't.
Yeah,
I gotta
John
slow it
cannot be
down.
played at double speed. I can't do it.
I
Nicholas,
cannot
I can watch Nicholas on 2 times speed, and there's no problem.
Yeah.
But the jock, yeah, I can't do that. Yeah.
So Fat Windbag Ben might have more of a. I mean, is it possible to have more of a Scottish accent
Well, I've never
than
heard
another
Ben,
person?
so yeah, we don't know. So Park
Yeah.
Bench,
See,
like
Donald
Donald
Sutherland.
Sutherland and Kevin
Yes.
Costner. Ah, right, from J. That, see, that movie was just a disaster. It's JFK by Oliver Stone. But
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
it's all right.
a terrible
I
film.
think he was just
Terrible.
going on how. I think he was just going on the scene
Yeah,
of the park bench. You know.
yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah. I wonder what. I wonder. I wonder if Fat Windbag Ben's voice is higher pitched or lower pitched than Jock's, because that would
I
help
have a
with the
feeling that Ben
clarity.
has a deep, heavy Scottish voice. You know, very, very heavy Scottish accent, which, you know, it would be like the first time we ever heard sucker horns. Like, what's he saying? You know, it took
Hmm.
some weeks to be able to understand sucker horn easily. In the beginning, it was like, it's like, what the hell is he saying?
Yeah,
Then after
that
a
guy
while,
just disgusts me so much. Just the whole thing. I can't even.
so
I don't.
it's a
I don't even
classic.
want
He's a classic. He was one of the classic Archie panelists.
to.
Absolutely classic.
Hey, Paul. Hey.
But in the beginning, nobody knew what he was saying. It was like Archie,
Sits in that room with all those fucking crappy statues around him.
the smoke, the cigarette smoke,
Smoke everywhere.
like clouds of smoke.
I think I remember thinking, who is this guy? I can't understand him, but I don't think I really need to know because he's probably going to be dead in a week with the smoking
No, he's
like that.
around. He's doing great. Yeah.
I know, but that was my initial thought.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
he
I
had
don't
all
need to
the
know who
ladies.
he is
He
because
had
he's not long for this world.
Yeah, he was the master of the Nana Plaza Bangkok stories, all the mongering stories. He had it all. He was the monger's monger, you know, whatever.
That's right.
Incredible.
Okay, so Fat Windbag Ben says, think Billy Connolly, but thicker out. Jeez,
Wow.
that would have to
I'd
come
love
from
to
my.
talk to Ben and hear his accent, and that'd be great.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine how funny it would be to talk to him? Shit, it'd be great.
That'd be great. That would be a high moment for my channel. I'll tell you.
Can you
Um,
imagine?
yeah.
I mean, I got Doc's report to reveal his face.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was
I didn't do it
amazing.
on.
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't
out
do it on
there.
purpose.
He's
But
out there, man. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Well, he must have been in a really fantastic mood getting to meet you.
Well, like I said, he was. I told him. I said, you know, it'd be funny to take this picture and put a black line over both our
Yeah,
eyes. He
yeah,
goes,
right.
why yours? And I go, well, it'd be funny if we both do it, right? Because you do that. And I don't
Yeah.
want to just have it on his. It would look stupid. Then he sent it to me, and I thought, I can't. Hey, you forgot the black line. He goes, nope, not doing it. And I went, really? Because it's the first time anyone's ever seen him.
And you said to him, "You're out there, man. You're out there
That's what
in
he said.
loving it."
I did.
Yeah.
He said, all is to be revealed. And I said, it's
Yeah.
time. He goes, it's time. It's time. I said, wow, look at you. Notice how I said, look at you. Look at you.
Right, yeah. I recommended to him that channel run by an ex-Mormon lady. It's really incredible. I watch her channel often, and her stories about growing up Mormon and the inside goings on, the inner goings on of the Mormon life and church and
He's done
books
with
and all
that. He's so
Just
done with
absolutely
that.
amazing stuff. But he's all done with that. Yeah, but it's, you know, for those not in it, it's just extraordinary. The cult and the connection to the Masons that Joseph Smith
Yeah.
used. Absolutely incredible. The
It
people
is.
fall for that. You know, not to be judgmental, but how can you fall for that stuff? You know,
Culture.
people do.
It's culture.
It's amazing. Yeah,
So much
secret
of the culture.
handshakes and everything. Yeah, amazing.
Oh, yeah. Well, yep, that's true.
And the funny thing is, when you meet Mormons on, you know, just on an average day, they're the nicest people. You know, hey, yeah, they're really nice.
Best
How do they-
salespeople ever.
But I would never ask them, but how do they believe this stuff? I mean, it's just, well, you know, whatever. Blaine, way worse stuff than being, that's absolutely correct. That's right.
Mm. Yeah, they're very strong people, man. Very solid, great workers. Don't take no for an answer. Being from, it's same with others. But anyway, I don't know the answers to those
Hey, look
things.
who's here. Brightling watching time. Hey, Brightling, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Morty's Late Night, the only show left with true conversation. Well, that's true. I agree with you, and thank you for saying that. Yeah.
I mean, we've conversed of a lot of things, none of any value. I mean, we kind of
We talked
did.
about
And you,
a ton of stuff, ton of stuff.
Brightling, Blaine, and I don't know if Blaine heard it, but Brightling, Blaine, and Fat Windbag Ben, you all missed. Sorry, you all missed Crappy playing his guitar earlier.
Oh, that yeah,
He's
it was nothing.
No, it was good. He got his electric guitar and he started the beginning of the guitar solo from
No, it was nothing really. Yeah, anyway, I really don't
no
play anymore.
the stairway to
Yeah.
heaven guitar solo.
Yeah, I haven't
He
played it
played
over
it.
a decade. I don't
It was
remember it.
good. You should have heard it. It was great. It was fantastic. No, because
You
I
didn't play
heard
your
you with the
drum. If you didn't
vibra.
play drums, if you didn't pick up your drumsticks for 5 years, and then you sat down to play Moby Dick, would it work?
No, it would be.
Yeah,
I would know it. I would play it, but it would be all out of whack. And I
correct.
would be
That's
pissed that
how I
my
feel
legs
now.
not moving. Like you said, your fingers weren't moving. I'd
No,
be
the
pissed.
hands and
My
fingers
my
they're not functioning correctly at doing that because they're just out of it. I just happened to pick Moby Dick because I figured that's a classic that you would know. Or
Yep.
Zeppelin. So, all
Yeah. Well, check it out.
right,
And
last
oh, that's
question
right.
for
The
the night.
replay.
Yeah, last question for the night. In any part of your drumming life, did you ever play along with Toad by Ginger Baker?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. Of course.
yeah, because that's the ultimate. That was the first, and to me, the ultimate. Yeah, and if you listen to that now, 68. What's 68? It's 32, 42, 52. 55 years later, if you play Spoonful on the Wheels of Fire Cream album, it sounds absolutely like it was just done today. It's absolute masterpiece of
It really
drumming.
is shocking how that music you would think should sound old or out of whack or should sound weird or
Yeah.
dude, you watch a movie from the 60s, it looks like a movie from the 60s. You watch one from the 80s, it looks like shit.
Mm. Well,
But
I think you're
music,
right. If you watched Back to the Future, like today, it would really look 80s. It would
it's
not look contemporary.
grainy, the film
It
quality
wouldn't
sucks, the
feel
camera sucks.
contemporary at all. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but music,
music, um, it doesn't feel that way.
remastered
Yeah.
or I
Well, some
just
music certainly would. I mean, if you're playing 60s bubblegum stuff, that would certainly
a
be
lot of that late 60s stuff is
ridiculous, but the great stuff is still great. Yeah.
and
All right.
well, even more. But yeah, that's really good.
All right. Last question for the night. AD, why do you find it curious that I include push-ups in my exercise routine?
Okay, so I don't picture the Blaine Cole voice I've heard on this on. I don't picture you doing push-ups, and I don't know why.
Well, he was a career Navy guy, so
That's
he
true.
was
That's true.
he had to be physically fit.
That's
You
true.
can't be you can't be
Maybe
350
I
pounds working on a submarine.
that's true too. Maybe I just see him as older, and most older guys don't do push-ups.
Well,
Just everything I was talking about
yeah,
the senior citizen thing earlier.
yeah. Well, Jack LaLanne was doing all that shit in the 90s, in his 90s, but he was
Which is good.
he was extraordinary
Yeah,
individual.
I was going to say this is which is good, Blaine, because if you are older and you're doing them, that's even better because you're doing something most don't.
Yeah.
My dad used to say in his 80s, in his 70s, in his 60s, you only have so many heartbeats. I don't want to waste any of them speeding it up. And I thought that's a I said, okay, Dad, but you really got to do some stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the
My
paradox in that statement is by speeding it up, you're actually developing your heart muscles and helping yourself.
and that's exactly what you say, Dad. It's a muscle. It's not
Yeah.
about the beats. He goes, yeah, he would say, but am I wrong? I mean, when you die, your heart will have beat a certain amount of times.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah,
Well,
well, I want to have more times.
mm-hmm.
you know, and it doesn't matter. If I live to be 80 and you live to be 80, I hope I have millions more heartbeats than you did.
If I make it to 80, I just hope I can get to a Wawa before it's my time.
The best thing about the Wawa is you can just punch the order into a kiosk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And I can
that's
sit
great.
outside on the table and watch people pump gas while I'm eating my sandwich.
I never even saw a gas pump when I was there. I don't know why. I never even noticed anybody getting gas.
Well, it's a gas station, so yeah.
Well, I don't know. We were sitting over on the side. There were no,
Yeah.
that's what it was. We were
You
on the
had
side.
you had the VIP seating because they
We
knew
were,
that the guy you were with was in the news business, and
it was al fresco,
you had his
as you
special
said.
table. Right, al fresco at the gas station.
I mean, there was definitely a homeless guy at the next table, but we ignored him.
Right, as you should,
I'm
because
just
there are
kidding.
winners and losers, and that's what it's all about, fuckers.
That's right. That's exactly what it's about.
Remember that scene in Wall Street, the movie with Charlie Sheen, and he's just becoming friends with Gordon Gekko, and they're driving back from the fitness club where they were playing squash or racquetball or
Yeah.
something, you know. And they stop at they stop at a red light, and Gekko says, "Look over there." And standing on the street corner is a homeless bum, you know, with a shopping cart. And standing right next to him is a Wall Street guy in a tailored suit, the whole thing, you know. And they go, "You telling me that's luck? That's just luck."
Hmm.
Or whatever he said, but yeah.
Hmm.
So
Well, I've had ups and downs. I've had better days than not, and it always amazed me how quickly things can change.
oh yeah.
And I've been shocked by that. You top hero to zero and go the opposite way, and and it is true. I mean, that's why if you've ever been down like that, this Rolex shit is just bullshit.
No,
Because
completely.
you just realize
But
it
yeah,
just means nothing.
but who am I to deny somebody else their frivolous pleasures? So it's just an
I mean, it's
absurdity.
something
But
to do. Sure,
it's something to
everyone needs
do,
to
so
spend their
do
money.
it. But what a waste of money and time. But then again, it isn't. If somebody likes it, they like it. You know.
So, like Blaine says, he considers wealth as health, right? Obviously, the greatest wealth is health, which we know is true, right?
That's
I mean,
Breitling. Yeah, right. Yeah.
or Breitling said that? Yeah, Breitling said that. I thought it was
Yeah.
Blaine. I see the B. And Blaine says he's afraid that if he stops exercising, it'll be the end of me. Well, you know why? Because when you do stop, if you have an injury or if you have to take some time to heal from something like that, when you go back, you feel it. Even if you take 3, 4 days off, you
Oh
feel it.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I always noticed that on the bike. Man, I was like, geez, what a difference.
Rufus, what do you mean? Man, I forgot her name. What does that mean? I don't know what you're referring to, Rufus. Hey, we've had some of the real great viewers in the show on the chat tonight, watching the show. You know, and like we have 12 viewers right now, but if you ask me, as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather have 12 great viewers than 100 low IQ parasites. You know,
Like,
and that's
what
what
does he
it's all
say?
about.
12,
Fuckers. There are winners and there are losers. That's what it's all about, fuckers. Yeah,
12 high quality, he said.
12 high quality. That's right. And we've had that tonight. 12 high quality viewers. You know, I'd rather have 12 high quality viewers than 100 low IQ fucks. So that's what it's all about, fuckers. There are winners and there are losers.
Quotes from OC. Crystal clear quotes.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Man, I forgot her name. Is that a movie quote?
I don't know what he's referring to. And that's from a guy who's got an above ground backyard pool. So,
Who, Rufus?
yeah. No, OC. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
I mean, no, I don't know any luxury guy who's got a backyard.
Well, Rufus
above
is Mike's. Well, Mike's. It's really common in that part of the country because their summer's not so long.
Well, I understand that, but there's
Rufus
winners and there
is
are
Mike the
losers.
Snake's older
Winners
brother.
don't have an above ground pool.
That's true. That's true.
Not if
I
they
mean,
have,
my whole life
Rolex
we grew up with it. I
collection.
had an above ground pool my whole life growing up until I got married.
Well, I
the first
understand
time.
that, but you know, if you're a
And
winner,
then I
if you're a
bought a
winner
house
with
that
if you're a Rolex collection and a super sophisticate in New York, then you don't have you don't have a above ground pool. But
yeah, well,
and again, yeah. Anyway, I don't know what Rufus means there. That is true wisdom from AD. Appreciate the good times. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, man, and that's what sucks about the good times too, is you got to enjoy them, but you know that it could all go away in a second.
That's right.
If you're a worrywart, that's not so much that. It's just that, I don't know. You gotta acknowledge the good stuff.
Mm.
So, man, I forgot her name.
Yeah, I don't know what Rufus is referring to. Well,
All right,
anyway,
3 a.m.
I think that's it. 5.5 hours. Unbelievable.
3 a.m. for
So
me.
be prepared for tomorrow's comments.
Think how excited the excitement of. Yeah, I guess the best part of it is
they've been lurking tonight watching the show. So
the best part is they got to go through 5 hours to get it all.
oh yeah, but they'll be doing that. Yeah.
I guess they use software for that.
Yeah, Blaine.
The
They
Mookie
call them
software.
the good times because they've already been had. Dean Martin, right?
Dean Martin. See, old sayings that just make sense.
Right. Love the drama-free zone. Thank you, McLobster. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah,
And Blaine, thanks very much. And
Okay.
I also want to say special thanks not only to the super chatters but also to tonight's celebrity super chatter, System of a Clown. Thank you very much, System, and everybody. All right, good night, everyone. Thanks for watching.
See you guys.
Bye.